Griffin is excited for Silent Hill F to live his fantasy as a Japanese.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Do you play as a Japanese schoolgirl in the new Silent Hill? I have no fucking clue, bro. I guess so, you know. I can finally declare my love for Oni-chan. Oh, come on. Alright, fuck. Of course, right when it finally starts working, I gotta go take a shit. I'll be back. Just act like the stream never started, I guess. I was never here. It'll be starting soon. Ew, get that off my screen. Alright, there we go. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Nice cock. Perfect.
either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Alright, I'm back. Damn, bro. Alright. You wanna chew? Come here. PPP and DSP broke up. Oh man. Let's see. So, Oski Woski with the 5. We were talking about this a couple nights ago. I guess they want more money, and they're getting my money for sure. Yeah, I'm excited. That's right. I'm glad that they're actually like making fast sequels, which is something that's uncommon in the gaming industry. So I'm all for it, man. They nailed Space Marine 2, so keep them coming. And let's see, E-Man with the 20. Juanold will link the video, also speed up to 1.5. What is it? Completely destroys DSP. Alright, we can watch it. Let's see. Where am I? There's the joke. Renadog with the 5. Hold up real quick. Ew, this thing. Republicans are weird and bizarre, says cross-dressing congressman.
We will not take a lecture on decorum from a party that incited an insurrection. I appear to live rent-free in the minds of some of my Republican colleagues.
Aren't you here to do your fucking job? No, of course not.
I wish that they would spend even a fraction of the time that they spend thinking about me, thinking about how to lower the costs for American families. I wish they would spend a fraction of the time that they spend thinking about me, figuring out how to make government actually work better, rather than making it work worse in order to prove that...
See, this is why I say there's no world where a party that votes this creature into office can ever be like, oh yeah, we're all Americans, blah blah blah. Like, I'm sorry, but if you vote for this fucking freak, you're not even human. Like,
The government can't work.
you're like the lowest of the
They are
low, bro.
obsessed.
You're like on the same level as a fucking domesticated zoo animal.
With culture war issues.
You dance for your fucking food and shekels like a good little boy.
The Republican Party is obsessed with culture war issues. It is weird, and it is
Yeah, says the one who fucking chopped their cock off and LARPs as a woman. Shut the fuck up.
bizarre. And the American people deserve serious legislators, serious
Serious. Dear God.
elected officials who are focused on bringing people together to deliver real results for the American people.
What have you done? Nothing.
Not to play games and not to engage in schoolyard taunts.
So stunning, so brave. Wowie zowie, dude. That was so inspirational. Creators Freedom with the 8 months. What's up, Geeks and Gamers? Angry Joe here, along with Yong, yeah, Review Tech, and Jeremy. Today we're gonna give you nothing, because we are skibbity. Alright.
Skip it up, fucking loser faggot.
Yeah, apparently Tesla's having their best sales month in the history of the company right now. So, once again, they basically made electric cars cool with the people who would never buy them. So, yeah. It's kind of funny, because, like, you know, the Trump crowd doesn't really like electric vehicles and shit, because, you know, they're all about their gas-powered diesel trucks and shit. But now that, you know, the lefties and shit are firebombing Tesla dealerships and everything like that, you know, apparently a lot of people are going out and buying them now. Dude, I want the Cybertruck so bad. If I had... I can still get the emails. It's like, it's not too late to, you know, get your pre-order or whatever. It's like, fuck, bro. Because I've had it pre-ordered since it was first announced. They were supposed to be like 50 grand at first. Like, the model I was going to get was 50 grand plus 6 grand for the self-driving. Then they went up to like 100,000 plus 10,000 for the self-driving. And, you know, at 50 grand, I could swing the inconvenience of not having a place to charge. Like, that wouldn't really bother me too much, because I would just keep my old car as well. But for 100K, it's like, because I would have, at that point, I'd be an idiot not to sell my current car to buy a car that expensive. But yeah, I don't know. I don't want to go with the inconvenience of not being able to charge a car, because, you know, I don't have a place to charge it. I'd have to go, like, sit in the parking lot somewhere and wait for it to charge, like, once a week or something, which is not ideal for, you know, $100,000+ car. So yeah, if I had a place to plug it in, I would have bought it. I would have bought it. Yeah, you can get a Cybertruck in pretty much any color. They offer it, I think, in a bunch of different colors, like from the factory. You can get a factory wrap on it. But yeah, if it was still like 60K, I would have bought it. But for 100K, I don't know, man. At that point, why am I spending 100K for something that's like super inconvenient, you know? I could deal with a little inconvenience because I'd still have my other car, but for 100K, that's kind of pushing it. But I love the Cybertruck. I've wanted one ever since they've announced them. So, I would buy one if I had like an actual home to plug it in at. I thought you were richer than everybody. That's what people keep saying. I wish it was true. You know, feel free to manifest it. But, yeah, not right now. I don't have a $1.5 million housing budget for a, you know, little fucking 2,000 square foot home in the DC area. Daryl Zone with the 2, Space Marine 3 is gonna be super woke. That's right, man. They'll have trans Marines. I see a bunch of Cybertrucks in my area. But, yeah, I live in a wealthier area, so it kind of makes sense. Yeah, if you guys want to help with my goal of being able to buy a $3 million home, a Cybertruck, and get a busty-ass wife, dude, then make sure to,
Open your wallet and give me all of your monies.
Warhammer 41K %. There you go. Griffin doesn't have Asmongold? Nah, I don't, man. The running theory is Dark City killed himself, but I have no idea. I have no fucking clue. He was super fucking cocky for months before the election. Then in the coming weeks before, he started spurging out constantly, calling everybody a Nazi and shit. Because, you know, he could see the writing on the wall that old camel toe moose knuckle bitch was going to lose. So he just started spurging out constantly, and we haven't seen him once since Election Day. So we haven't seen him once. You gotta drop $7,500 down payment just to lease a Cybertruck for $1,000 a month. I mean, I have $1,000 a month. That's not the issue. It's just I don't want to pay for a car that's inconvenient to use when it's that expensive. If it was still like 50 grand, I wouldn't care. That's not a big deal. But if I'm spending 100 grand on a car, I want to be able to be, you know, able to use it as intended, not to be inconvenienced. And yeah.
I can't afford this shit.
Oh, Shaka Shaka Gaming with the 5. Do you think it's possible for most people now to buy a house before 30? It depends on where you live. And it depends on if you're married or not. If you're married, then yes. If you're single, maybe not, depending on where you live. But I think everybody could do it, theoretically. But it's whether or not you have the discipline to do so. Because, I mean, think about it this way. If you work for, you know, what, 8 years, let's say you get out of college when you're 22. You work 8 years, you put aside 12% of your income, and you're making like 70,000, what? That would be, shit, I can't do math, bro. Like 64,000. So, yeah, I mean, theoretically, you could afford a pretty decent sized down payment on a house. But it just depends on where you live because, you know, if houses are 800 grand, then yeah, you can't afford to buy one. So it's very, very dependent on where you actually live in the country. The same guy that is okay with video games increasing in price is not okay with a car increasing in price. Keep that. When did I say I'm not okay with a car increasing in price? I just said for $100,000, I don't want to buy a car that I can't plug in at the place I live. I never said that I cared about how much it costs, so keep projecting. Literally never made that statement, but alright. I mean, I literally said that if I had a place to plug it in, I would buy it, so I don't know how that's complaining about the price going up. Yeah, you should use Charles Schwab or like E-Trade or Fidelity or something like that. Like, I use Charles Schwab and that's very good. But you should use something other than Robinhood because Robinhood has really bad spreads. So they take a little off the top when you sell and they charge you more when you buy. So, of course, it's only like a few extra cents. But it adds up over time if you're doing large trade volume. So, also Charles Schwab has never froze a customer's ability to buy or sell because they're illiquid on cash. So, they're a lot more reputable. Robinhood is fine for people who just want the convenience of, you know, opening an account and using an app, but everybody has an app now, so. Yeah, Robinhood's fine to like dip your toes in the water of investing, but yeah, you should use like an actual investment brokerage firm. Any tips for switching? No, you just need to make an account and deposit money. That's it. It's easy. Should take you about 5 minutes. Houses are appreciating. You could have the shittiest house. Depends. So, for example, the house I would be able to buy in my area would be fucking dog shit. And it would be in a ethnic area, which is not always guaranteed to go up. Because if crime rates continue to go up, which we have no indication they won't, your housing prices actually go down. So, it depends. Yeah, if you live in a civilized part of the country with, you know, non-crime committing types around you, then yes, that's true. Have you guys heard the Intel Nana story? This guy took his grandmother's inheritance and put it all in Intel stocks, and he tanked and lost 200K. Rip. Yeah, don't ever put all your money in one stock. That's dumb. Unless it's like a dividend stock that's like a no-brainer. Like, you know, unless they do like a federal ban on tobacco, those aren't going to zero. But even then, you shouldn't put it all in there because you got to hedge against that bet. Always have to hedge your bets, man. Why haven't they banned cigarettes? Because it's not the government's place to tell you what you can and can't do with your, you know, tobacco consumption. Nicotine's actually good for you. The cigarettes themselves are bad, but the actual nicotine's actually good for you. And it's mainly the filters that cause cancer when it comes to tobacco, so... Tim Marco with the 279. My theory is that Dark City was a parody alt. I don't know, because apparently people have said that they've seen him in other streams still spurging out about Trump, so... I'm not sure. Renadog with the 20. I'm destroyed second night right now. That's my experience. My Celestial rank is 98% above server-wide.
Nice. Perfect.
I'm back to my Halo 2 days. Let's see.
Do you understand that? Too? That's why, Tim, I have 10 FPS. I don't give a fuck. Get out of my game. Get out. Tim, I haven't heard you say it's your fault once. I admit it to my fault. When I pushed on Strange that one time, I lost that point, but we still ended up winning that game. How do I look? Can I look at his play from here? Dude, Tim, up here, history, please, bro.
Yeah, he's definitely getting skill-based matchmaking throttled. You can definitely tell. That's an abnormal win, you know, to loss ratio there. Because you should have it more spread out, you know? So it's like they're just giving him a bunch of fucking losses to lower his ranking. Then they toss him enough wins to make him feel like he's making progress again. Then they fucking brick wall you once more. Yeah. This is exactly how Overwatch used to be. Whenever you'd get close to ranking up, they would just put you with like literal fucking retards. So you had to play with like a full squad
All
of
right,
people
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All
that
right.
you know in order to do any sort of fucking ranked in any like competitive shooter. So unless you have like 4 or 5 friends to play with at all time, you will absolutely get fucking railroaded by the literal retard of the century in order to keep you from, you know, leveling up too fast, because then they don't fucking keep you as a frequent player. Because once you hit max rank, you lose the incentive to keep playing, because you're like, oh, well, I don't want to keep playing because then I'll lose my rank, and then they lose you as a customer. So there is financial incentive to fucking railroad you and, you know, basically keep you stuck without progression. But, yeah. Unfortunately, that is very common with ranked games. I've been playing Rivals for hours, and I've seen so many bots on my team. And then, yeah, there's also the problem of people queuing with, like, basically their own account, but with a bot playing it just so they can get the, you know, Battle Pass rewards or whatever, too. But I don't know, man. But yeah, I wish you luck, Run a Dog, you know? Hopefully you can overcome, but it is tough to do. Especially if you're queuing with randoms. Because the game, like, literally tries to fuck you. So, unfortunately, that's nothing new with modern, you know, competitive games. Shadow Evil with the 5. How do you think Dark City went out? Ceiling fan or toaster bath? I don't know. Probably overdosed. That's how women do it. They like the poison. Yep, it's why I don't play ranked anymore either. It's way too sweaty nowadays. You can't just have fun with, you know, any game. Well, the problem is, too, is every single fucking person treats online gaming like they're gonna be the next fucking, you know, I don't know, like, Optic Scumpy, dude. Like, they're gonna be the #1 professional Call of Duty gamer. And it's like, yeah, no, you're not. You're literally not, bro. You're a 35-year-old man. Stop acting like you're gonna go fucking pro. Stop acting like you're gonna go fucking pro and win a bunch of COD world champs and shit like that. You're not going to. You need to go back to the fucking, you know, job from whence you came and just play games to have fun. I treat COD as if I'm playing basketball after work. I mean, I've always just treated COD... Well, other than Advanced Warfare, I did play very sweaty for that. I did play very sweaty in Advanced Warfare, because I used to do the game battles and shit. But, yeah,
right,
pretty
awesome.
much every
Thanks,
other
nigga.
COD
All
I've
right.
just played for casual fun.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Shadow Evil with the 5. Once you get to Eternity, second highest rank in Rivals, inactivity can lead to demotion. Yeah, I think it's the same with CSGO, right? They force you to keep playing constantly in order to maintain. And Daryl Zone with the 2. We're your friends, right, Griffin? Well, only if you,
Give me monies!
The price of friendship sure is steep. And even with the 5, time out Jew throw.
You fucking cuck. I know that's one of your favorite words, you right-wing asshole. Say, come on, cuck. Ask real fucking questions, cuck. And don't be a fucking pussy, because you're a bigoted asshole, too. Fuck you.
Run a dog with the 10. This is me. Like I said, Celestial rank is 98% above. It's rare, but I'm fucking wrecked. Let's see. Oh, shit. Bro. Damn. Yeah, that's rough,
Don't
bro.
you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
Yup, that's rough.
You shut the fuck. Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
And then run a dog with the 10. Time Emam, please. Alright. Emam, you're gone.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
DJ Aftershock with the 5. I was out and about when I saw someone wearing a I love mulattoes, biracials, light skin, light brights, and red bones shirt. I'm not even... Well, you know, at least they know what they want, right? I mean, I wouldn't wear... I don't know. I don't think I would advertise something like that. But, hey. I guess more power to them. Dude, anybody using the term bigot, racist, Nazi, sexist, homophobic, blah, 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 like, you automatically lose at that point. Because you could literally just say some dumb shit and be like, yeah, I'm not just a racist, but I'm a rapist too. And it's like, what the fuck are they gonna say to that shit? Like, immediately you downplay the gay label they just throw at you. Like, what are they gonna say? You raped somebody? It's like, yeah, you right now, bitch. Shut the fuck up. It's like, bro, they have nothing. They literally have nothing. Those, like, type of ist and, you know, phobe and whatever, you know, little gay labels they love to toss at people have no power anymore. Run a dog with the 2. I'm highly competitive. It's bad. Yeah, dude, I can imagine. That is bad. But that's the power of, you know, the skill-based matchmaking system in order to, you know, keep you engaged, as they like to call it. Your rage is engagement. Yeah, if somebody says you're a racist, be like, yeah, and I'm homophobic and sexist, too. Like, most of them don't... Wow, you'll openly admit that? It's like, yeah, and I'm even thinking about raping you right now, too. I mean, it's like, they have nothing, man. Literally nothing. It's like a fucking joke.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Rent a dog with the 5. Brit. Uh-oh. Boy 10.
All right, awesome.
Crushed
Thanks, nigga. All right.
to death when 340-pound foster mom sits on him because he was acting up. Holy fuck, dude. Jesus Christ.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Oh my god. No neck having bitch. Literally 0 fucking neck. The gullet is just fused with her chest. Oh my god, man. Well, we know where all the money was going from the foster kids. It was going to her fucking food bill. Yeah, that's the sad reality about foster care is most of these fucking fat whores that, you know, engage in it don't actually give a shit about the kids. Yo, wait, this guy actually accepted my offer? What the fuck? Nice. There's already an auction for a higher price that hasn't ended yet on the same card.
Gaming.
Sweet, dude. Drewski the 5, can you watch the video? Let me see what it is. I'll let you know. If you get this message... I guess. See how it goes. Let's see. In Raging War with the 5, the minute I saw I could get locked out of rank for inactivity in Modern Warfare 2, I was like, fuck that noise. Yeah, it's just... Ranked has become so cancerous in a lot of games. Because they know the only people who play ranked are the most engaged players, so they treat you like shit to keep you playing because they know you're going to take it for the most part. And DJ Aftershock with the 2 saw the Air India flight with the clogged toilet. Yeah, I've heard about that. Or the fucking train as well, where the shit water or whatever it was flooding the floor. I've seen that too. Drewski with the 2, she can't wear a necklace because she's necklace. Oh my god. In Neon versus the 2, sad they're actual phobic, racist. Yeah, I mean, that's like very rare nowadays though. Like people who say they're racist even aren't really that racist. Because, like, 90% of the people on the internet who say, oh, yeah, I fucking hate black people or whatever it might be, you know, they don't actually hate black people. They just hate the ones that are, like, you know, ghetto as fuck. So that's the reality. Like, I think it's perfectly fine to hate behavior that large portions of, you know, certain demographics partake in. I think that's fine. But if you actually, like, push people on it, most people are not actually genuinely racist. That's very, very fucking rare. Most people, if they actually boiled it down, are hating, like, the actions of large groups of those people. Not the actual, you know, race itself. So... I guarantee you that's like the reality for most self-proclaimed racist, which is why, personally, I think racism is dumb, because, you know, you can have a white person, let's say, who acts like a complete fucking loser, you know, who's just, like, literal human scum. So I think it's much more important to discriminate against behavior versus anything else. You know, culture, behavior, and... societal compatibility is much more important than the arbitrary skin color you're born as. So, that is way more important, because you can take a bunch of fucking white people, bring them into the US, and if they behave like a bunch of dumb fucks, then what is the benefit of that? Like, you just made society worse. Like, let's say you bring in a bunch of, I don't fucking know, like, Algerians or some shit. Like, you know, the type of motherfuckers that'll stab you for looking at them wrong. It's not really a benefit to society.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right. All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Daryl's on the 5. You're racist, Griffin. You called me a monkey the other day. Hey, bro, you're going Kang Kong mode. I don't know. What else do you want me to do? You were throwing TVs and shit in Costco, going Kang Kong. That was the most retarded fucking video ever. Nah, we can't stop him. He going Kang Kong mode. Jesus Christ, dude. That kid throwing the TVs in Costco. Let's see. Run a dog with the 5, and yup, ghettos make us look bad. Yeah, exactly, dude. It's all about behavior, in my opinion. So which one of these services is the best deal in gaming again?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
So you have UFC 5, Captain Tsubasa. I have no idea what that is. Prince of Persia, another anime game. Arcade Paradise, and Bang on Balls. Pause. Then, yeah. Well, this isn't really even a fair comparison because this is the $10 tier. And this is the $20 one. So, yeah. I mean, Prince of Persia is good from what I played at the demo. And what was the other picture? My brother in Christ, run that by me again. Yeah, I mean, if you actually boil it down, I mean, in theory, PlayStation's essential games are better than this, you know, month's $20 games from Xbox. Because what, you got, whether you like it or not, Dragon Age Veilguard is a good value proposition for a free game. You then got what? What was the other one? Shit. Fuck. Why can't I remember? Dude, I have bad memory nowadays. Hold on, let's see. But yeah, the essential games this month and last month were better than the actual Game Pass games, which is kind of crazy. Let's see. PS Plus monthly games. Yeah, you get the Ninja Turtles collection and then Sonic Colors. Like, you know, whether you think Dragon Age Veilguard is good or not, you know, it's still a pretty decent value for your, you know, $5 a month subscription. The Ninja Turtles game, people have said is good. And then Sonic Colors is fine. So, for $5, this is already better than this. And this is $20. So, I have early onset dementia. No, I have sleep deprivation. It's an entirely different thing. My brain doesn't operate at full capacity. Like, what is it they say? Like, if you don't get regular sleep, it's like the equivalent of being drunk all the time, cognitively. So there you go. I'm operating like a drunk guy. I'm basically drunk. Neonverse animations with the 2. I'm saying the words mean nothing now. Certain people. Yeah, I mean, you know, you call somebody a racist, you can just laugh in their face and be like, yeah, I guess so. And then they can't do anything about it. It carries no weight anymore. You know, when you hurl an insult at everyone you don't like with no actual genuine cause to do so, then you devalue it dramatically. Even star with the 5? How did Final Fantasy 16 only sell 500k after the 3 million copies sold the first week on PlayStation 5? In almost 2 years with PC version, by the way, something doesn't make sense. Well, didn't they just say they sold over 3.5 million copies? So, I have no idea. No clue, dude. I wouldn't look too deeply into that, but it didn't sell very well on PC. We know that for a fact. You know, despite what, you know, certain sticks missing from the bundle like to say, PC gaming and Xbox are not the fucking saviors of video games like they love to claim. But yeah, I mean, the thing is with Final Fantasy 16 is, you know, while it was a good game, I don't think there was a ton of hype around it. So, like, thinking back on it, the hype cycle for Final Fantasy 16 was kind of meh. I don't think they did a very good job advertising that game personally. But that goes for all of Square Enix's games. I don't think they do a good job of marketing anything. So, but yeah, I would be surprised if it's only at 3.5 million. They just said it sold over because I think that was the last number they shared, was 3.5 million. Shadow Band account with the 100 IDR. Watch What If Alt Hiss Synthetic Man by George the Gunwalker as long as you want. One of the cringe Synthetic Man moments. First hour is the highlight. The good part starts at 11:35. Let's see. What if Alt Hiss Synthetic Man? Is he reacting to his Odin video? Hopefully. That still has to be one of the dumbest fucking takes I've ever seen. Or not even take, really. Synthetic Man's edited down reaction. Stop coping, your life sucks.
JK.
Alright, here. Let me just go ahead and move all these over so I don't have to do it later.
I owe this.
Oh wait, I think that's from last night.
I can't afford
Yeah, this is the one.
So
You remember that synth rant? I mean, I guess we can start out with this if you guys want. Creators Freedom with the 2. Griffin watched the 4K Stellar. Sure. Alright. Stellar Blade 4K. DJ Aftershock with the 2. Wait, if Final Fantasy 7 Part 3 is PS exclusive, it better look damn good. I don't think it is. They said it's going to be on PS5. And maybe well, I think it'll be out by the time. Not by the time PlayStation 6 is out, so. I think it'll be like releasing the last year of the PS5 life cycle, like the first part did, so. Yeah, I would doubt it's going to be PS6 exclusive. And I think they already specifically said it wasn't going to be. And Neonverse Animations with the 2. I'm Chaos Main. I can't wait for Space Marine 3. Yeah, it'll be cool, man. It'll be neat to see how they actually improve it.
Subscribe, donate, and get the fuck out.
I hated this section, bro. It was so bad. The controls are not good. Which is sad, because it should be fun. Yeah, it's not really supposed to look visually different. It's supposed to be the frame rate. That's what DLSS does, is it just, you know, increases your frames by reducing the tax on your hardware for, you know, resolution and such. Hell yeah, dude. Why don't they team with NVIDIA? Because NVIDIA doesn't make APUs or whatever the fuck they're called that consoles use. They're way behind on that technology. So, Nintendo, for whatever reason, is able to work with them, but I don't know. I'm sure they've shopped around to see if NVIDIA could provide a similar product, but no idea. Well, no, NVIDIA didn't make the Switch APU. The Nintendo Switch used a existing NVIDIA APU that didn't really do well, and they had a shit ton of extras for. So, I wish the DLC for that game wasn't all... Well, I think, isn't the Nikkei DLC that's coming actually mission-based? So that's coming this summer. Shadow Band account with the tier 1 membership. Appreciate it. Alright, we'll see how this goes.
42B, thanks to €2. The new vid of what if all hiss black pilled me so hard. I haven't seen it yet. Is that the one where it's like basically stop coping, your life is meaningless or something? It had like a hardcore fucking title. I wouldn't even need to have Doomer Hour.
Stop coping, your life is me. What a great video. Wait, I thought his life did have meaning because he spoke with fucking Odin the Allfather, who, you know, investigated his fucking jerk-off list.
Or if I'm assuming that video would cover Doomer Hour.
If you realized how little you knew about yourself, you would be in complete shock. All knowing comes from comparison. You only truly know who you are until you know what you're not. Our era of history does so much evil through purposely obfuscating who we are comparing ourselves to. We judge everything through the eye of utopia, or the best possible option, rather than comparing ourselves to other eras of real history. Once you control the frame, you control literally everything. We will circle back to this point as it will gradually make more sense later. With all that being said, the thesis of this video is that your life is vastly harder than you imagine. We will go through the life of the average What If Altist fan to show how their life is actually incredibly difficult. I think people are really suffering now and are in serious denial about it. The human mind's capability for denial or coping is enormous, and I think we are all coping as individuals right now. In fact, I think we are the era of history which is coping the most ever, as I will explain later. This video will go through every aspect of an average person's
coping. I mean, maybe on certain things, but I don't know about that.
Life.
I'm wondering if I should take cope off the blacklist right now. I put cope on the word blacklist because I was getting annoyed at people saying it all the time for no reason. Here, I'll take it off. Hold on. I'm sure people want to say cope since we're watching a video that, you know, he says cope a lot.
Is everyone coping? I guess, maybe.
Okay, I've taken all variations of cope.
I mean, basically all entertainment products are cope for not doing anything meaningful, so... You know, in the past, when our ancestors were bored, they were, you know, spending time with family, hanging out with friends, you know, doing shit, banging their wives. You know, nowadays, when we're bored, we open up Pornhub, fucking play video games, watch TV, and just, like, fucking rot in our bedrooms. So, yeah, I guess you could consider that a cope.
Cope off of the blacklist.
Their economic, social, spiritual, physical, and other aspects to show that normal young people live terrible lives holistically. This will upend a lot of assumptions that people have built their own personal lives on, that modernity is objectively superior to every other era of history. The difference between mental stability and madness is a handful of intellectual...
Modern society is better for living standards. The other stuff you can argue, but there's never been a better time to be alive in terms of general standard of living and access to resources. Like, that is a fact. At no other point in human history has more wealth been accessible to the general population. Like, we unironically live better than fucking ancient kings and emperors. Like, think about it. They didn't even have fucking plumbing. They didn't have refrigeration. they had to eat like a bunch of fucking pickled food and like nasty dried meats. You know, we have basically access to all the fucking luxuries of the world that people would spend fortunes on to experience once. So, we have a much better living standard than any other group of people at any time in human history, and that's not even up for debate.
Pillars that hold up your world. What happens when those pillars have rotted through? The short answer is that our comprehension of the world and the human condition is simply not accurate. According to SAW, an acronym I invented for Studies in Ancient Wisdom, which I will explain later, is the convergence between what ancient folkways and world religions have taught across all of history, which very much converges with recent scientific studies.
The funny thing about this is a leftist will simply just stop listening and be like, well, yeah, well, all those times in history were sexist and racist. You would listen to those, you fucking bigot. I mean, that's legit. Like, it's so easy for them to just completely shut down having to listen to their betters. And let's be clear, it's definitely their betters, okay? No, they want to listen to the government and corporations, and that's it. It's just peer pressure on a global scale.
Is in the 21st century, that human nature is not at all what the 20th century and what our background believes. Once you understand the true nature of human nature, the horror of what our society is doing is so astounding, it will leave you breathless.
Volume's too low.
One of the major themes we'll get into with this video.
You fucked up the audio on this part.
Debt is a huge issue.
Well, my right ear likes it.
All right, this is a stupid number. The average debt in America is $104,000 across mortgages, auto loans, student loans, and credit card. Okay. Mortgage and auto loans don't fucking matter because those are asset-based. That's not real debt. Real debt is credit card debt, student loans, that type of shit. Medical bills, things of that nature. A mortgage is not bad debt. An auto loan is not bad debt if you didn't buy an overly expensive car. So you should not include mortgages in the average debt for Americans because owning a home is an objectively good metric by which you can measure your financial success. And in order to own a home, you need to take out a mortgage in most cases. So that's kind of stupid. But I'm pretty sure the average person has like, what, $10,000 in credit card debt's the number?
Themes we'll get into with this video.
You fucked up the audio on this part.
Debt is a huge issue.
Well, my right ear likes it anyway.
The average American having $100,000 worth of debt of a variety of kinds. Well, keep in mind,
yeah, people shouldn't have fallen for the college scam. Well, the thing is, people noticed way too late that...
Well, the college scam is that people go to expensive private universities. If you go to, like, a state college, you're never going to rack up more than, like, $20,000 in debt.
Basically, anybody with special protected status was given scholarships and far lower requirements to enter these colleges, and all of the industries were only hiring these protected status people and not white people. So yeah, there's plenty of white men who either have useless degrees or, you know, can't get hired in their field, even if they're more talented than the people being hired.
Normal American makes something.
I didn't go to college, and I've never regretted it, I'll be honest.
Debt is insane.
The only being one year.
Autist fan. This video is written like a game of Go. Go is a Chinese game that goes back at least 4,000 years in which you try to surround an enemy force to wipe them out. It plays into Chinese military strategy, as famously championed by Sun Tzu, which prizes indirect tactics and fighting through omission as an explicit strategy. Although I don't think most of you would agree with this point initially, by gradually moving through all the intellectual bases, we can surround the argument. In fact, I think this is how all worldviews are constructed. We tend to view the creation of our worldview, in which our civilization is currently built off ideas like feminism, liberalism, science, or meritocracy, was created through rationalistic scientific study. That social scientists ran rigorous tests in which they steel-manned the...
Auto loans are bad debt. No, they're not. How do you get to work? How do you get to work? If you get a loan for a car with 0% interest rate, how is that bad debt? If I can literally pay a car off over 5 years with 0 interest, why is that bad debt instead of buying it all at once? That's good debt. So, no, that's not true at all. If you buy an overly expensive car, then yes, it's bad debt. But buying a car that you need to like get around and go to your job and that you're paying off over time is not a bad thing. Now, obviously, there's, you know, different variables to play there, but buying a car that you need is not a bad piece of debt. so long as you're not overspending. Go find zero interest. You've never seen the commercials from like fucking Toyota and shit where they're like, get a 5 year zero interest, zero money down loan or whatever the fuck for 60 months. Like, that's a common thing that car companies do. So, I mean, if you have shit credit, you're not going to get it. But, yeah, that's actually a pretty common promotion that car companies do, is you can get like a 0% APR, 5 year payment plan on your car. As long as you make the payments, you don't have to pay any interest. So, yeah, a lot of companies do that. But yeah, if you have shitty credit, you won't get it. But that's a given.
The case and looked at all the opposing options and used the results to construct a comprehensive vision of the world. The reality is the complete opposite, in which over the course of the 20th century, our worldview, based under such assumptions...
This is interesting. Let's read some of this. So here's my rough attempt to make a meta-narrative map of the world. So with the Western world, we have postmodern, let's support BIPOC queers. Modernist, let's get rich, is Mexico and a bunch of South America. I can't really read that. Is that Congregationist right there? Is that Venezuela? So a modernist, let's get rich, is Eastern Europe and Russia and China. Let's see, Islam, there's one God in Muhammad. Tribal Christian, Jesus is...
Man, I need to get a down payment on this spicy new Hellcat, man. Shit, bro. Hell yeah. Exactly. 27% interest. Shit, that's good. That's less than 100. Hell yeah. It's fucking sad, bro.
It's the strongest magician. So wait, that's Africa. Tribal Christian, Jesus is the strongest magician. Okay. India is Hindis and Lord Vishnu. And then, let's see, communist. Fuck, that's so low quality. He should have got a higher quality image. Communist something, the proletariat. Okay. Interesting.
Like men and women being the same, natural equality, the blank slate, or the noble savage were just assumed to be correct. Anyone who disagreed with these ideas was shamed and kicked out of society. This was since it was inside the self-interest of those in power to believe these things. When we did test them in the early 21st century, we realized that they were completely incorrect. The way people build worldviews instead is that their worldview needs to make sense for the facts they know and the things that happen to them in their daily lives.
Sorry, I'm not the brightest crayon in the box, but I don't understand what exactly the difference is between doomers and black pills. They're the same. They're pretty much the same. The difference is black pill has more of a association with incels, so people will say doomer instead, but they're pretty similar.
Drewski with the 5. Credit cards are great. You get free travels and hotels with status upgrades. Yeah, which sucks because they're trying to pass that bill which restricts credit card interest to 10%, which if they do that, that means, you're going to lose all your rewards. Most people's credit limits are going to get fucking butchered, so you're going to be able to spend less money in a month on your credit card. A lot of people's credit cards will just straight up get canceled because, if you can't make 26% interest on them, it's like, okay, well, you're not worth loaning money to because the risk is too great that you're going to default. So you don't qualify for credit anymore. So, yeah, I'm hoping that bill does not pass because personally, I enjoy the benefits of getting 2% cash back on every purchase. I enjoy, basically getting paid to shop and not having to pay for things immediately. But, yeah, if they pass that law, then most people's credit limits are going to go through the fucking floor, man. They're going to get absolutely butchered because they're going to be too risky to allow to spend that much money with that little interest. So, look, I just noticed that Griffin disagrees about college being a scam. Yeah, well, we already talked about that, so it depends on what you actually do in college. CIA with the 2. I got Stardew Valley for my Switch. Great game. That's a classic.
Medieval Aristotelian worldview collapsed as their...
Brian C, thanks $5. College was the ultimate psyop, feed propaganda to easily influence teens. Plus have boomer parents that went for cheap. Encourage it equals big profit. Yeah, for sure. Yep, that was such a massive scam. It's sad.
There were too many facts that it was clear that the wise ancients were unaware of, whether the existence of the Americas, the scientific method, gunpowder, and they were very clearly wrong on stuff like the human body or physics. Then people gradually look for a new worldview which can encompass the facts. Once the new worldview hits critical mass explanatory power, people accept it unconditionally.
Yeah, Stardew Valley has combat. It's not very in-depth, but there is combat.
A new worldview hits critical explanatory power for the lives of the people in it, people will accept it unconditionally, living and breathing its assumptions. Kuhn invented this theory of history called paradigms. However, this process is in no way rational.
Death ushers in new intellectual orders, Black Death for the Renaissance and Reformation, the 30 Years' War for the Enlightenment and Science, French Revolution, Napoleonic Wars for industrialization and romanticism, the World Wars for social justice and digital revolution. Whatever crisis is going to happen now, I see. But yeah.
The incel revolution.
Yeah, it depends on what the conclusion of the current crisis, however long it's going to be, what our overlords with 3 parentheses decide is going to be the new world order, basically. It depends on who wins, I guess. But either they're on both sides. So unless there was a ethnic targeted attack, which I just don't see happening, considering they have thoroughly propagandized anti-racism into everyone's brains, I get the feeling they're probably, still going to be in charge at the end of whatever this is.
It's accompanied by bloody wars in which the new order kills off the old. Even with irrefutable evidence, the old generations die with the old ideas. As the saying goes, science advances one grave at a time. The old order gradually dies as there are too many examples of the theory not working. Like a game of Go, you gradually surround the old paradigm, with the final execution being a quiet moment, after which the theory is discredited over a long period of time, losing its vitality. The central koan, which is a concept from Zen Buddhism for a question that pondering will result in you getting the answer for this video, is how is the 21st century West the wealthiest, safest, most hygienic, peaceful, best fed, and best educated society in world history, but its inhabitants score the worst on mental wellness tests of, again, anyone in history. The society itself suffers crippling depression and...
Okay, so over the last 2 weeks, how often have you been bothered by falling
because of all the shit they pump into our food, for one.
Feeling nervous, anxious, or on edge. Okay, so we got Gen Z, Millennial, Gen X, Boomer, Silence. Okay. See, I told you fucking cucks I'm a Millennial. Anyway, so feeling nervous, anxious, or on edge. Yeah, 61% Gen Z, 53% Millennial, 40% Gen X, 28% Boomers. Feeling down, depressed, or hopeless. I told you guys, Gen Z, they're the ultimate fucking doomers. They just hide it. They hide it socially. You can tell in the videos, man. I'm not saying not everyone is fit for the path of the black pill, for sure. But I feel like, at least for someone like me, it's much more comfortable to know the truth of things than to wonder how it all went so wrong and, like, what is wrong with you or whatever. If you just know the current state of society and things make sense, then... you know why everything's so fucked, This is interesting, though. There's slightly more Gen X or depressed than Millennials. I would not guess that in the least bit. I wonder who was, what's his poll data? Like, how many people, what's the sample size? I know he's just kind of posting an image. People did this shit when I was talking about, they're retards, obviously, but the people, when I said the lowest rate of divorce was between black female, white male couples, there were people who challenged that, and it's like, what do you mean? Like, I thought that was basically, I mean, it's not necessarily common knowledge, but it's like steel manning a left-wing position. So why would you challenge me on something that, if anything, helps your argument? I don't know. People are faggots. I'll just say it. The Fallout video, a bunch of cocksuckers. Anyway, so let's see. Thoughts that you would be better off dead, or thoughts of hurting yourself some way? 80% Gen Z, 10% Millennial. Yeah, okay. So this seems mostly about right, except for just right in the middle here.
Anxiety, ADHD, suicide, and other mental conditions you could possibly list. This has in turn resulted in the democratically elected Western governments publicly committing
suicide. My data's outdated? I don't think it is.
Infinite money, discouraging births, degrowing the industrial economy, encouraging mental illness.
That's because of self relationships with white male, black, or black female. Oh yeah, of course. Oh, well, gee, why do you think there's so few? Why do you think there's so few?
A dozen other things. The abbreviated version of
There's not nearly as many of black male, white female as you would think, by the way. The fucking toucan propaganda, some of these fucking cuckold subhumans need to stop.
What is it? It's like, I forget. It's like only 8% of white people would consider dating someone outside of their own race. Where it's like 40% of black people would consider it. 30-something% of Hispanics. I think it's like 10 to 8% of whites. And then 4% for Asians. So... most people, even on the higher ends, still choose to, interlope with their own race, essentially.
fucking watching their gay porn, and because it is gay porn, let's be real, it's gay. I don't care if there's a woman in it. It's definitely homosexual. Cuckoldry is homosexual, but whatever. Let's just keep going.
Is why is the wealthiest society ever also the most unhappy? This question is of the highest importance, since nested inside it is the question that if we don't answer, will kill our society. It already is, but we don't want to know the answer yet. We'd rather commit suicide as a civilization.
It's also a bit of a normally where I don't get the difference between doomer black pill that you champion the nihilism you're against. You can absolutely be black pilled and not be nihilistic. Life absolutely has purpose. The black pilled and the doomer understand that that purpose is not for them. Now, you know, if we're talking about the incel black pilled, it's because they would say that they're ugly, or because, well, ugly, short, thoroughly autistic, one of those things for sure. For me, I just feel like in normal circumstances, I would probably be married by now. But unfortunately, you know, my life path just didn't happen that way. Now I'm thoroughly fucked in the head. So, you know, it doesn't help that the relationships between men and women are so thoroughly just tattered, frayed. You know, it's in a really bad state because of online dating. I don't want to talk about it. That's not even the type of thing this video is about right now. But let's just say I'm not nihilistic because life does have purpose, but I can't get that purpose, which is why I'm sad. There you go.
Since the pain of letting go is so hard, the fundamental answer is that something is very, very wrong in our culture. That the materialistic assumptions which underlie every thought in our culture are just wrong. Man is not nourished by wealth, but by love in his soul. Asking this question is the only fighting.
Who would you marry? Food is ain't real. Mr. E, you retarded fag. Let me just I said F slur twice. Is the drinking, but.
Who would you marry? Fudas aren't real, bruh. Jesus Christ.
You have fetishes. Mr. E, tell us your fetishes. And if you would honestly fucking tell me that you want your...
Dude, I'll tell you guys my fetish. My fetish is when the chicks put that, like, massage oil or whatever on themselves, and it makes their their shiny skin or whatever the fuck on their ass. That, I feel like, is my fetish, if you want to, like, boil it down. So, like, when they have, like, the super shiny skin from, like, the massage oil or whatever, that is my fetish. So, yeah. If you want to consider me some fucking disgusting sex freak for that, then that's fine. But, yeah. That's my, degenerate fetish, I guess. Which isn't really that bad. What the fuck? Why? Because it makes, the nice reflective surface. And the light shines off. I don't know, bro. It's just visually appealing. Fucking sue me. Fucking sue me. I don't care. It looks nice.
Your deepest, darkest fetish in real life, you're the fucking weirdo, not me, okay? There's many, many people who are like, no, my fetish is clear.
Crates of baby. Nah, I don't need crates of baby oil. I don't talk to women, so I have no use for it. But if I did, then maybe. Maybe I can buy some on the fucking FBI auction from the Diddy raid.
Degenerate pornographic shit that my brain has been manipulated to be attracted to, okay? That's literally it. And there's millions of people just like me because I hear fucking people talk about this shit constantly. If you're the weirdo who's like, I want feet on my face, I want to eat her poop, you are subhuman. You are a bug. You need to have your...
I feel like there's a big difference between I want her to step on me and I want to eat shit, but, damn.
Fucking penis locked in a chastity cage until you can get your brain right, okay? Me, I compartmentalize these things, as one should. So, hold on, I missed a few super chats anyway. Vobalstone74, thanks for $5. Please watch Spirit of Fire Collides with the Covenant. God, we're not doing a video watch this segment. I was going to end the stream after this. And it's one of the greatest cutscenes. I've seen all the cutscenes. I played all the Halo games. When I said I don't really play Halo, I just don't play the multiplayer when I said it earlier. I mean, shit, you watch my Halo reviews? I played all the games. Actually, I haven't played Halo 5, but I'm never playing Halo 5. Why would I? Geralt Z. Rivi, it's Geralt of Rivia, I guess. Thanks to the 100 rupees. If you believe in God, you will never truly be fully black-pilled. Imagine being among 12 apostles and whining, I'm so black-pilled right now, for real. I'm sorry, I'm not going to surround myself in delusion. Like, I have no reason to believe any of that shit. If someday, something feels like a sign from God, maybe I'll convert, but that certainly has never happened in my life. Ryan C, thanks for $5. College was... Oh, wait, I read that one. Okay, so I just missed 2 before.
Chance our people have for survival. To start this story, let's look at the life of the average What If Altist fan. We'll look at every single aspect of their lives.
Synth did what the other guy did to himself in Griffin's chat the other day. What is that? I don't think he admitted that he got molested by his dad, unless I missed something. Run a dog with a 10. The woman is here. The rare moment she shows unannounced. Anyway, what is this? Let's see. Bro, that is true. If Lord of the Rings was filmed today, sire, the orcs are here. Well, don't be racist. Let them... Yeah, exactly. Literally. I mean, dude, it's really funny. Like, people say, like, oh, dude, the orcs are black people. It's like, no, they're Muslims. But, you know, most people aren't ready for that conversation. Most people are not ready for that conversation. The orcs are literally a fucking analogy for Islam invading and destroying Western civilization. But, yeah. Because, God forbid, we bring up the fact that for 1,500 years, the Europeans fought to the fucking death to prevent the scourge of Islam from reaching their borders because of how destructive and evil it is. But, you know, that's racist now to point out. So, yeah. But yeah, that's literally what the orcs and, you know, Lord of the Rings represent is, you know, the Muslim horde. So, yeah.
To gradually see what is wrong with the world today. This person is, of course, imaginary, but there's often greater truth in an imaginary symbol than in the real world, given the symbol can elegantly encompass truths far more complex than anything else. Also, having met hundreds of people in this audience, the What If Altist audience is holistically better off than the general public. And I say this because it's true, not to flatter you folks, but the What If Altist audience is...
Okay, is it time for another religious fight? You fucks are doing the exact same things the leftists do. You believe in shit with no evidence that does nothing for your life except delude yourself with a cope. It is the ultimate cope. It has in no way done anything tangible for you at any point in existence, and you have to convince yourself that it has. If you're a fucking doomer and a Christian, like, are you just retarded? I mean, did you hit your fucking head? Like, what do you mean? When you go outside and you go on your daily life, you're like, oh yes, God is watching over you. No, the best you can hope for is that you go to heaven, that your suffering on this world meant something, that, oh, you were a good enough boy to go be a happiness in eternity. Like, does that not, to any rational person...
Well, that's not what it is. It's literally the fact that even if your life is shit, you have something to look forward to on the back end, is essentially what it is. It's not that if you're a good enough boy, it's that, you know, no matter how shit your life may be, or great it may be, something greater awaits you on the other side, is what the actual, you know, belief is, whatever.
Like the ultimate fucking cope in the world. I certainly would love it to be real. I really would. But I can tell you, faith in God never did me anything when I was young. It sure as hell did nothing. It stopped nothing horrible from happening. Like, holy fuck. No.
Well, yeah, that's not how it works. Bad shit will still happen to you. Like, bro, look at, you know, Saint Peter in the Bible, you know? Crucified upside down. So, yeah, I mean, look what happened to Jesus. It doesn't stop bad things from happening to you. It's just that regardless of what bad things happen to you, you know, as long as you're faithful, you know, the rewards after this earth are, you know, better than anything you could have achieved if life was perfect for you. So, yeah. The point of the, you know, Christianity is not like a get-out-of-jail-free card, you know, life is wonderful, everything will be good and great and blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, martyrdom is a very common trend in Christianity because, you know, there's countless examples of people literally dying for their faith because, you know, they believe that on the other side they'll be rewarded for it. It's not, you know, oh yeah, if you believe in Jesus, then literally everything in your life is, you know, wonderful and great. I mean, yeah, that's not what Christianity is about at all. So.
No, I'm tired of this shit. I don't even know where the fuck you fuckers came from, but, like, holy shit, I have never been ever, like, truly religious in my videos, except for just talking about demonic imagery in video games. And maybe that was a mistake. I mean, it kind of was a mistake, let's be honest, but I thought it was funny when I made the video. Regardless, I don't know where you fucks came from, but no, I've never, ever believed in this shit, at least since I was a child. So, whatever. You're feel free to believe whatever you want, but holy shit, man. Like, this is just like the evolution discussions, where half of you don't even fucking know what evolution is, yet you have the confidence to talk about how fake it is. It's like, holy shit, man. Like, come on. No. I don't want to talk about this.
Is more psychologically stable.
Evolution is not. The thing is with evolution, it is not as bulletproof as people think it is. There's a lot of inconsistencies with evolution theory, but
intelligent, educated, wealthy, and driven than the general public. If anything, this is a pretty generous...
What good has religion done? The cohesive glue that literally led to modern society existing. Without religion and the Catholic Church, the Western world quite literally would not exist. Point blank. Without the Catholic Church following the fall of the Roman Empire, society would have gone to literal and complete shit, bro. We would have literally all probably have been converted to Islam at this point. You know, we would all be fucking, you know, literally our child brides, you know, face down in the carpet, chanting Allah Akbar, living as, you know, heathens and shit. So, yeah. Using our bare hands to wipe our ass. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Like, it would not be a very bright reality we'd be living in.
Look at the modern world and life today. About 95% of this audience is male.
Yeah,
so
nurse cosplay, that's your worst fetish. I believe you, Mystery. You're a fucking coward is what you are. If you're really saying that's your biggest fetish. No, your biggest fetish is being a cuck in my chat.
America's most common ethnic mix of British and German ancestry. The state with the most viewers in total number is California, while the most populous city in California is Los Angeles. The state with the highest per capita Woodafaltist fans is Missouri, but I'm going to go with total number, not per capita.
Really? Missouri? What? Okay, well, I guess that kind of explains a lot, maybe. My friends went through my YouTube data statistical analysis. What if all his viewership, the whiter on this map, the more per capita viewership? Okay. Okay, so it's per capita, but that's still interesting.
Most Americans live in the suburbs, so let's put him in a middle-class suburban neighborhood in Burbank. The average age for this audience is something around 25, so skewing significantly younger than the general population, and on the older side of the Zoomer generation. The average income for someone that age is around $40,000, and this audience is significantly...
Yikes. $40,000. Bro, I would literally be living in a fucking closet where I live right now if I was only making $40,000.
Higher income range than the general population, so let's put him at $50,000 a year. Let's name him Tom Eldridge.
Hold on. Word for Mag Deal. This is a 280 Canadian. Time to convert to Judaism, Cynthia, Jehovah saves. No, Moloch does, or Satan, or one of them, Baphomet, Baal, whatever. If I just have to eat some foreskins and and sacrifice some white people or something. I don't know.
Eldridge.
Nah, you gotta put all your sins in a chicken and then execute it.
And my personal life aren't very similar. I'm just going to throw that out so you guys don't pick through his life as a way of learning about me. Eldridge is a compilation of lots of normal people I've met in my life. I'm sure there are going to be a few people in this audience who'll be saying, I am literally Tom Eldridge. Let's get into Tom's life.
Bro, what is this shit? Synthetic Man versus Griffin Gaming Bible debate would be very entertaining. Well, I guess we kind of already just got some semblance of that.
Childhood. Tom Eldridge was born in 1999.
I'm not like a fucking Bible expert, so that wouldn't be very entertaining.
In Providence St. Joseph Hospital in Burbank, California. He's born into a middle-class family.
If I found... I love how this, of course, is going to be about religion again. Can we not fucking talk about this shit? I really, truly do not care. I do not. You can say the red atheism shit all you want, but, like, legitimately, faith is a synonym to cope to me. It really is. It's like... faith makes no sense if it actually doesn't do anything for you. You know what I mean? Like, if there's no... never mind. I'm not talking about it.
That's what makes it faith. Faith is not based on results. I don't know. Yeah. Nah. It's like the complete opposite of what faith is supposed to be.
Fucking faith. How could you be a doomer and have faith? Those things are fucking diametrically opposed. It makes no sense. Fake ass doomers in this shit.
Family in which both of his parents work. His family aren't from California and sacrificed lots of traditional ties to move out there from Indiana. He's from a loving family, but his mother fell out of love with the father, thus they divorced when he was 3 years old. This is how half of marriages ends today, skewing older towards his Gen X parents. The father did nothing wrong, but as the protocol goes in these divorces, his mother got custody. His father became dissatisfied, leaving Los Angeles for Arizona. His mother raised him by...
I say agnostic, atheist rhetoric is all a cope. So what do you mean? Like, it takes no effort to not believe something. I literally go my day-to-day life never ever thinking about the existence of God at any point. I can't even say I ever think about it except when people bring it up. That's
well, yes and no, because you think about the existence of a different variation of God. Joseph Silver with a 5. Christianity is the end all be all. Why is Hindu not the answer? Compare European countries and American countries to India. Why is Islam not the answer? Compare Afghanistan to America. Not saying
All right,
I'm
awesome.
a strict
Thanks,
atheist.
nigga. All right.
Real question. Look at the standard of living in the countries you're describing and compare it to Western European Christian countries. And tell me which religious belief that has propped up society has resulted in a better quality of living, better human rights, and treatment of people. So, it doesn't even come close. Wait a second, Griffin. Isn't this literally the same story he said he went full schizo a few months? Yeah, this is the guy who, talked to Odin, apparently. Not Synthetic Man, but the video that he's watching.
That's not a cope. Like, just existing as an animal. Do you think animals believe in God? No, they exist, they eat, they fuck, they do the things, all the basic things.
Yeah, but they don't have a fucking soul or, the ability to organize. So they don't have base intelligence like, human beings do.
The living creature on this planet does. It's the same with humans. The problem with humans is they have a God-shaped hole in their heart that takes the form of many things. Either it's a religion or it's...
But why do we have a God-shaped hole in our heart? Why are we so different than every other animal if, evolution is the answer? Why is every other species of animal on planet Earth other than human beings not this way? So, yeah. Too convenient to be a coincidence.
It's feminism, or it's the government, or it's corporations, or it's fucking baby shit, man-child stuff, or any number of goddamn things. We have to obsess over something. We have to worship something. That is the curse to be a human being. It's one of many. One of many. Intelligence is another goddamn curse. If I could be a retard, I honestly, give me a fuck. Satan, show up. Where's your contract? Be a retard and happy? Ding, 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 ding. I got you, boy. I'll fucking slice my palm open right now, squeeze it over the contract. Fuck being smart. I don't give a shit.
Herself. Eldridge has one sister who became a hyper-leftist, as was normal for girls in her demographic.
Run a dog with a 5. You know me. I'm not fond of religion despite my upbringing. There's definitely something there. I had my doubts for sure. Yeah, I mean, that's fine, bro. It's like, I'm not trying to push religion on anybody, but...
All right, awesome. Thanks,
I
nigga.
definitely think it's a fair statement to say that some religions have resulted in better societies than others. But, yeah. There is, a basic, I feel like, desire for religion in life. And I don't think it's a hard thing to argue that the less prevalent religion has become, the less happy and less moral people have become as a result. And DJ Aftershock with a 2. We need another third person. Sad dead Sony game soon. Yeah. I know. I can't wait. Apparently they're working on Uncharted 5 with fucking Nathan Drake's daughter, because that's exactly what we need, is another female lead fucking AAA video game. Let's go, guys. Who's excited? Why do you need religion to be morally right? Because if human beings are the ones that create morality, it's up for debate. If an all-powerful divine being who created humanity also creates the rules, then they're not up for debate. That's like saying, okay, well, God doesn't determine morality, the president does. Well, 50% of the country didn't fucking vote for the president. So whatever the morality that he, you know, mandates is, 50% of the population automatically disagrees. So you need morality to come from a higher plane of existence than mankind, because men are fallible and man, you know, debate. There is no like authority that it's like absolute from a human source. So you need morality to stem from the concept of the divine in order for it to be absolute. Otherwise, it's up for interpretation and debate. So that's like saying, well, why don't we just make a law saying it's illegal to kill people? Because it's never going to work. But if people have a genuine fear that, hey, if I'm a fucking shitty person and I kill people, then for all of eternity I will be tortured and fucking miserable, then maybe they'll think about it twice. So, I mean, it's like literally the argument like, well, why don't we just make, you know, shooting people illegal? That's moral. Like, you can't enforce morality at a human level. It has to be at a spiritual level. Otherwise, it doesn't have the same impact.
I can't afford this shit!
So, I mean, that's a whole nother debate, and, you know, I don't know how deep I want to go into this topic. But, yeah, you need morality to stem from a place that is not up for interpretation, change, or, debate, essentially. It needs to come from a higher absolute being like God. You know, we may disagree on, you know, things of this earth, but if we both believe that God's word is absolute, then we both have a base understanding of what is or is not allowed, essentially. So that's why it's important. If we both believe in God, but we disagree on, like, politics, we have a very common, you know, belief structure that underlines our disagreements. So, despite our disagreements, there's still something we agree on. When you remove that, it's literally just a complete and total clusterfuck of incohesion. So, there's nothing to hold the glue of society together. It's just literally a free-for-all where everything's debatable, everything is up for interpretation, and nobody can ever find anything they agree on because it's beneficial for everybody involved to have everything be a fucking debate so they can use it to claim power. So, yeah. You need some form of religion to enforce morality. And you need the majority of people in a society to adhere to that moral standard. Otherwise, you do not have a cohesive and functioning society.
In age. She got a useless degree and works as a barista, channeling her rage into politics. His mother got stressed at working and supporting the children at the same time. She would go years with certain mild substance abuse, like smoking tobacco or
Comparing
alcohol.
humans to animals is a leftist. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Go do something, coward. Go fucking do something in the world. You won't. You won't. You'll make definitive statements like this and then continue to do nothing. Have some false sense of superiority. If anything, there's a lot of lefties better than you. Because what do? They go out and they make changes. They worm into fucking communities and they destroy them. They win. That is an action. Instead of just fucking sitting around praying and hoping God's going to fix something, they go and do shit. Okay? Fuck. I'm so tired of people coming in here and saying shit like that. Like, I don't have a problem with you saying I'm lazy or any of that. That's all fine. What I do have a problem with is people like with this false sense of superiority that you did not earn. You didn't fucking earn it, okay? Go out and do something respectable, and then you will earn it, okay? It's fucking, oh man. This is what I'm saying. This is fucking horseshoe theory is what it reminds me of. It's just that instead of religion, leftists, again, they have feminism, communism. That's their religion.
That never stayed and didn't really have any interest in being a stepdad. There's an important anthropological detail here. Through studies,
So these are the ideologies of parts of the world. Absolute nuclear, family structure and political ideology. So absolute nuclear, authoritarian, exogenous, communitarian. Fuck, I can't read these descriptions, so this is pointless. Why are these so low quality?
found that family structure is incredibly important given that it imprints what seems intuitively correct onto people. This is an example of Saw, in that Confucius said the same thing, where he said that family is the basis of national or civilizational unity and stability. Thus, by stabilizing the family, you stabilize the society. You can use family structure to predict the political ideology of a society. Or
you can't just say the Bible and Christianity teaches good morals to say that faith is a cope. Yes, you can, retard. Arku, that is one of the dumbest things you have said legitimately. Legitimately. You're saying that I can't be taught ethics without also believing that a woman took a fucking apple from a snake, which got us kicked out of heaven, or like fucking, there's just any number of stupid.
Wait, Synthetic Man can't believe that women ruined everything good in the world?
I can't afford this shit.
Bruh. That's kind of hard to believe. But yeah.
Fucking stories. It doesn't fucking matter. I don't have to bring up examples. Like, it's like saying like, you can't, I don't know. You can say anything. You can fucking say you can't get your ethics from Lord of the Rings without thinking Lord of the Rings is real. Like, I mean, what do you mean? That means nothing. There is plenty of Christians. You can call them fake Christians.
No. Where did Lord of the Rings get its ethics from? Catholicism. So, see, that's a very bad argument. You can't say like, oh, you can't get morality from fucking Lord of the Rings without believing it's real. But where did Lord of the Rings get its ethics and morality and themes from? Literally the Bible, so I don't know.
Who got their ethics from the Bible and think the Bible is a metaphor, that they're all supposed to be, those stories are lessons to teach you ethics. I can't even believe you just fucking said that. That's so stupid. Holy shit.
Or its level of development. The role fathers have in a society predicts how societies see God or the government. Without a father in his life, as well as going to a feminized school, Tom always felt like he wasn't really a man. His mother loved him, but would get stressed over minor stuff, didn't understand his desire to be great or change the world.
The apple was symbolic for disobeying God. Oh, well, you're not a real Christian then, Steven. You didn't take the Bible literally. This is what we're talking about. These fucking...
Wait, what? The apple was symbolic for... Yeah, that's literally what it was. Is they were allowed to eat off of any tree in the garden except that one. So yeah, eating the apple was the symbolism for disobeying God. And as soon as they had the capacity to do that, then, you know, humanity fell out of his good graces.
For disobeying God. Oh, well, you're not a real Christian then, Steven. You didn't take the Bible literally. This is what we're talking about. These fucking... How do you grow up if you consider yourself to be intelligent? How do you grow up and never question the things you were taught growing up? How can you truly call yourself intelligent without questioning the things that you were programmed at a young age? Can you? Can you really say to yourself, I'm an intelligent human being, having never questioned the things you were taught as you grew up? This is exactly what's happening with leftists right now. They were taught that, you know, love is love, that black people are horribly oppressed, that, you know, trannies are being executed en masse, I guess, or something. I don't know. They're missing rights, whatever rights. They're not rights, whatever they are. They're taught all of this bullshit is blatantly untrue, right? That's why they believe it, because they were taught it at a young age. The same can be applied to anything. If you do not even question the things that you were taught as a child, how can you say you're intelligent, legitimately? If you question it and still...
Synth believes in secular Jewish science. Yeah, that is kind of funny.
Believe, that's fine. I really don't even have a problem. Because obviously, like, you know, there's no proof that it's not real, obviously.
Yeah, the greatest scientific minds throughout human history quite literally have all believed that God is real. So that's what's also very ironic. Is the majority of, like, the greatest scientific minds that people point to literally believed that science was not a way to disprove religion, but was a way to prove its existence. So, that's the thing. It's like... That's another funny thing about people who are like, my science, dude! Especially the Redditors. They'll, like, quote all these scientists and shit, and 90% of them throughout history literally use their scientific findings in a way that, you know, basically affirmed their Christianity in a lot of ways. So... let's see. Run a dog with the 2. What is this? UN judge guilty of forcing woman to work as a slave. Oh no, dude. Wow. Black people engaged in slavery? Never would have seen that coming. Gasps were heard from the public gallery as the verdicts were given. The court was cleared as the defendant appeared unwell, has exploited and abused her, taking advantage of her lack of understanding of her rights to properly paid employees and deceiving her as the purpose of her coming to the US or the UK. Jesus Christ, bro. Yeah, it's always the ones that scream racism the loudest and shit that are guilty of everything they claim to be against. Shocking. But yeah, there's only one part of the world where slavery is still, widely practiced. That's in the Middle East and in Africa. So the so-called victims of slavery are the ones that are the only ones engaging in it still, which is pretty ironic. You know? Wouldn't you think if it's so bad, they would never do it? Alright, let's see. Let me close out some of these, so just don't start lagging.
But you have to believe, and why would you believe if you've seen modern society, if you've opened your fucking eyes, you've looked around the world, seen the state of the human race, seen who rules over us, seen the future, if you have any sense of predicting what's going to happen. It doesn't have to be 100% accurate. You just consider all the
That's two places. The Middle East is in Africa.
facts of what's happening in society.
The Middle East is like a part of Africa, Europe, and Asia. That's why it's called the Middle East, but it's like split across the three continents.
Fucking, I don't know, man. You do whatever you want. But I'm sure as hell not going to be a believer anytime soon. That's for sure.
Acts incredibly irrationally. Tom always wanted to do stuff with his life, but he had trouble having personal discipline and responsibility. We know from studies that fathers imprint the ability to feel like you have agency in the world, while mothers imprint psychological stability or mindfulness. Fatherless homes are vastly worse off than those with a dad.
Solar.
Exactly, which is why when people, act like they're morally superior than you, I'm not going to name names, but also raise their kids in, deliberately broken homes. It's very comical to me because you're quite literally sabotaging your children. Like, it is documented that raising your kids in a divorced family or a separated family is objectively fucking worse than if the mother and father are both in the home.
What do you mean? You found faith after research? That just sounds schizophrenic. I mean, what research? The thing is, even if, you have to understand, even if the Jews, we'll just say it, even if they believe something doesn't mean it's real. Let's just put it at that. Like, period. Even if all of these fucks believe tearing foreskins off or whatever, sacrificing to a demon, whatever the fuck they do, I don't care. Whatever they do does not mean it's real either. Like, it really does not mean that. Like, these fucks can do whatever they want. That's the truth. At the end of the day, they can be pedophiles and get away with it. I mean, look what they did to Epstein. Epstein was like, I'm going to out all you motherfuckers. I have all the blackmail, proof all of you are pedos. They killed him, and they got away with it, and they're going to continue to do whatever the fuck they want. It doesn't even matter if it's real. It really does not matter. The thing that matters is that you will do nothing. That's what matters. They will continue to put their fucking knees on your neck until we're all long gone. With the best we can.
God bless St. Floyd of fentanyl. I just needed to say that.
Hope is that some future generation grows a set, but given all the chemicals that we all ingest from a child, I just don't have much hope for that. Really, I don't. The boomers, they all sold us out. The boomers are truly the satanic generation, whether they realize it or not. Not only did they abuse their kids thoroughly, so they all hate them, they hoarded the wealth, they did nothing of value with it, they convinced themselves that they're strong and brave and they were the best and everyone is a pussy.
Yeah, they accumulated all of their wealth and then they, basically gave it to wealth management companies, which those wealth management companies now have control over all that wealth. So, yeah. And it's being siphoned off through management fees and all that type of shit.
Below them, when they had it easier than any generation after them. They fucked us. And they're still alive. They're still ruling over us, still making laws, still sold.
Yeah, it's like the Rothschilds. They don't operate any banks anymore. You know what they do operate? Wealth management companies. That's the new form of financial dominance, is wealth management. So, if the banking family of the world is out of banking and solely doing wealth management, that should tell you something. The VR gamer with the 2, you are so wrong. Sorry. I don't know what I'm wrong about, but it's okay. Rent-A-Dog with the 5, it's bad. Has been so for many years. Our population, RIP. Ever seen the movie Hotel Rwanda? No, I have not. And yup, it's child abuse having kids you don't care, or you can't care of. Yeah, dude, I agree. It is. Like, these women that have welfare babies, or, you know, leave their kids at home to, like, fucking fend for themselves while they're out, you know, getting fucked, out at the club, doing hoe shit, and they're just, you know, collecting the fucking welfare check every single month. Yeah, or, you know, trapping men into child support payments. Like, yeah. Those women deserve jail time. Personally. I mean, you're purposely setting up your kids for fucking failure. Like, there's nothing more heartless than that shit. The irony is anti-religious atheists are the ones coping more than religious people. All of their arguments boil down to, if God is real, why bad things happen? You're literally I guess so, yeah. I don't know, man. Like, most of the time I feel like it's just... A lot of people look at religion and they hope it's going to be, like, their solution to being unhappy. When in reality, it's not. Like, yeah, it can be. Like, you can find, like, a sense of community and things like that that could lead to you being happy. But religion, I mean, I don't really know. Maybe Islam does promise it. But for the most part, doesn't promise that you'll be, like, you know, happy for the rest of your days. Or everything will go perfectly in your life. You know, it's basically just a promise that after you leave this earth, then you will be, you know, reunited with God in heaven, where you will have basically eternal bliss. But at no point is it promised anywhere that you will have, like, a perfect life or a happy existence or nothing bad will ever happen to you or what. So, yeah. A lot of people argue against religion in ways that religion doesn't even make a promise in the first place. E-Man with a 10, timeout, I'm key. Alright. Don't be like Synthetic Man here, Philly Scotch. Well, the thing is, bro, is like, the way I'm taking this, and, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like he's very disappointed with his experience with religion. Like, he looked to religion at some point in his life to fix his problems, which comes from...
Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
It comes from a misunderstanding of it in the first place. So, he basically evaluated religion based on predetermined expectations that weren't even in line with the religion he expected it from. But at the same time, I guarantee you that if he found, like, I guess a good church that's not like a fucking pride church, and he, you know, went regularly, found, like, a sense of community and stuff, I guarantee he'd be happier. So, at the same time, it's like, he almost wanted it to fail, in a sense. But, yeah. Sounds so defeated, has no hope and no faith, just as the... That's what's ironic, too. And, you know, I don't like getting into it too much, but it's like, bro, literally, every single one of these doomer channels have done more to push the so-called conspiracies that they claim to oppose than the people actually trying to implement them. Like, people going on these massive doomer rants about how nothing matters, spirituality's dead, we're all just fucking animals, you know, you're fucked anyway, so why try? It's over, blah, blah, blah. Like, you're furthering the fucking psyop more than any fucking literal agent ever could. So, that's exactly what they're hoping for, is that you become a hopeless, basically, golem who goes to their job, spends all their money on consumer spending, and basically operates as a literal fucking human battery. So, it is kind of ironic. Like, that is the mentality they hope everybody has, is the doomer mentality. I wonder what would happen if we introduce religion. They're not capable of processing it, man. That's where the whole evolutionary bullshit kind of falls apart. It's like, so we're supposed to believe that human beings are just this magical culmination of evolutionary science where we develop, you know, societies, written and spoken languages, the capacity to have religion, science, all sorts of shit. Like, we are this one-off example in the entire billions and billions of varieties of living, you know, species on this planet that just so happen to evolve in the perfect way that we have all these capacities. Meanwhile, every other fucking species on planet Earth has not even accomplished a, you know, 1/100th of what we have. So it's kind of just like, that's where you kind of have to look at it. It's like, okay, yeah. How, like, legit is this evolution shit? It's like, so you're telling me with billions and billions and billions of different combinations throughout the fucking, you know, millennia or millions of fucking years that life has existed on Earth, no other species has even come remotely close to where humans are at any point? Like, that's where you got to press X to doubt. It's like, yeah, no, that's like scientifically impossible. So, human beings are too perfect in that sense. Like, it's too perfect. And then you start looking at a lot of, like, the mathematical, you know, principles and shit that you find in nature, and it's like, well, yeah. I don't know. I don't really want to get into, like, a super fucking, I guess, deep conversation on these type of things. But if you really look into it and you go down the rabbit holes and stuff, it's like, okay, yeah, no. A lot of this stuff does not, you know, just happen by chance. There are too many perfect coincidences in the world and in nature for it all just to be a fucking, you know, luck of the draw type scenario.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Run a dog with a 10. Yep, there's no promise. It gets to that point where it can't... Wait. Where it can be, my DUI speaks, just go home. I'm back in the saddle. Stop being weak. Hell yeah, man.
Stop being gilded, domesticated garbage. Stop being weak. And when you see a threat come down on you, deal with it. Become a human again. Stop being weak.
I mean, all I can say is there is one belief structure out of all other belief structure that is literally ridiculed, attacked, and constantly undermined at every opportunity. It's not Judaism. It's not Hinduism. It's not Islam. It's not Buddhism. It's fucking Christianity. If Christianity is just a bunch of nonsense, blah, 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 nobody fucking cares, you know, there's nothing to it, just laugh at the idiot religious types, why is it the one religion that is constantly under such heavy scrutiny and attack? Why is no other religion held to that same standard? So, That is the real question you need to ask yourself. That is the question. If religion is so fucking bad, just across the board, why is there only one religion that is not tolerated by these fucking leftists? Why is Islam not attacked with the same scrutiny? When Islam is objectively worse when it comes to all the shit they claim to stand for. Because they don't actually stand for any of that shit. It's a means of weeding out the problem. And the problem is a spirituality that directly contradicts their, goal for world government and shit. So if Christianity was such a non-existent threat and just a bunch of crazy retard shit in the book that nobody should take seriously, then there'd be no need to attack it, right? Just let the fucking idiots continue to be idiots. But nope. Constantly attacked and, attempting to undermine. And infiltrate, keep in mind, too. Why are they so desperate to infiltrate Christianity and corrupt it from the inside out if it doesn't fucking matter? So why do we have all these pride churches and female pastors and the fucking gay shit? Like, it's a fucking infiltration tactic to undermine. So why are resources being diverted towards that? Well, because obviously it matters. So Ricardo Cumsocks with the 2. Thanks for that gay little pair, bro. And Drewski with the 2. Every dollar you have says, "In God we trust." Yeah. Yup. And then people will say, "Oh, well, the United States wasn't founded on Christianity." It's like, yeah, fuck off. If somebody actually makes that claim, they're just retarded.
Hold out to the powers that be, whoever they may be. Fucking... I don't even know, man. Yeah, no. I'm sure as hell not coping that things are getting better anytime soon. I know what it would take. I might not truly have the gut for it. I joke about the simpler shit. I know I wouldn't do it if I was given the opportunity. I still truly deep down have my heart of gold, which is why I'm like this. But fuck me. Like, it's no. No. The shit that needs to be done is truly Hitler tier. Actually worse than Hitler, I'll be honest. You have to do things worse than Hitler to fix what's happening right now. Considerably worse than Hitler. That's not happening. That's not fucking happening. Carl Samad, thanks for $5. Evolution is real and it affects humans. It's literally part of communist ideology to deny this fact. Dude, I have so many schizos in my chat. I'm just getting tired of it. I am definitely a schizoid, without a doubt. But, like, for me, I'm more pragmatic at the end of the day. Like, what is the things directly affecting us, the human race, right now? What is making things bad? Like, the fucking spiritualism, I do believe in some shit, for sure, that something is clearly off about what's going on. But I certainly have no faith that I'm going to be saved by some god who realistically wouldn't give a flying fuck about any of us. Why would he? If he did, he probably would stop the suffering that happens constantly. But if this is supposed to be some grand lesson that we, using our free will, need to save ourselves, we fucking failed. We thoroughly, utterly failed. The test has failed. So either we need to bail out, or a fuck ton of bloodshed, more suffering, far more than any of us have seen in our lifetimes, needs to happen to correct this. A fucking apocalyptic level event to steer things back in the right direction. Because nobody's going to do anything. I truly believe nobody's going to do anything. We've long passed the point where, again, the amount of guns that are in the hands of Americans, and they stand by and let shit happen. Why? Because they're low-test, fat fucks who just cope. Like the boomers, just like a boomer, they say how great they are, and they totally would do something, then do nothing. They do nothing. The founding fathers fucking fought the Revolutionary War over much less than what's happening to us right now. Far, far less. So, no, I have no hope. I am a true doomer. For real. I'm shocked that I still have to say this shit after streaming for 3 years, but, Porcupine, thanks for $20.
Yeah, I don't believe that most people would ever fight for anything. I 100% agree with. Most people will not fight. The problem is, though, is that's not the mentality people will have forever. It'll come to a boiling point where, younger generations, typically speaking, will reach a point where they see no path forward other than violence. So, you got to remember, the founding fathers were not 40-year-old men. The Revolutionary War was literally fought by teenagers and early 20s men. Like, it wasn't the 40-year-olds. It wasn't the 50-year-olds. It wasn't the 60-year-olds. It was the fucking younger generations that, you know, saw what was happening and they were like, yeah, fuck this. You know, you're gonna change this now. And that's what has to happen. You know, we're past the age group, generally speaking, I feel like in this chat, of the type of people who would do something about anything at this point. Because we get comfortable the older we get. You know, it's like, oh, that's just the way it is. Nothing's ever going to change. Which is why every single revolution in human history has relied on the youth. What did Chairman Mao do the second he took power? He worked on indoctrinating the children in schools. He, you know, executed teachers and everything like that. Because in order to, you know, have real and lasting change, you have to, you know, basically corrupt the minds of the children at a young age in the case of communism. But yeah, no, it's usually younger people that lead the charge on this type of stuff, and it's the old people that sit it out because they're like, oh, I don't care, it doesn't really affect me that much. So well, Nazi Germany was actually a feminist movement at first. Well, I shouldn't say feminist, but basically what happened that led to the rise of the Nazi Party is Hitler actually majorly appealed to women, funnily enough, because women weren't having kids, and they didn't have families, and they were upset that, you know, basically society had turned degenerate. Which is kind of ironic, because now it's women who are pushing for degeneracy. But yeah, back in the day, the Nazis basically got their hold on power by appealing to women in the first place, because women weren't getting married as much, they weren't having as many kids,
Thanks, nigga. All right.
they weren't feeling fulfilled in life. So, yeah. That's why Hitler had, like, the things where it's like, you know, women who had a certain number of kids would be granted, like, social distinctions. You would get money from the state. They would buy you a house. Like, that was all stuff that was done to appeal towards women. So, yeah. A lot of people don't realize that. Women are what propped up Hitler and the Nazi Party in the first place. But, yeah. So that pendulum can swing. So, yeah, it may not happen in our lifetime, but eventually I think something will give. Nothing lasts forever, man. So, things will change at some point.
If you believe demons exist, then the opposite must be true. Hell no. What are you talking about? That's why does the opposite have to be true? Why does the opposite have to be true? Do you have any real explanation as to why that's the case? And I also don't know if I even believe in demons. That's why I'm agnostic. I'm not convinced in either direction. Society's decaying because those who are in power are satanic. Yeah, and they're winning. Even if things are bleak, we must try and do what we can given our circumstances. As soon as you start doing stuff, I'll be right behind you. I'll be right behind you when you guys start doing stuff. Game sense, thanks to $2. Watch the drink cool off. I read your chat 5 fucking times. I'm not just gonna stop the stream because I'm ranting. No, if people don't understand who I am by now, they need to. They fucking need to, because there's still, I can't stop thinking of the idiocy around the exodus of my overly parasocial fans who, again, think they knew who I was. No. How many fucking times do people have to learn? You do not know who the YouTuber is in real life. You do not. You never will. You never fucking will. Even if it's unintentional, people put on a persona. I try my best not to. But even so, you're still getting exactly what I want you to see, right? That's what you're seeing. So if you think I've changed, I haven't changed. I just got more comfortable being exactly who I am. The only difference is I've gotten way more lazy than I was 4 years ago. That's definitely true, but I'll say it 100 times. I've already explained why it happened. I know exactly why. It's just simple, like...
let's see. Ricardo Comstocks of the 5. The younger gen will never fight. Are you kidding me? They are sated with porn at TikTok. They are stationary, 100%. This generation, but not indefinitely. So you're assuming that basically our current reality is the same going into the future. That's a major assumption. That's a major assumption. Things change. So that's why I said it might not happen in our lifetime, but something will have to give at a certain point. So you can't just assume that the status quo will remain the same for all of history. Like, that's been proven wrong a million fucking times throughout the history of humanity. The current situation we find ourselves in is not perpetual. Ricardo Cumsocks with the 5. Have you seen kids lately glued to TikTok and iPads? These are the youth whom will... No, not this generation. No. Not this generation. E-Man with the 10, put Cumsocks in timeout. All right. All it's going to take is for people to literally have nothing to lose. You know, in how many generations we already have kids
to my face to shut the fuck up.
That grow up hating their mom because their mom basically had them just to collect a welfare check. They never had a father figure, you know. So they already grow up not really having any real familial ties. People are becoming less and less social, which means they don't have friend groups or a sense of community. There's no homogeny in society anymore, so no one feels any sort of sense of community or connection with their neighbors. So what do people really have to lose? And that's the danger that, you know, the elites are playing with right now, is they're creating a scenario where there's literally nothing you have to lose. You can't control someone who has nothing to fucking lose.
All right,
that's
awesome.
the issue.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
And that's when the breaking point will hit, is when people realize, yeah, there's like fucking nothing I really care about. So why not, you know, burn it all to the fucking ground, essentially, and restart. So that is the danger that is, you know, down the line, is eventually people will hit a breaking point where it's like, I can't buy a house. I have a shitty fucking job. I can't afford this. I don't have friends. I'm not close with my family. Like, you're basically creating a society of fucking school shooters. Which, like, literally all the check boxes of a fucking typical school shooter is what the entire new generation of kids is turning into. A bunch of shut-ins who are not smart, who don't have family, don't have friends, they don't have any prospect in life. Like, literally, they have mental illnesses, they're on fucking, you know, SSRIs and antidepressants. Like, you are literally checking every single box of the fucking school shooter. So, at a certain point, when you raise an entire generation of school shooter types, you don't think they're gonna fucking turn on you? Eventually? Like, that's the danger here. So Drewski with the 5, my generation is increasingly dropping out of college in pursuit of alternative career paths and not having kids. Also, prohibition was a woman thing. Yeah. Most social changes are a women thing.
You know, if you feed the mouse less and less cheese, is he really going to run on the wheel to earn the cheese? I don't know. I can't think of a good enough analogy. But the point is, you know, like, if you feed the monkey every time he hits the button, and you suddenly give him smaller and smaller portions for hitting the button, but then all of a sudden a different button, a green button, shows up, and the green button's even easier to hit than the red button, and he gets more food. Oh man, he keeps hitting the green button. What happened to him? He's changed. He's completely different now. Why do you hit the green button? What the fuck? Really? You can't figure it out? Harsh Starwall, thanks to the 100 rupees. Hail Synthler, any plan for a grand video? I'll be reviewing Wukong, definitely. Also, my Bretans, we are blessed not to be in a cannibal age of Kali Yuga. We can do our best to survive. Oh, it can definitely get worse. It can definitely get worse, but nobody wants it to get worse. We want things to get better, but people allow things to get worse, and we will continue to allow things to get worse. That's the truth. Unfortunately, we live in very bad times to be a rebel of some kind, because the powers that be are tracking everything we do on our computers. I mean, it's almost surprising I haven't been visited at this point by a 3-letter agency. But I guess I'm too small for I don't usually directly encourage any illegal behavior. But I certainly would say illegal behavior is the only way out of this mess. I'll say that. I would never condone doing anything against the law, but sure as hell not going to vote your way out of this problem. I think Trump winning will just slow things down a little, as usually is the case with conservatives. I don't know. Again, I think we're just guilty of both the boomers and the Gen X, where it's like, instead of actually actively making anything better, we're just slowing things down long enough for us to get what we can out of this existence, and then the next few generations are going to have to deal with the hell. You know? Like Zoomers, again, you see those statistics with the Zoomers, with the depression and all that shit. I mean, can you see it getting any better? Not unless there's some kind of collapse with the things actively trying to make things worse. I don't know, I'm just rambling at this point. Trump won't win, Deep State won't allow it during a fight.
But see, this is the thing where the logic kind of falls apart. It's like, okay, yeah, you have all these people that are basically tranquilized with consumer shit, but that's not working. If people were perfectly pacified with fucking, consumer shit, and that was their means of controlling the population, why are people so fucking unhappy with that state of being? Like, there's something in our nature that, like, cries out in pain when you condemn yourself to the life of consumerism. So there's something instinctual about our, resentment of that lifestyle. And if it was actually a, good form of control, then, people wouldn't be as miserable as they are by and large now. So, again, I think we will hit a breaking point at some point. I think we will definitely hit a breaking point where people will just be so fucking pissed off and just miserable. Absolutely fucking miserable. Then instead of looking at themselves, they'll start taking it out on others. And yeah, that's when it'll get ugly. Ricardo Comstocks of the 2 Synth speaks 100% truth. You are lying? About what, though? What am I lying about?
For their survival.
You can't just say I'm lying. You have to say, what am I lying about?
Definitely seems that way, but I just feel like if Trump wins, it's not really going to matter that much. I mean, it'll make things better for all of us in the short term, for sure. So that's why I fight for, you should obviously vote for him. But in the long term, I just can't see things turning around without real actions, which I'm hoping real actions will happen. But I don't think anybody watching this is going to take any real actions. So Trump has already compromised. You're a fool if you think otherwise. Yeah, I mean, duh. I've seen... I mean, people call him Zion Don to fucking try and get people to not vote for him, but it doesn't matter, because the point of voting for him is to secure, in the short term, our finances, basically, and maybe slow down some left-wing propaganda. But it's up to the individual, not Trump, not congressmen, not Supreme Court. It's up to the individuals in mass, which is the opposite of individual. You get my point. It's up to the collective civilians to decide enough is enough with the communist, Marxist, progressive ideology. We have to do something. They're not going to do it for us, period. They're not going to do it for us. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to talk about religion anymore. Like, again, it just gets annoying. I do not fucking intrude on you people and spew my Reddit rhetoric or whatever you want to call it. But you fucks won't shut the fuck up, and you wonder why people don't like you. Like, this is why, like, Redditors are depressed. That's why they're atheists, okay? Depression and agnosticism, atheism, all that, they all go together, right? If life is great, you can certainly put your faith in something, and there's no consequences.
If you don't get a government-mandated girlfriend soon, you're going to do something extremely illegal? Are you going to cross the street without looking both ways?
You're depressed, and you're hoping, God, believing God will make things better. It won't. It won't. And, religious people are always like, well, you got to save yourself. God can't save you. Okay, well, Okay, what's the point then? I just believe in God, and then when I die, my suffering's over? I'm going to live another 40 years, at least. It's...
90% of runaways don't have a dad, 80% of rapists, 63% of youth suicides, vastly higher drug usage, 85% of childhood disorders. Teen girls from fatherless homes are 3 times as likely to get pregnant out of wedlock. This stuff is a really big deal, and I can't understate it. The horrible thing is that nearly half of American children live in a fatherless home, and for certain ethnic or racial groups, this gets...
Yeah. Yikes. Look how high Native American is. That's kind of crazy, man. Look how crazy that is. Native American is like so fucking high. Why? There's barely even any of them, dude. There's barely any Native Americans, but they have like such a high fatherless home rate. That's actually fucking funny. Maybe it's because of all the women getting pumped at the Indian casinos. I don't know.
Up to 3/4 of the population, making this a national epidemic, and this is happening at the worst rates ever in human history now. In leaving Indiana, Tom's family is isolated. His mother is incredibly stressed that she has to support her children while working a full-time job with little support. She has 2 girlfriends that she sees once a month where they have a wine...
Right, and why is she a single mother? You gonna address it? This is my only problem with What If all his videos. He still has not gotten to the point where if there's no culprits for what is wrong with society, what the fuck are the point of these videos? Ultimately, you have to, if you do not set an enemy, and then you expect people to take actions, who are they taking the action against? I've seen some of these videos before, and he always does this. Like, I think partially it's because he doesn't want to be associated with incels or whatever. But the point is, if you do not give anybody responsibility for choices that they made, say hypothetically, might not have happened, but hypothetically, the woman decided, oh, I'm not attracted to this man anymore, and I'm going to go cheat on him. Or maybe she doesn't even do that. Maybe she's just like, let's get a divorce, and doesn't cheat on him. Let's just say that. And, you know, the child is devastated and scarred for the rest of their fucking life because their parents got divorced. I guess that's nobody's fault, right? Nobody made a choice there. It could be the dad's fault too, but the point of what I'm trying to say is that you can't just say, oh, so this is society because they brainwashed women or whatever. I mean, technically true, but how did we get to this point before that? You have to search further back, go further back before society's like, whatever, I'm not getting into it.
Night, but neither are the kind of people that she can really expect to reliably support her in the hard times of her life. She went through a depressive episode after Tom left that she didn't tell anyone about until a year later. Keep in mind, Saw has consistently shown that interpersonal relationships are the most important driving variable for happiness. Due to the stress of this, his mother would periodically collapse into hysteria when she became too stressed. She would be obsessed with completely inane details. She was a borderline helicopter parent, but not nearly the worst that Tom knew, especially growing up in suburban California. His mother would get very worked up over minor details like getting his school lunch perfectly right, and whenever he would stay with friends, she would call multiple times to make sure he was okay. From this, Tom has a sense of inner rage at never being able to develop his masculinity by doing brave stuff as a child. As an adult, he feels like he has potential which was never tapped. Keep in mind, I'm 2 years younger than Tom. The stories I have about helicopter parenting are absolutely horrifying. My parents were on the other side of the spectrum, where they let me do whatever I wanted, not really out of any principle, mind you, they just didn't care. However, growing up, I knew parents who wouldn't let their kids get out of their sight until age 18, who would walk their kids 4 blocks to school, or wouldn't let them spend their own money until the end of high school, who would move to the state their children went to college in to follow them there, who would read all their texts, not...
In my case, it was more like my parents let me do what I want, and then when I made the wrong decision, I was berated for it. Like, I told you guys a story of when I was...
Well, that makes sense, honestly. Yeah. Let your kids make mistakes and then correct the action. I don't know. That sounds pretty normal. Let your kids make mistakes and then you know, course correct accordingly. I don't really see an issue with that. Let's see. Run a dog with the... Oh, God. From before, Callisto Protocol Riot Mode. Next stream for an hour or two. All right. I think it's on sale now, I saw, because I was browsing the store, so yeah, I'll buy it. And Ricardo Cumsocks with the 5. Why are Native American ladies so sniffable, though? Maybe this is hashtag racism, but I have never seen an attractive Native American woman. Please address the sniff issue, Griff. What the fuck? I don't know. I've never seen an attractive one. I'm you know, keep it a $1.50. Run a dog with the 5 for tips. You can type it in. It's basically Horde. Yeah, we looked at it, so I'll buy it. Shit. You never liked Pocahontas is not real. Or are you talking about Elizabeth Warren? But, yeah. I don't know, bro. Like, most Native American women I've seen are not very attractive. It's like the Aborigines, you know? I'm not going native anytime soon.
In friend's basement, playing their N64 alone while the kids played outside. I definitely got berated for that for years. There's plenty of times where it's like, oh, I'll just choose to play video games instead of, oh, go see your friend or play outside or whatever. Got berated for that a bunch of times. Just many things. I don't know. There's also many cases of, like, my mom wanting to, you know, let's all go to the zoo or let's see whatever bullshit, do something on the weekend, which of course I didn't want to do because I was addicted to video games or whatever. So you slowly build resentment. Or I was forced into all these sports when I was young, like to play soccer or flag football or hockey or wrestling or all these things that I didn't like to do almost any of those things.
Yeah, but that's good to force kids to do that type of stuff. I don't know. That doesn't really sound like bad parenting to me.
I forced to do those things. You know, it just builds resentment over time. It is what it is.
Not let them play outside or leave the house or even do stuff like play violent video games or study war. I think this is legitimately evil. That's since the parents, through helicopter parenting, are robbing their children of agency. Children use their childhoods in order to play, to figure out the world, to test themselves socially, to go on adventures, to learn their boundaries. This is why Gen Z, or a major reason, why they have such crippling...
Mom told me to play outside, so I took my Xbox outside. It's funny. It's funny.
Bad mental health issues. As a Zoomer, I know these people, and it's crazy.
Yeah,
that
I got
Gen
you,
Z
Julia. I know.
can't go to work.
I'm, you know, drinking aside, I legitimately have absolutely nothing against Christians. I've said this a million times. I don't. But you're not going to convince me to have faith, okay? You know what? Hopefully, fucking... my life isn't always what it is right now, but for the foreseeable future, it probably will be. It's a hell of my own making in a lot of cases, but, you know, it's I don't know. I don't want to talk about it. Let's just say, yeah, there's no room for faith in my life.
Ask someone out on a date, go on a call, a road trip, and are offended by someone who contradicts their politics. You will never know how bad this issue is until you see it up front. I think this is an issue on the proportion of a national calamity that no one talks about. When I was growing up, it became taboo to let kids play outside unchaperoned. For older people wandering around town by bike, hanging out...
You can't. It's not taboo to let your kids play outside. You can't. You cannot let your kids play outside unchaperoned anymore, because of the fucking massive demographic shifts that we have encouraged for fucking decades at this point. Like, there's way too many fucking criminal elements in society nowadays to leave kids unattended, unfortunately. So we do not have a high trust, homogenous society anymore. We have imported the third world and primarily a large portion of third world criminals into this country that makes it completely unsafe. Not to mention, society as a whole has suffered a massive moral decay in general. So you can't really send your kids out to the fucking local park that's half a mile away to go meet up with their friends. Like, unfortunately, it's not really an option anymore. Ricardo Comstocks with the 2. Thanks for the gay pair, bro. Big ups.
Out with friends whenever they wanted and exploring was just seen as totally normal. My baby boomer father would just wander around town all day as a child. My parents let me do this as a teenager, where I would bike 20 miles a day alone, but they were the exception.
20 miles?
Literally, if people saw other people's 10-year-olds kids playing outside in their own yard without their parents' supervision, they would call the police on them. I was there. This culture was real. I find Zoomer children...
Yeah, things have gotten a lot worse. Thankfully, my parents weren't like that, but, I mean... Yeah, I've heard shit like that before.
Tend to have two separate issues for their parenting based around what social class they're a part of. The upper and middle classes tend to helicopter parent their children, while lower class parents often don't try hard enough, where they can't provide the guidance their children need since they're so worn down by the trials and tribulations of life in the working classes today. My best friend's from a working class family, and growing up, he barely knew anyone whose families either weren't split up or where the parents didn't have some mental health or drug issue. Tom is a muted form of this, with a kinda helicopter parent to mom who sometimes goes through phases of smoking, drinking, and casual sex, which befits his middle class background. Instead of playing outside and making friends, Tom instead spent most of his free time online. He uses social media sparingly, but his sister is completely obsessed. Keeping up with her leftist friends on Instagram has turned her completely insane. Her entire life has been consumed by leftist ideas and jargon. She and Tom drifted apart as teenagers due to this. Tom started watching porn at age 13. He went through a phase of being addicted as a teenager. He feels guilt about this, but doesn't have any opportunities for real sex, so it's a lifeline he uses to stay sane. Due to spending so much time online, his social life was never particularly good. He made a couple good friends in high school, but they drifted apart after he graduated. They started working different jobs. And
well, everybody drifts apart after high school, so most friendships are just, you know, due to proximity. And that's very, very true. Like, most friendships you'll encounter in life are literally the result of proximity. Same with romance, too. The longer you spend around somebody, the more likely you are to develop some sort of social or, you know, romantic connection to them. So, proximity is a huge factor in maintaining and developing friendships. 100%.
And the thing that kept them close was
that's not uncommon to drift apart after high school, because you're not in the same place for 10 hours a day every single day anymore.
School environment. He plays video games on Discord with them once a week. He feels insecure about his social abilities, and he knows he's not a weirdo or a loser, but he always feels like an
I kind of hate this doomer narrative now. Our problems are easily... No, they're not easily fixable. No, most of the problems that fuel like this doomer shit are literal... You know, it's rot at the core of our society, unfortunately. So they're not easily fixable. You'll never fix the online dating culture with the snap of a finger. You'll never fix the, you know, outsourcing of, you know, American jobs with the snap of a finger. You won't fix, you know, the massive push by every single multi-billion-dollar corporation to literally develop a fucking slave race. So, no. Unfortunately, they're not easily fixed. They are fixable, and there are ways in your own individual actions to overcome it. But speaking on a larger scale, it's not easily fixable. Ricardo Comstocks to the 5. I am an uber normie from Boomer Gen, I thought. Me too. What, you like thought you were a normie? I mean, the boomers
All right, awesome.
are not.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
The boomers are pretty bad, honestly. The boomers, and then the generation after that, which is what, Gen X? They're pretty bad.
Outcast, even though he rationally knows that he's doing average. Tom has periodic panic attacks, which just hit him when he's not aware. For about a couple hours, he just feels complete panic and is unable to do things. He feels anxiety about random stuff in his life, like making...
I used to feel that before I started YouTube. It's just an inner desire that you need to do something. You know that you need to do something, and yet you do nothing. You must do something. You must. You have to figure it out, whatever it is. That's why I try to say to Neats. I know.
Why are boomers bad? Because boomers had the greatest ever economic circumstances in the history of humankind. They accumulated more wealth with less effort than any people throughout human history, and did absolutely fuck all to prop up or support their own children and future generations and promote a good society as a whole. Instead, for generations, they have voted for, you know, importing the third world, higher taxes, you know, they have, you know, hoarded and wasted their wealth, which is, you know, served to the detriment of society. So, they literally are probably the most selfish group of people on planet Earth. Like, they're basically the hippies and the 70s fucking, you know, retard libs, essentially. So, boomers have been a plague. When you think of boomers, think of fucking hippies, because that's what they are. They are the hippie generation. So, yeah. Pretty much everything bad that ever started in the United States post-World War II started in the 60s. And it's not a coincidence that that's when the boomers were able to start voting.
We all like to joke like, oh, the NEET is comfy, the wage she is a slave or whatever. If you're a man, you have to do something. Literally anything to fight for, to keep going. Because if you don't, you will kill yourself eventually. You have to do something. You have to.
Making his own choices, interacting socially, or even little stuff like what to eat for dinner or what to watch on Netflix. He's aware that he has anxiety issues and he feels like less of a man for having them, but he doesn't know how to deal with it. He's gone to a therapist once, but the therapist seemed completely out of touch with his needs, and she didn't seem to actually understand the issue and just told him platitudes. When Tom was going to school, the pressure to get into college was hitting a fever pitch.
I was able to suppress that desire to do something for so long, considering you only started YouTube 4 years ago. The way everyone does, jerk off, play video games, that's it. Eventually those things lose their novelty, and then you're left completely hollow. So you have to do something.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking
As a
tell
person
me
who
to my
lived through
face
it, this
to
was an
shut the
insane
fuck
moment
up.
that I've never seen adults really talk about seriously. When I was in elementary school, teachers and parents were talking about college. They shortened recess to only 25 minutes to put more time in for classes. Every single decision for a child's life.
Ricardo Cumsucks with the 10. Do not blame. I'll blame whoever I want, bro. Some of them tried. Most did not. Most did not. The boomers are overwhelmingly leftist. So, no, most boomers did not try. Toucans would not allow it. You were blaming whites for toucans. It's both of them, dude. At the end of the day, people are responsible for their own fucking, decisions. So, you can say, yeah, if you want, that the Jewish overlords or whatever had influence. But at the end of the day, it's the white people that still voted for that shit. So, yeah, not all boomers are bad, but the boomer generation is what led to the downfall of Western civilization as a whole. They enabled the downfall. So, they are the straw that broke the camel's back. So if you want to point the blame at any group, that's fine. I don't care. But, yeah, it's very, very naive to act like it's only one group of people responsible for all of society's woes when enablers are just as bad. So you can't forget that the boomers are the ones that fucking voted for this shit. So someone had to vote for it. Someone had to get the ball rolling, and it was that generation.
Life when I was growing up was somehow about college. It was an unhealthy obsession. This was due to rising competition due to inequality and labor oversupply, which I have covered in basically all my other videos.
Key wants me to say why people. She.
Thus forcing people to push harder for
this fucking stock footage is starting to distract me. I wish he would have something else as B-roll in his videos.
Tom's mom cared more about this than he did. She would push him to get good grades, but didn't have the time, money, or skills to actually help him that much with this goal, thus having her spiral emotionally when he didn't get good grades. She enrolled
Holy fuck, that's literally me. Let's just go back. Jesus Christ.
What? Rising competition due to inequality and labor oversupply, which I have covered in basically all my other videos, thus forcing people to push harder for fewer slots. Tom's mom cared more about this than he did. She would push him to get good grades, but didn't have the time, money, or skills to actually help him that much with this goal, thus having her spiral emotionally when he didn't get good grades. She enrolled him in extra...
Yep.
Curriculars he didn't particularly like or care about to boost his college application. This was a huge thing I saw growing up with so many kids doing extracurriculars, none of which they were actually that passionate about.
I fucking refused. I legitimately would not.
Well, extracurriculars are not what you're passionate about. It's just a good opportunity to make friends and socialize. So that's the point of extracurriculars, is not to, actually enjoy the activity. It's more so to have, your friend group, and you all share like a common thing that you do together outside of, your typical class format. So
I do them. I just said no, I'm not doing them. I didn't do it.
Again, this was something my parents didn't really care about, and I feel fortunate about. Colleges use extracurriculars as a proxy for social class and assortative. Tom, when he was around age 12, was put on Adderall in a joint decision between his mother and the school counselor due to the attention issues because he had trouble.
One of my friends was put on Adderall, and he used to sell his fucking Adderall because he didn't want to take it. Funny as fuck.
sitting down for 8 hours a day in class. Later on, at the end of high school, he was put on SSRI, antidepressant medicine, due to his depression. He found that neither of these really worked and was shocked to later realize that Adderall was a form of meth. Tom, for a period in high school, followed this path. He did school for over 13 hours a day by various proxies. This is since he spent 9 hours a day going to class, another 2.5 hours doing sports, then another 3 hours doing homework. This was something that I saw was the norm in high school. I'm still shocked people went through it without complaining or even acknowledging it. And this was completely normal for people I knew in school. It's a literal Chinese or Victorian work schedule without even the recognition that what's going on is hard or you're not even being paid for it. Not gonna lie, even though
it's not even that, it's daycare. School is literally daycare disguised as school. Like, bro, back in the day, school used to be half a day. You used to go to school from like 7 a.m. until lunch, and then you would go home. School has become daycare so that parents can work, and have two incomes per house. Like, it's basically state-sponsored daycare because, if you have both parents working, then you can charge more for everything and at the same time pay each person less for doing the same job. So, yeah, no, school is literally state-sponsored daycare to make it feasible for two people to work in the family. It's basically a way to destroy the family unit even more. So school used to only be half a day. You'd go in the morning and be back home in the afternoon. It's not until post-World War II that it became the fucking full-day experience. Again, the boomer generation. So, yeah. Juthro, Oski, Ferrix, OT, the pedophiles with the 50 pesos. Fun fact, politicians are scared of the idea of a civil war. The moment it happens, people like Elon, Omar, or others will have targets on... Yeah, no, exactly. Because the thing is, bro, lefties will never win a civil war. Full stop. Like, there's no way. They have big cities that will literally be massive, literal fucking starvation farms. The second the big cities get cut off from the supply chain of the rural areas, then those cities will become literal fucking, self-destructive, suicide nests, essentially. Like, those things will collapse so fucking quickly, which that's the only place that lefties have large population concentrations. So, realistically, if there is a civil war in the United States, the right-wingers will win that shit, not even with a fucking... an ounce of effort. The cities will literally collapse in on themselves, and it'll be over before it started. So, yeah. Not to mention, one, demographic has all the weaponry. And also, law enforcement and the military skews heavily towards one political ideology versus the other. Ricardo Comstocks of the 10, there's one group responsible, Semites. If you do not acknowledge this, you are a true... Wait. This is true. You are a traitor. Okay, but let's say that's accurate, Ricardo, okay? So let's say Jewish people are everything wrong with the world. Who enabled them to have this authority? Who opened the door for them to come in and implement all this shit? Because we do live in a country, at least we did back in the day, where voting actually did fucking matter. Why is it that there is a distinct period in time that you can point to where one demographic of people overwhelmingly voted a certain way that led to the chain of events that has destroyed Western civilization? So we could say, all right, that yes, the Jewish people are behind everything wrong in the world. Who allowed it to get to the point where they had the power to do so? And it's the people that voted for the fucking policies that started all this shit in the 1960s. So, sure, you could say that. But the responsibility also falls on the population of people who allowed it to fucking happen. So, EB7 with the 2 lefties would never go to war for their country. Yeah, most of them hate the United States too, so they would just sit at home. Absolutely. Yep. That's the other thing too, is there's only one side that has like genuine patriotism anymore, so.
Afterwards became a successful professional YouTuber, I'm still resentful of what the school and social system put me through for literally no end result. In that, due to the racial caste system that became hiring, white men won't get those jobs anyway. The economy is so bad.
Well, it just exists to teach you to be a good little slave. If you can sit there for 8 hours and just swallow the bullshit, you can probably fuck around for 8 hours at McDonald's or retail or whatever. Yeah, that's all it was good for. And 90% of what they taught you is completely fucking useless in the real world. Again, like if any, people joke about this, but you know, if aliens do exist and they saw the state of our society, they'd be like, why are you teaching these people useless things that they can't even use? Like, you know, any society that wants to build a utopia would take, early schooling would select people for whatever traits that they're the best at, and then they'd get advanced schooling in whatever they're good at, and then they would fit into whatever they need to be for society to build it forward. It wouldn't be this.
Isn't that like literally the plot of Psycho-Pass? Bro, he's like, all right. I'm not trying to shit on Synthetic Man, but bro, he literally just described like a communist hellscape where, you know, they scan your DNA at birth and then they put you into one particular job field with no actual chance of advance. Like, it's almost like a caste system. He's almost describing a caste system like they have in India. You know, where you're marked at birth for this particular route in life. And you're basically, you know, indoctrinated into that, you know, particular path into adulthood. I mean, that's literally a caste system, essentially. What movie was that? Shit, there's a movie where, like, the guy who's poor steals the identity of the guy who's wealthy and pretends to be him to, like, go into space. What movie was that? Fuck. You guys know what I'm talking about? Shit. Hold on, I need to look it up. That's gonna piss me off not knowing. Gattaca. Yeah. Where a man is considered invalid due to his natural genetics, assumes the identity of a genetically elite individual to pursue his dream of traveling into space with the Gattaca era. Yeah, it's literally that. It's literally that, bro. I don't know. I don't want to live in that world. No. I want, like, actual chances of advancement and being able to figure out what it is you want to do.
Right,
I don't think you should be condemned to one path in life.
General bullshit that you're just all going to forget in less than 5 years. It makes no sense. It doesn't serve any fucking purpose.
That's not what he said. Here, we'll rewind it.
Early schooling would select any society that wants to build a utopia would take, early schooling would select people for whatever traits that they're the best at, and then they'd get advanced schooling in whatever they're good at, and then they would fit into whatever they need to be for society to build it forward. It wouldn't be this general bullshit.
Bro, that's literally what... No. They're selected for their early traits, then they're selected based on what they're good at, and then placed into roles that further society as a whole. That is literally what I just described. So no, that's like quite literally also the plot of Psycho Pass, a fucking anime as well. So yeah, no, that is not an ideal society if you ask me. I do not want to be condemned to a fate because of, you know, traits I guess exhibited as a child. I don't think that is a optimal outcome, personally.
That you're just all going to forget in less than 5 years. It makes no sense. It doesn't serve any fucking purpose.
Yeah, I agree, though, that we should get rid of all the fucking shit in school. Like the art classes, the fucking Shakespeare bullshit, you know, all that type of stuff can go. Teach people actual practical skills. Like, you should walk out of school being able to be a functional adult. You know, all the other stuff is fine if you want to pursue it, but yeah. Psycho Pass is such a weird wild anime. The second season sucks, but the first season was good. Psycho Pass was good when the female MC stood still and did nothing when she had a gun. No, she couldn't shoot. That was the whole thing, is the fucking villain. So basically their guns were functioning off of heart rate, if I remember correctly, right? Like basically the gun could scan people's heart rate, and you would exhibit like a certain characteristic during the act or intention of murder, which would allow the gun to be fired if it detected that. And the villain was like this fucking literal psycho to a level that they couldn't even measure. That, you know, the gun wouldn't allow her to shoot him because he was completely fucking calm. Like his body didn't exhibit any form of, like, you know, indicator that he was about to kill somebody. So that was basically the premise of why she couldn't shoot. But yeah. It's basically, you know, the dangers of gun control, if you think about it.
The only argument in favor of it is just to basically select for general aptitude at studying and perhaps in some cases natural intelligence, but that's a bit harder because you really can just through pure memorization fight your way through school and get good grades. You know, it doesn't exactly select for intelligence, except maybe advanced programs. You know, if you're a grade ahead or 2 grades ahead, then yeah, you're almost certainly naturally gifted. But even then, it's useless information that you're shoving into people's heads just to maybe hope that when they get to college, they can find whatever they're good at or whatever they like and get a degree and work in that job. Well, things haven't worked that way in decades at this point, as people now know, as you're saying, with $100,000 in debt. Yeah, so...
today that no one, no matter how good their grades are, is doing well. That's actually something I realized in high school, that this wouldn't end well for anyone. And so that's why I worked so hard on the channel or to be an entrepreneur. And the thing that annoyed me is that I never really cared about that path. I never really cared about going to college. I just wanted to read books and study history. But that wasn't a path that was really given to you by the society. So you were forced down this rat race even if you didn't care. And it's a fundamentally very conformist and classist system that's soulless. Tom went through a mental break.
Thinking 8 made a video saying that in school, people's natural ability and talent makes a feedback loop since they get positive results. If you don't have the talent, you don't try. It can sometimes go in the opposite direction, where you're too successful and your parents sort of overinflate your ego in one thing and then beat you down in other ways. That's what happened with me and my brothers specifically, where our intelligence clearly was the one standout feature we had. And so, unfortunately, neither one of my parents knew how to foster that. As he was saying earlier, he literally described my mom one-to-one, where it's like, don't have the skill, the time, or the whatever to like actually help nurture your child's intelligence. And so you're just kind of aimless, have no idea what you want to do, you know, get lazier, you know, the video game addiction gets worse, all these things sort of just kind of, you know, sometimes a kid won't just figure out on their own what they want to do, what they're supposed to do, especially if you become a doomer at 14 years old like I did. So, you know, it didn't work out. It didn't work out.
Damn, bro. A doomer at 14. That's brutal. That's brutal, man. At 14, I was just, you know, vibing out, playing video games and shit. It's kind of unfortunate. Creators freedom with the 2. What are y'all bitching about? A lot of things. And Neonverse with the 5. Live in Crawley, UK. Apparently I've been told that I'm rare for having a career goal because most people these days don't. It's sad. What's that? Yeah, it is. Most people are completely fucking lost. I mean, the school system is a joke across the board, no matter where you look at. China's probably the only one that has an actual fucking clue of what they're doing. So, the Chinese glorify, like, intelligence, whether it's in their media, school, or whatever. So, the Chinese actually have schooling right. You know, they teach their kids science, math, you know, coding, you know, finance, accounting, all this type of stuff at a very, very, very young age. While we're finger painting, you know, Chinese children are learning fucking chemistry and shit. It's like incredibly different. Like the Chinese actually have school. We don't. We have basically fucking, you know, state-sponsored daycare.
Yep. Maybe ultimately you did now that I'm doing this, but, you know, I don't know. YouTube is much better than what I could be doing, which would be basically nothing, but I don't know.
Down at age 17 and refused to exert more effort for junior and senior year. He realized that the system was stacked against him, either due to being a white male and also that people of higher social class would beat him at this game, no matter what he did. This made his mother incredibly resentful and was a long-lasting, real break in their relationship. After 6 months of
I gotta go back again, because it's another thing that sounds like literally me.
Society, so you were forced down this rat race even if you didn't care, and it's a fundamentally very conformist and classist system that's soulless. Tom went through a mental breakdown at age...
The Chinese are not communist anymore. The Chinese that were actually communists were a bunch of poor farmers that were ravaged by the Japanese in World War II. So, no, the China that was communist no longer exists. The Chinese government is more of a capitalist oligarchy now, where if you're a successful business person, you're brought into the CCP to govern, essentially. So, China is more of a capitalistic oligarchy at this point. They're not communist. They're communist only in name, because they still go by the Chinese Communist Party, but they're not communist anymore.
17 and refused to exert more effort for junior and senior year. He realized that the system was stacked against him, either due to being a white male and also that people of higher social class would beat him at this game, no matter what he did. This made his mother incredibly resentful and was a long-lasting, real break in their relationship.
Yep. Yeah, that's pretty accurate to my experience as well.
After 6 months of a depressive episode in which he stopped trying at school, he started using marijuana. He was permanently high for the final year of high school and still uses it recreationally ever since. Tom didn't particularly like school. However, to be fair, school didn't like him either. For as long as he could remember, the school system was run by radical leftists who told him repeatedly that white men should be held back across society. Over the time he was in high school...
Thankfully, I didn't get most of that until probably the end of high school. I basically got out right before the propaganda hardcore hit the school system. So for me, it was more just the old-fashioned kind. It was pretty, like... I don't know. It's one of those things where I'm sure I explained it to my parents many times, but they never seem to understand. It was like, listen, I'm not going to go to college because I know I'm just going to waste your money. I'm going to end up in debt. There's nothing I actually want to do. It may be there's a chance I figure something out.
Yeah, but you don't go to college to figure out what you want to do. You go to college to learn what you can do to make money. See, this falls back on the fucking videos we watched the other night. Stop thinking that you have to like what you have to do. Like, you don't. Nowhere is it written that you have to love your job, be passionate about your career, or anything. You need to find a way to financially provide for yourself and your future family and create the life that you're actually desiring later down the line. A job is a means to an end. It is not what defines you. And most people, for whatever reason, think that they have to love their job, be super passionate about it, and has to perfectly align with all of their expectations for life. No. There is nothing wrong with having a 9-to-5 job that you clock in, clock out of, and have zero passion or interest in. There is nothing wrong with that. That is completely normal, and it has always been that way throughout human history. Do you think the fucking people digging ditches, or people fucking building ships, or people working on the roads, or building another person's castle, we're like, oh my god, I'm so deeply passionate about laying fucking bricks? Absolutely fucking not, dude. Absolutely fucking not. At no point in human history has anyone ever been truly passionate about their job on average. Most people have used it as a means to an end to provide for their family, put food on the table, and then take the money that they do make and do the stuff that they enjoy in their free time. This entire narrative that you have to love what you do is a fucking modern psyop to make you eternally miserable. Stop falling for it. Go get a job that pays well, that enables you to do what you need to do to survive, put money aside, and then use that money to build the life you actually want for yourself. That's it. This entire narrative of, oh, if you're not passionate about it, find your passion. That's great, but it's not the reality for 99% of people. Most people are going to work a job they don't fucking like, but the stuff they do outside of work that their job enables them to do with the money and resources is what actually matters. So, Griffin's passionate about... Dude, I'm not passionate about my job. I don't fucking care about it. Like, the stuff I do is painfully fucking boring. But you know what? I get paid well to do it, and it could be a lot fucking worse. So... You like the shine of oil. Is that why you like latex or leather pants? I'm going to be honest. I don't really like leather pants or latex. So I don't really like that on anybody. Then quit? No, I want the money. I get paid to do something that I don't like, but I'm still getting paid. So... if I wasn't getting paid, then I'd quit, sure. Griff, you have a do-nothing job? I wish.
But even then, like...
I wish, dude, I really do wish I had one of those jobs where it's like you just sign in, send a few emails, and then, join 1 or 2 meetings, and you're like, all right, I'm done. That'd be great. I need to get a government job, bro.
I got paid this debt back over the course of years. Fuck that, I'm not doing that.
Guys, donate to Griffin so he can quit his job to pursue his passion. That's right, man.
Honestly, I was even way more doomer back then. Whereas I was very depressed. Where I'm like, this is fucking pointless. Try for what purpose? Like for what? What's going to be accomplished? I'm sure as hell not going to get the life that I should have. I still don't even have the life that I want after fucking working basically the Zoomer dream job for 4 years. I don't have what I want. Why?
Does YouTube pay more for you? Depends on the month. And it depends on whether or not you decide to...
Give me monies!
Because I'm fundamentally damaged as a human being. I can't just function in society and, interact and be nice and social or whatever. I'm not going to be perfectly polite in public, but if my dad has this magical curse that people, are drawn to him, I'm more like the opposite, except it's not really magic. It's just people know. People know not to talk to me because I don't look like a friendly person. So,
you got to work on the aura.
Best. I'm really not a mean person to strangers, but certainly I'm not the type of guy you would approach in public.
Why?
They changed the curriculum.
Why does he say that? I'm not the type of guy you would approach in public? Like, why does he say that? He's not like a freak. I don't know. Synthetic Man looks like a pretty normal dude to me. Like, he's not, like, intimidating or, standoffish looking. He just looks like a normal white guy. I don't know. Looks slightly half Korean, too. But, I don't know. Like, I don't get that at all. Like, what do you mean you're not the type of dude people would approach in real life? Like, you're not, like, intimidating or anything. Or, like, deformed or disgusting looking. Just looks like an average-looking guy. I don't know.
So that by the end, all the humanities classes, and even a little bit of the STEMs, with the books they read in English, the history that was taught, and more, was all done through a hyper-leftist prism. When I was in high school, they made the entire history, English, and language curriculum around wokeness. They also put in a mandatory social justice week, and we had weekly assemblies about left-wing issues. Every single essay had to be about leftism. I'm from Pennsylvania, so this happened earlier for Tom in the more left-wing Los Angeles. Tom learned to loathe leftism for this. However, his mom is a moderate leftist while his sister is a radical one. Thus, he could...
You guys want me to collaborate with Carl Samad and he's calling me dumb? What do you mean? What? I acknowledged what he said about the evolution communist ideology thing. I have nothing to say. What do you want? You want me to get in a bigger rant against my religious people who don't believe in evolution? I got nothing more to say. I agree. Evolution is real. There you go. I do believe that. I got nothing else.
He could never talk about this at home, and they'd gaslight him and say it was all really good. The classes were incredibly boring and stultifying. They were lacking in any masculine vigor or excitement. I remember when I was in 4th grade, I drew a knight with a sword, and my teachers called my parents in as they were worried I might become violent. One time in 5th grade, I was arguing with my friends.
Oh, yeah, they did that with me, too. Like, me and my friend were... I forgot what it was. We were, like, drawing pictures of, like, you know, people getting axed or something. I forgot what it was. And it wasn't the school. It was my friend's mom. She, like, called, and they were like, did you know that your son was encouraging my son to draw pictures of people getting stabbed? And it's like, oh, my God, bro. These fucking pussy-ass women. But, yeah, teachers are just as bad in that regard.
Over the rule set in a certain board game we were playing, and the teacher said that if we didn't stop, they'd...
Gelato, why didn't you pay attention in school? You are legit room temperature IQ. Do you know what the term common ancestor means? Do you know? You do know chimps and gorillas exist at the same time, right? We exist at the same time as chimps, gorillas, all these other types of monkeys, right? We're all around here at the same time, right? The argument is common ancestor, millions and millions of years ago, right? You know, you can't even comprehend if you ate breakfast yesterday. You're like, oh, what do you mean? I did eat breakfast this morning. That's you. Millions of years ago, far beyond, you know, your comprehension of time, we all came from some ape-like creature, a humanoidish, apish creature. That's the theory. It's not, oh, we used to be monkeys? What, you retarded? How could you believe that? We used to be monkeys? You're the retard. Listen to what they tell you. Fuck. I mean, you're allowed to believe it's wrong as long as you understand it. But if you don't even understand it, shut your fucking mouth. God damn. Is that too much to ask?
Make us stop playing the game. Interest in the subjects men naturally like, such as war, philosophy, craftsmanship, or geopolitics, was legitimately discouraged. Anything that doesn't fit a feminine, prearranged structure was frowned on, and people ask why young men are underperforming in school or the workplace. Also, just throwing this in here, when I was in middle school, I woke up at 5:30 every morning because school started at 7:20 a.m., and I lived in a rural area.
I'm of the belief that boys should only be taught by male teachers. Female teachers, like, with very few exceptions, are generally speaking bad for the way men learn. Like, my best professors in college were all guys. My worst ones were all women. So, that I 100% stand by. Because men and women learn so differently from each other. And, you know, female teachers teach in a women's perspective, which is completely contradictory to how men learn. So it's not compatible.
Where the school was and I went to public school. My public school was half an hour away from my house. So the bus would pick me up at 6:40, drop me off there at 7:20. And I remember thinking to myself, what purpose does this serve?
Hold on. How come we're a society where the largest newspapers have women complain about having the AC be too cold at their work is the patriarchy, but I was non-consensually forced to wake up at 5:30 a.m. for public school at age 11? Meanwhile, no one cares when I complain. Well, because you're a man. I'm sure if women in mass said I shouldn't have to get up at 5:30 a.m. to go to school, then, you know, people would start talking about it. But again, all these narratives are pushed by the media. They're not pushed by individuals. That's the reason. I'm assuming this is a rhetorical question that he's asking on the screen. But the point, I don't know if the point he's trying to make is the point I would think of, which is just that every narrative is non-organic, okay? They're being pushed by greater powers. If it's being spread in mass, it is not something that some individual thought in their head and said out loud and it was spread by word of mouth. That doesn't fucking happen. No. If the media reports on something, it's a narrative that is being pushed by somebody.
To just make the students tired so they don't accomplish anything. And Tom has a similar schedule where he wakes up at 6 a.m. every day to go to class early, and almost everyone I knew in high school was operating off only 4 hours of sleep. And I think that's a pretty important detail.
Yeah, this is another fucking thing too. My sleep was so fucked up when I was younger. Gee, I wouldn't be surprised if that contributed to, you know, my gynecomastia, you know, my fucking man boobs that I had when I was around that age. Yeah, because, you know, not sleeping affects your testosterone levels, amongst other things. I'm sure there's many things.
Uh-oh.
That were giving me hormonal issues. Not sleeping, which is still fucking...
I've never slept, though, to be fair, so that's not anything new. I used to sleep like 2 to 3 hours a night back in middle school, so this is nothing new for me.
Problem I have today, though I've mostly solved that issue in the worst way imaginable, which is by just sleeping in. Because nobody can force me to wake up. They might wake me up in the middle of the night, which is... middle of the night, it's the morning. They might wake me up in the morning, but I'll just go back to sleep. Yeah, you know, I have to wonder how many completely fucked sleep schedules that people...
Yeah, sometimes I lactate, guys.
people suffer from, again, including myself, was caused because of the fucked sleep schedule from childhood. You know, dude, my sleep was so bad when I was younger. But, you know, when you're younger, you can resist that shit. Now, if I sleep less than 8 hours, I'm like fucked for the first at least 2 hours of the day.
Another thing that I find strange in retrospect was that people in high school would brag and take pride in how much they studied and how little sleep they got. They would say, it literally took me 4 hours to finish this. I stayed up till 2 a.m. It took me forever to do my homework. And they would compete over who spent more time doing their homework and who got the least sleep. And this was everyone. And I find that stupid. Because
I actually never had.
Only I would never compete about homework because I never did homework at home. You know, I would compete about how long I stayed up gaming, bro. That was the flex at my school. You know, yeah, dude, I stayed up till fucking 4 a.m. playing COD, bro. Hell yeah. So, yeah.
I had that problem, I'll be honest. My problem was just not even doing the work. Usually I could do the work at a decent speed if I could actually focus, but focusing was the challenge.
Yeah, I used to just do homework in between my classes, during my classes, and, like, at lunch. So I would just power through my shit during the school day. And then I would just go home and, you know, do whatever.
Lunch.
Is I did all this hacking to shorten the amount of time I spent in class. So I would do all these shortcuts and stuff. And
I like the PlayStation controller at the laptop.
School, it was completely alien to my worldview.
Like I can't be trusted.
That prizes constantly being a workaholic. Tom didn't really date in high school. He graduated from school a virgin, which is normal in that 1/3 of men under 30 today are virgins and 80% of 18-year-old boys. He had
Even if a stranger's not inclined to talk to you and you're mostly fine with that, do you still desire to form your relationships connection, though? Not nearly as much as the average person. No, mine's much more specific than that, as if I have to spell it out. This is just one specific type of relationship.
Kind of lame situation.
All right, hold on. Heterosexual men 18 to 30 by age group. Let's see. What is this? Percentage of men. Oh, I see. Yeah. No sex since age 18. I was going to say virgin, but most of them, I would say, it's probably virgins. So almost 65% of ages 18 to 20 haven't had sex in 2 years, basically, would be by the metric. All right. So 16% total for 18 to 30. That's not that bad, actually. Age 20 plus 10%, 22 plus 6%, 25 plus. Okay. So this data isn't as bad as it looks because this only covers 2 years. It'll be more interesting, and this is back in 2021. It'll be interesting to see one done, you know, a year or two from now. Because, yeah, I feel like the Zoomer generation is probably going to look pretty bad.
Relationship with a girl who was flirting with other guys at the same time, and when he confessed that he cared about her, she left. Most of his friends also graduated virgins. No one explained female psychology to him, thus he over-relied on the advice, just be kind, which just didn't work. As a young man...
Yeah, or be yourself, or take a shower. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, nobody explains female...
Clean your room. Clean your room. Whatever the fuck. I don't know, bro. I'm not a Jordan Peterson fan, personally, but, you know. Link with the 2. What is this?
Richest guy?
I don't know if we'll get to this tonight, bro. This is old news anyway. It's a month old. I think we already watched this too. I think U Generation sent this back in the day. But I don't know if we'll get to this or not. I don't really need to hear Muda Shart talk about Elon Musk playing Diablo 4 for 30 minutes. But I'm pretty sure U Generation sent that way back in the day. Run a Dog with the 5, the best trophy / finish for Yakuza franchise. You gotta keep on living. It's so good, worth your time. Which game? I know I should play the Yakuza games, but which game is that from? Redditors will tell balding 4'11" Indian men to go take a shower and join a hobby group to get a girl. Yeah, go join a club. What fucking club? I hate that advice. I fucking hate that advice, dude. Like, that's why you should never watch self-help channels. As soon as you hear them say, join a club. What fucking club? Yes, I'm going to join the fucking gaming club of fucking, like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? What fucking club? What do these people live in? Do they think their, like, entire existence is going to be like college? Like, yeah, there's clubs in fucking college. But there's no fucking clubs for, like, adults. And if there are, they're between, like, you know, existing friend groups. Like, basically the only clubs that exist are for people that already know each other. Like, people will do, like a book club or whatever. But it's, like, for neighbors. or for existing friend groups or whatever. It's just another excuse for existing friends to get together. Like, what fucking clubs do these people talk? It's like so fucking annoying. The second you hear, it's like, oh, how to make friends or find a girlfriend, dude. Oh, join a local club for an activity that interests you. Oh, yeah, dude, let me go join the fucking, I don't know, like, whatever. What fucking club? What do these people live in, bro? Like San Francisco, or maybe there's that type of lib shit, you know, eternal child mentality where there's like clubs and shit everywhere. But what fucking club? Yeah, no, not a country club. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Like a club in the sense like, oh yeah, I enjoy going fishing, so I'm going to join my local fishing club. Or, you know, I'm really interested in pottery, so I'm going to join my local pottery club. Or, you know, I'm a fan of collecting, you know, fucking trading cards, so I'm going to join my local trading card club. Like, what the fuck where are these people finding clubs? They don't exist. They don't fucking exist. And if they do exist, they're between existing friend groups. They're not just open to the public, you know, activities that you can find on fucking Facebook or some shit. Like, it's just retarded. I am so sick of hearing people like, yeah, join a club. What fucking club? Those don't fucking exist outside of, like, deep blue cities. And even then, they're extremely fucking restrictive on who can join. So, it's just dumb, bro. I hate that advice so much. Like, oh yeah, go join a club. Go join a club.
Female psychology. Nobody. Fucking nobody. Why did no one think that was important? Well, I know why the government didn't think that was important, because men and women are the same, right? Any man can put on a dress and be a woman, right? So, I mean, why would you explain how women are different? That would imply women are different than men. As we know, they're not different. So why would you need to explain it? That's the government explanation.
Link with the two. Wait, you want? Yeah, I'm pretty sure U Generation sent that, because he knows my love of Muda Short.
But as for our parents, who obviously had children, so they maybe on some basic level understand women, I would hope, but who knows? Maybe not. I wouldn't be shocked if boomers wouldn't even need to understand women on any level to fucking have kids. But things are different now. Very different.
And a few years later, he became obsessed with Andrew Tate since he was the first person who was realistic with him about the negatives of female nature. Part 3, ennui. Tom went to a crappy college in the area. Let's say California State School, Dominguez Hills. He really didn't want to, but due to social pressure from his mom and
I'm not American and glad I finished high school before the SJW crap. Not saying we have much better here in the EU, but the American school system scares the shit out of me. It's bad. Oh, it's bad. Yeah, the Americans, I mean, there's a reason why people make fun of American education. Sometimes it's for stupid reasons, though. Like, some of the geography shit does not fucking matter. I'm sorry. I know you Europeans think you're all very important, but, like, who gives a fuck? Like, oh, he can't point to Poland on a map.
Yeah, Europe is... All right, here comes an incoming hot take. So, prepare to be offended, Europeans, but I don't know. You might actually agree with this. But Europe feels like an open-air museum at this point. Europe feels like a museum. Like, Europe's biggest draws nowadays are, like, literally the fact that they have a bunch of historical sites and cool shit that was built, you know, centuries ago. Like, it almost feels like an open-air museum. Like, nobody wants to go to Europe because of the economic opportunity. Nobody wants to go to Europe because, you know, they can get a much better job. People go to Europe because they want to go see the sights, eat the food, and basically have a vacation experience. So, and I'm not even saying that as like a negative thing. I'm just saying, like, when you associate, like, you know, getting a good job or something like that, you're not thinking Europe. I mean, yeah, the SARS and stuff, but, you know, that's because literally you go from shitting in the street to, you know.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
But I feel like that's what Europe is becoming, is an open-air museum. Because they refuse to, like, actually, you know, innovate. And they have so many restrictions in place that cripple their local businesses. And, you know, this importing of the third world has made a lot of their cities borderline unlivable. And it's just becoming crazy over there. Like, I would never consider looking for a job in Europe, which 100 years ago would not be the case. And I'm just at a voice crack, so feel free to laugh. But yeah, dude, like 100 years ago, you would think like, yeah, the UK is like an economic powerhouse, or France, or whatever. Like, they were actually, you know, very industrial, and you could make a lot of money, and they were expanding financially and all this other stuff. But nowadays, not so much. The US, China, parts of the Middle East, and then, you know, that's really pretty much it, are really the only economies that are like actually rapidly expanding. You're always having voice cracks? All right, well, try talking into a microphone for 3.5 hours straight with a dry fucking throat. So, it's very easy to cast your fucking stones that I have one voice crack after 3 fucking hours. 3 hours of talking, and I have one voice crack, and it's a big deal. So, I'd like to see you do better. But with that said, I will drink something now. No, I wouldn't leave the U.S. There's no reason to leave the U.S. For all of the U.S.'s faults, when it comes to personal freedoms, opportunity to make money, and general quality of life, I don't think there's a better country, personally. So, Griffin wants to live in Israel? Bro. Only if I get a state-mandated, you know, Ashkenazi mommy with massive Khazar milkers.
Poland can get wiped off the map tomorrow. Wouldn't matter. Sorry if you're Polish. But, no, let's talk about important shit. There's important shit Americans are not taught that is bad. That's not one of them.
In school, he felt compelled to since he didn't have a better idea. When I was around his age, college was pushed down our throats as completely necessary. However, as both Tom and I realized, college actually means very little. If you're not going to one of the best colleges, there is literally statistically no income benefit from going to college anymore. Tom got a degree in business, which is the safe degree for I want to work, but this was counteracted by so many others also getting business degrees as to render his useless.
Yeah, you have to get an actual degree in like finance or accounting or information systems or something like that. You can't just go for like a generic business degree. You actually have to specialize in like an actual skill set, like accounting or finance.
Tom made his 2 closest friends in college. It was the happiest period of his life, although not as exciting as what his parents told him it would be. Everyone I know who went to college at my age, with the exception of state schools, says it was underwhelming, as I can attest from my personal experience when I went to college for a semester. He lost his virginity in college with his first and only girlfriend. She grew bored of him when he didn't push for a higher income career out of college and left. Tom went into a significant amount of debt to go to college.
It is an interesting level take on the situation. I mean, it still definitely sounds petty on her end, but not nearly as bad as it could be. You know,
I mean, that is pretty reasonable. I would dump a girl if she didn't have ambition, personally. Like, if I was dating some chick and all she wanted to do was fucking lounge around, just make enough money to get by, have a shitty apartment, you know, smoke fucking weed, spend all your money on consumable goods, like, yeah, no, I wouldn't want to be around that type of person, so. I appreciate ambition and drive and a desire to do better, so yeah, I can relate to that.
It could have sounded much more spiteful. Maybe it was told in a way that was spiteful. I don't know. But interesting.
Something on the order of $40,000.
Yeah, well, dude, yeah, just because you have an income doesn't mean you're not a bum. So if you never actually thrive for greater in life, then you're still a bum. Like the guy who goes to his fucking wagey job every day, barely makes enough money to pay his rent and, you know, support his hobbies, is just a different form of a bum. You have no ambition, you have no upward momentum, you're just getting by, essentially. So to a lesser degree than somebody who's just like sitting around on mom and dad's couch, but it's still like a form of, you know, complacency and just, you know, non-competitiveness. So it's not very attractive to anybody. I mean, ask yourself this question. Would you rather be friends with somebody who's super motivated, always trying to do better, and is constantly, looking to improve? Or would you rather be friends with the guy who just wants to fucking sit around, never accomplish anything in life, and just, rot? So ask yourself, who would you rather be around? Like, who would be a better asset or, person to put in your life? That's how women look at relationships, and how you should also look at relationships. You should look for people that add to your life, not take. So...
which is the average for California. He was encouraged by adults around him to do this.
Could be
No one
worse.
talked him down, and everyone said he had to do it, where adults completely assured him that he would be able to get a better job that would pay it off. That didn't happen, and he started working at a low-level insurance job, making $40K a year, and has moved it up to $50K a year. He's still paying off the debt, which bites into his consumer spending for the fun stuff that makes life...
Rent a Dog with a 5. Try the full run for Pirate Yakuza. Majima best character. Yeah, I need to finish that game. I got distracted with other people's recommendations, but yeah, I need to finish Yakuza Pirate, or whatever it's called. And Rent a Dog with the 2, so Brandy Love. Ugh. That's a roasty bit. Nah. Absolutely not.
Tolerable. He's constantly resentful of the debt. Keep in mind the average American has $100,000 worth of debt. Tom hits something like this number...
This is the one thing that is... definitely a good thing about my life. That is completely, I can't relate to this in the least bit, and I'm very glad that I can't. There are definitely some things in this life I can be thankful for, and not having to do it.
What the fuck is this guy doing? This is the Dragzilla guy who said that everybody's a furry. He's saying Griffin went to college like Plankton did? What the fuck does that even mean? I have no fucking clue what that's a reference to.
Can't. There are definitely some things in this life I can be thankful for, and not having to deal with debt is definitely one of them.
What does that even mean? I went to college like Plankton did?
Number through other forms of debt, whether car or credit card debt being normal. He's not a homeowner. COVID slams Tom right in the middle of college. He missed out on the last 2 years of college while being forced to take classes remotely. This killed his social life.
Literally me, for real. But I didn't have a social life before COVID because I was doing YouTube content instead, so...
was forced to pay tuition, even for not even being in class. He was forced to live with his mom during COVID, who herself was not doing well
I didn't live with my mom.
Financially. There started to be a growing resentment between them. Thus, when Tom physically could, he moved out after COVID, although it involved him living in poverty. COVID radicalized Tom. He was vaguely centrist.
I've never lived in poverty.
But not really politically active. Seeing the social changes which occurred during COVID, he became quite conservative, as is normal for young white men in his age demographic. He watches creators like Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, Nick Freitas, Jordan Peterson, Joe Rogan, and Jay Waller. They give him a sense of masculinity he's missing in his real life. He especially loves What If Altist. What If Altist is his favorite channel and gives meaning to his life. He shares it with all his friends who also become loyal viewers. He views Woodward as his hero and wishes to emulate his life off him. This has separated him from the world he lives in. He lives a second life on the internet, which bears very little resemblance to his daily life. While being surrounded by left-wingers in his real life, he puts on a mask. He loathes the mask and on a daily basis thinks about how much he hates having to live a lie for every
Yeah, dude, that's like why, that Dream song really resonated with me, guys. That's what the point of the mask is, right? Bro, yeah, you have to wear a mask in modern society, though. If you're slightly to the right of Karl fucking Marx, you have to wear a fucking mask. You have to pretend to be like a fucking, cock-gobbling centrist at the very least. So, unfortunately, that's just the reality. Because leftists will genuinely try to get your fucking ass fired if you say one thing they disagree with. Run a Dog with the 5. Yup, I get it. I love Yakuza. Complete it when you can. Will do, man.
Waking moment of social interaction.
All right, awesome.
Meanwhile,
Thanks,
he creates
nigga.
a Twitter
All right.
alt account where he posts far-right content anonymously. He confessed to his mother, but not his sister, his political views. His mother accepts this on paper, but speaks to him in a condescending...
This is definitely a huge part of the story where my life diverts. I have never at any point in my life attempted to have a social mask for my political beliefs. Now, I'm not going to bring them up for no reason.
Yeah, that's true for me, too. Other than in the context of work. I won't say anything at work because you don't shit where you eat. But in, conversations with family or classmates or whatever, I don't fucking give a shit. So, yeah. I agree with that. The only place that it differs is work. but that's because you're supposed to be professional.
You know, if it doesn't come up, it doesn't come up. But no, I fuck that. I am never at any point pretending to be a lefty. Nope, can't make me.
Ascending manner whenever she talks about politics. It makes dealing with his family difficult. He never talks about politics at work. If he did, he would be fired immediately. His work forces him to do social justice seminars and social events where he mouths the words in order to pay the bills, but he's secretly filled with inchoate rage. He bottles up rage all day, which he dispels by posting right-wing troll comments on Twitter.
Husky, are you trying to get me pissed at Carlsama? I barely know who the dude is. I mean, I think I looked him up once before because you guys brought him up. I don't know. Yeah, Mystery, I don't worry. I read that first couple times posted on Politics of Social Mask. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he was pretending to be a lefty with his acquaintances. I won't even call them friends because they would not be your friends. They'd be acquaintances. If you can't be yourself around them, they're not your friends. But his acquaintances, I guess he would assume a lefty social mask.
Playing violent video games and watching porn. He wants to leave California for Arizona, partly to live near his estranged father and to get out of a leftist state, but lacks the money or courage to do so. His political views have moved further right due to seeing the literal degradation of the city of Los Angeles happen in real time.
Yeah, it's crazy people can just close their eyes to this shit. The type of shit people just ignore to not have to challenge their belief system.
I lived in LA for just a few months, and I saw this happen myself. Tom was there for years. Over the course of his life, he saw Los Angeles' middle class go extinct.
Bro, the city looks just like GTA 5. Oh my god.
Became filthy, seeing the crazy homeless and migrants, which the city chooses to do nothing about, and that makes large parts of the city uninhabitable. The city has become a sci-fi dystopia in front of his own eyes. It disgusts him, and he watches Twitter reels of the 1960s, where all the buildings he looks at now were clean.
Yeah, those fucking threads, you know, people post those on like WorkSafe GIF and stuff, like the feels threads. It's always like in the feels threads, you'll see like, oh, here's what, you know, this city looked like in the 40s or whatever, and it's like, holy...
Yeah, like Paris, for example, is one of them that's always shown. Like Paris in the 1900s versus Paris today, and it's just like, holy fuck, man. The Europeans really fucked themselves. It's crazy, man. Absolutely fucking crazy. And we're headed down that route too, dude. We're going to keep importing all these fucking South Americans, and we're going to be just as fucking, you know, disgusting as the countries they came from, because when you import the third world, you become the third world. Imagine that.
Holy fuck.
Crazy.
Yeah, those are always good.
Nice and new. When people seemed happy and dressed or walked with pride, Tom has learned to lose any faith in other people, since everyone he sees in Los Angeles is status-obsessed, vain, cowardly, and self-serving. He has grown resentful of society itself and quietly loathes everyone around him. Tom is pretty smart with an IQ around 115, and he has various interests between technology, history, philosophy, and he reads different books but lacks the willpower to read regularly, or the sense of direction to actually put his foot down and study a topic definitively. He's smart enough to realize things are going bad, but doesn't have a better idea on how to deal with it, thus leaving him feeling powerless. The social degradation
Tom should be a YouTuber. That's a solution for Tom's problem.
Of the city has left Tom very lonely. He made 2 friends in college. One moved back to his home state of Virginia, while another lives in Santa Monica, an hour away, and works all the time. They see each other about once a month. However, their lives have diverged so much that their conversations seem empty. Nothing that Tom cares about are the things his friends would understand. They talk about basic pleasantries like pop culture or sports, both of which are difficult due to being politically hijacked. Everyone...
Yeah, I don't... Whenever someone tries to talk to me about sports, it's like... literally talking to a fucking brick wall, man. I have zero interest or knowledge of sports whatsoever. I don't fucking give a shit about sports. Nor do I care about pop culture at all. Like, I don't listen to modern music anymore, really. I don't watch new movies. I don't watch new TV shows. Like, I don't know. When it comes to sports and fucking popular culture, I've got nothing. Literally nothing, bro. Zero interest.
Tom knows is a normie who is purposely ignoring everything going on in the world. It feels like no one cares about who Tom is as a person, even his own family. I asked my audience, how many people do you feel like really understand you as a person with your flaws and strengths? And half of the people in this audience said no one, and then another third said only one person. This is a real social issue, and one of the most important...
My flaws and strengths? I would say kind of my parents do, but not probably fully. So, we'll say 0.
Interesting. So basically, the people answering 0 just don't have a good relationship with their family.
I feel like it's different, though. I feel like that's different. Like the type of relationship you have with a really, really close friend is completely different to the relationship that you have with your family. So it depends. It depends. Some people are like really, really, really fucking open with their family, which is fine, but I would say most people are not. Like, most people don't tell their parents everything that's wrong in their life, you know? Because you don't want them to worry. So you just kind of tend to focus on the positive. But, like, if you're talking to your friend about, like, some real shit, you're more likely to open up.
I feel like the only people who would be your family or a very, very close friend. I guess a spouse, potentially. But, yeah, I mean, that is sad.
Important elements of human psychology is the feeling of being loved or understood. From studies, we've consistently found that the underlying most important variable to happiness is deep social connections. Lots of us have peripheral social connections, but how many people actually understand us for who we are? How many people can feel our soul and care about how we're really feeling? I think very few Americans have a person like that. It's heartbreaking. We live lives of quiet desperation, and no one really cares. Loneliness and friendlessness are huge issues, with a third of Americans in their 20s saying that they have no friends, and 80...
Let's go. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, I don't really think it's a big issue, personally. I don't know. Maybe it is for the normies. Not for me, but yeah, probably for the normal people out there, it's probably an issue.
80% of Gen Z saying they feel lonely on a regular basis.
I don't feel lonely.
The loneliest we've ever been. Tom's romantic...
Yeah, the simple answer is yes to your question, Arku. Okay, hold on.
Even though the academic thing did fracture your relationship with Synth Mom, do you feel that it has been repaired enough where you can live with her? Bro, this Arku guy comes in with like the weirdest fucking questions. He does it on my stream too.
But yep. I mean, those are insanely high numbers for every generation. Let's not mince words there. I mean, just even boomers, it's 50%. So this should tell you something.
Tom's romantic options are completely dead. He's been on 2 dates since leaving college, both of which were failures. Keep in mind, the average man Tom's age goes on average less than 1 date a year. Half of men his age haven't approached a girl in the last year.
Yeah, well, this is the most obvious one ever, because we've been fucking conditioned. That is tantamount to being a creep. Approaching a woman, like, cold approaching doesn't fucking exist anymore. Why? Online dating, duh.
Well, cold approaching only exists if you're like a Giga Chad. Like, if you're 6'4", chiseled, you know, the type of dude that gets a match a minute on fucking whatever dating app you use, like, yeah, you'll cold approach people. But yeah, women will say you're a creep unless they immediately find you physically attractive. That is factual.
A woman can fucking filter through any man at a fingertip. Why would she want to be approached by randos? She can access literally anybody. This is fucking logic. Straight up, like, just common sense. How is this even confusing to people? Because it's confusing because they have to deny the truth, the obvious truth in front of their fucking eyes. That's how you are a bug man. You're a bug man when you ignore reality. Okay? No shit. You know, a man could fucking get arrested for approaching a woman, and then retards always say it doesn't happen, and you can produce like 10 fucking... I know there's autists who have saved every fucking example. There's always somebody who's like, oh, what about this one? What about this one? What about this one? It's never enough for these deluded idiots. There's no reason to cold approach.
And a third have never approached a girl in their lives. 2/3 of men Tom's age are single, while 1/3 have never had sex in their lives. This is due to complex reasons, which I've tackled in these videos, mostly caused by market imbalances due to...
Yeah, I feel like this incel revolution thing's never happening. I did watch that, but I just feel like there's no...
The incel revolution. Yeah, that'll never happen.
Way. No. I mean, I wish.
That'll
I really
never
wish.
happen.
But I don't think so. They've significantly broken... Though even in that video, he kind of says that, ironically, in that video, if I recall correctly, he basically says it would be up to a Chad to lead the revolution. But why would...
The incel revolution would be led by a Chad? That makes no sense. Yeah, incels, here, I fucked all the women that you want to have sex with, but I'm going to help you out now. Wait, what? That makes no... Oh my god, yeah. I mean, it makes about as much sense as Odin demanding his fucking spank bank, but... Yeah.
The guy, the metaphorical tribe leader who has a harem of bitches, why would he fight for the incel? That's
yeah,
just,
exactly.
It would take a quality of character that basically doesn't even exist in modern society. There's no reason for, you know, the rich fat cat, big schnozian, so to speak, to fight for the pleb, the slave race. None. And that's basically what it would require. He says that in the video, I think.
The dating apps, which turn modern dating into one of the most unequal societies in the world. If Tinder was a country, it would be the second most unequal country in the world after South Africa and ahead of Venezuela. Tom has just given up trying. He's tried dating apps on and off. He'll go through periods of desperation for about a week where he desperately swipes only to get nothing.
Oh yeah, definitely, Julia. Narcissism is extremely common in this day and age, and everyone's suffering from it. I mean, for men and women, it's different, but it's definitely just a societal sickness that everyone is obsessed with themselves.
And give up for 6 months, only to have the panic attack about.
Dude, the thing is, though, is even these fucking whores, like Bonnie Blue, for example, because of OnlyFans and simp culture, they have elevated themselves to the status where even fucking literal whores don't have to fuck these incel types. Like, literal fucking whores don't even want to have sex with incel type dudes anymore because they have so much money. They don't want to fucking be around, you know, these like little loser guys that would maybe give them a chance. They think that they deserve, like, you know, I guess buff, successful, desirable men because they have like a shit ton of money themselves. So yeah, even literal fucking whores don't want anything to do with the incels because the incels have elevated them socially and financially to a level that makes them unattainable. It's fucking incredible, bro. It's just like, how the fuck do we have a society where we elevate literal fucking whores to being like multi-millionaires and shit? It's crazy. That's why I don't think the incel revolution will ever happen, is because the incels are literally the arbiter of their own fucking demise. You know, they're the fucking dipshits showering OnlyFans whores that don't even talk to them in fucking millions of dollars that basically allows literal whores to not even want anything to do with the least desirable guys, when in reality, whores should be the least desirable women. So it's insanity, dude. Absolute fucking insanity.
This again and then fail again. He reconciles himself with watching online porn. He paid an only girl twice only to delete his account and cry in shame. His main goal was to have a family, but he's since given up on that. He knows he will probably never get married or frankly even get a girlfriend anytime soon. This makes him consumed with self-loathing, horniness, and rage. Tom is about 20 pounds overweight, like 75% of Americans who are either overweight or obese. He really wants to lose the weight and has a gym membership which he only uses a few times a year, and he goes through brief spurts of going to the gym but can't keep up. He follows a lot of fitness influencers. He's also tried to maintain a good diet, but every time he does, something bad happens, and so he gives fitness up. He runs out of money, he hears bad news from his family, or his dog gets sick. But he doesn't.
Yeah, the bad diet thing is definitely relatable. I wouldn't say it's anything that dramatic. Really, for me, it's just bad self-control. I mean, nothing. Drank that whole bottle. Yeah.
Doesn't have the money to take it to a vet. Each time he defaults back onto comfort eating. He rationalizes this that comfort eating is one of the better coping mechanisms to have, since he feels shame about returning to his high school state of being permanently stoned, or his bouts of binge drinking in college. Tom didn't grow up with any religion. His parents were vehement agnostics and atheists, respectively, rebelling against the strong religion of their parents in Indiana. However, this has resulted in Tom having nothing to believe in. He has no higher power or direction to which orient his life around. Thus, he spirals into nihilism. He wishes he could believe in God and admires the trad-calf aesthetic, but he just can't bring himself to do so, since he knows in the bottom of his heart he can't believe in a God that he can't see proof for. He went to church a few times and found it boring. Keep in mind that from Saw, religion is one of
the chat, bro.
Most important components to someone living a happy life. We have an entire generation largely consumed by nihilism, and they don't have any values to believe in. Tom's worldview is completely nihilistic, which is true for most people around his age. He was told growing up that he could achieve whatever he wanted in life if only he works hard and followed his dreams. He quickly realized as an adult that that was completely unrealistic. He doesn't believe in religion, while his community has done everything it can to spurn it with a postmodernist value system. He doesn't have close relationships, a mate, or community. His hard-right politics are a side effect of having nothing else to believe in. An old African proverb goes, if the young men don't have a place in the village...
I don't think far-right politics are a result of having nothing to believe in. What's considered far-right today was considered common sense 50 years ago.
Burn it down to feel its warmth. Tom realized quickly that there was no social mobility as job. The company, like almost all major companies...
In a proper society, you know, one that hasn't been thoroughly cuckolded, that's something these people should fear. They absolutely should fucking fear this.
His hard-right politics are a sign don't have a place in the village else to believe in. An old African proverb goes, if the young men don't have a place in the village, they'll burn it down to feel its warmth. Tom realized quickly that there was...
Yes. Is it any wonder why there's so many school shootings? Other than the ones that the feds create, of course. But yeah, is it any wonder? They are burning down the village. That's exactly what that is. That's exactly what a school shooting is.
No social mobility as job. The company, like almost all major companies in California, had gone for woke DEI hiring, thus making him as a straight white male stuck high and dry. He considered lying about being a bisexual in order to get job promotion, but felt too much shame to do it. He realized
who cares? Dude, I'm 100% in favor of that. If you gotta lie to get a job because of bullshit hiring policies like that, go for it. Fuck them.
that no matter what he did, he was stuck. This is a very important variable that older people don't seem to get at all, in that woke hiring has completely screwed over Gen Z young men. Successful young white Gen Z...
This is the other interesting thing, is like literally every single job that was added under the Biden administration, plus 10%, was taken by illegal immigrants or immigrants in general. So... what's ironic is over the past 4 years, all these so-called rebound jobs from COVID were not actually rebound jobs. They were jobs that American citizens had, and then the jobs that were reported as rebound jobs after COVID were taken by immigrants, not even the citizens that originally had them. So, yeah, for the past 4 years, our job market has been absolutely decimated by fucking immigration to an almost irreparable amount.
Guys never work at big companies since there's no way you will ever move ahead. 95% of new job openings in major companies since COVID have gone to non-white applicants. For a frame of reference, I made the calculation in high school that if I didn't become an entrepreneur, I would be...
And the thing is, there's so many results to this. The problem is, again... these videos do sort of have an air of sort of political neutralness to them. I mean, leaning right, of course, like center right. But they have a facade of political neutralness. But to me, you can't just talk about cause without talking about effect, right? And vice versa, of course. The reason, it's obvious, there are many layers as to why this is happening. And it's not just about fucking equity, okay? Let's say, hypothetically, you were trying to create a race of mongrel slave people with double-digit IQs. While you believe you're the best ever, you're God's chosen people, right? You need to encourage the creation...
well, not even that, but it goes deeper than God's chosen people.
...of the mongrel slave race. So what do? Okay, well, one, you show as many interracial couples as possible in media. Every single commercial, every single TV show, that's one thing.
Bro, if you go into the whole 13 families conspiracy theory, it gets even deeper. I don't even know if, that might actually be an interesting topic to watch a video on. I don't even know if you can have that on YouTube anymore. I don't know. The whole 13 families. If you guys are familiar with that, then you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, that's a whole nother fucking rabbit hole. I don't know if that type of shit is allowed on YouTube anymore or not. But that might actually be an interesting topic to look at.
Thing. These people who, for whatever reason, are considered, at least on average, to be the most attractive people, well, they also coincidentally are...
All right, so to make it very, very brief, basically the 13 families are the families that are descended from the giants / fallen angels / Anunnaki. And each one of these 13 families have interwoven with each other throughout human history to form the various institutions of power and control that we have today throughout society. And they trace their lineage all the way back to what they believe are basically the fallen angels. Which, if you know anything about a particular fallen angel, they're basically a family of literal fucking Satanists that have interwoven themselves into the very fabric of human life at the highest degrees of existence. And behind the scenes, they pull the strings, basically controlling all of society. But there's also the caveat that they don't all agree on everything, but they do agree on the overall idea that essentially they need to bring about the Antichrist. And, yeah. No, not the 13 tribes. This is beyond Judaism. This is, literally far more than that. No. Judaism is only a very small portion of it. So, no, it's well beyond just that. So, yeah, basically it's the 13 families, and they're in competition to essentially bring about the Antichrist to be born of their lineage, which means they will inherit the earth, essentially. So, it's not even Jewish. So, it's like, literally, the Rothschilds aren't even considered one of the 13 families. So, the Rothschilds are part of the 33 families that are underneath the 13 But yeah, it's a huge fucking rabbit hole if you want to go down it. But people have, like, literally tracked the lineage of a lot of prominent people throughout history. And they have found various connections that track back to very ancient, documented families. So, yeah. So I think it's the 13 families at the top, then there's 33 families underneath, and then there's 300 at the bottom. So, yeah, your Rothschilds and public-facing families like that are in the 33. But, yeah, it's a huge conspiracy, bro. But it's actually somewhat documented. It's actually somewhat documented to a pretty high degree. So, kind of interesting. But yeah, it like plays into like the coat of arms and everything. Like the coat of arms was used by these families to like basically serve as a secret language that would tell you what their hierarchy was within the established. I don't know, dude. You can look into it if you'd like in your free time. I don't know if there's like a good video that summarizes it briefly on YouTube anymore or not, because, you know, YouTube cracked down on all the interesting content. But yeah. It's out there if you want to look into it. It's pretty interesting.
Are too intelligent and too they have too much ingenuity, creativity, all of those things that could be a threat to you. Well, if we simply stop giving them jobs, they can't feed themselves. They're poor. Women, unless they're extremely high above average in terms of looks, women are not going to date the poor white guy over the diversity hire dude who's making more money, right? Unless he's hideously ugly. The point is to bring things to a balance, because obviously the 10 out of 10 Chad who's broke will sleep on the bitch's couch and he'll never have to get a job, but that's an exception. That's 1 in 1,000, right? They need to bring the white people down and bring the other people up. Of course, also, women are being brought up in society in general, so they'll expect more.
Why would God allow Satanists to rule this world? Because God's kingdom is not of this world.
And so women, the white women will breed less because their expectations for men are so high that white men can't possibly meet them. And despite what all of the two-camp propaganda would have you believe, most people date within their race, the vast majority. Okay, and so if white people never breed because the women's standards are impossibly high and the men can't get a job and they can't do any of these things, is any wonder how we're getting replaced? You know, there's more examples. There's plenty more examples. All the immigrants have way more children on average and they get welfare. They're just encouraged on every level to breed as much as possible. This again, I can't. It is impossible to separate what he's talking about right now with the result.
You only see one 50-minute video on YouTube, and it's 2 months old. You'll probably I'll probably have to find like a re-upload or something. I have no idea, man.
What is the goal? You know, you have
to watch that shit like over a decade ago or something like that.
To look at the big picture. What are they trying to accomplish? Whoever they are, you literally. I mean, I would prefer if you identify who specifically is doing the things, of course, me personally. But let's just say me and a lefty would agree on some specific things. They wouldn't have to say it's an ethnic group. As long as they say the elites, this is the goal of what they're doing, which they can't because it conflicts directly with their ideology. But let's just say, me and someone who won't answer, they won't take the JQ pill or whatever. Me and somebody else agree, at least on a vague level, that the elites are trying to replace white people, basically, right? That's the goal in Western countries. It's become so increasingly, utterly obvious.
Griff shills for Israel. Griffin hates doomers. That's right, dude.
Obvious over the past 10 years.
Both are definitely true.
I don't even know where I'm going with this.
How do I shill for Israel, though? Like, when have I ever claimed to be, like, an ally of Israel? Or, I care deeply about Israel? I don't. Like, literally, I've been on record saying the only country I give a shit about is the U.S. I genuinely don't fucking care about Israel. I don't give a fuck about Palestine. I don't give a fuck about Russia or Ukraine. Like, I don't have an interest in any fucking country other than the U.S. The rest of the world could literally burn, and it wouldn't even make me fucking blink. I don't know. I don't give a shit.
The point is, I hate that I'm the type of guy who will go off on tangents.
Someone in the chat called you trailer trash. Now that is offensive.
Obviously, so it just tickles my brain specifically when you start a line of thinking and then you don't finish it. You can't just end the line of thinking here. You gotta follow that thought through to the end, because at the end of the day, people need to be given direction. They do need to be given direction. Again, I wouldn't say you don't condone any illegal actions, of course, but you know, if people don't have someone to blame for this, someone, any group, doesn't matter, just a group, then you will never accomplish anything.
Completely screwed. And look at my life now. I am legally a CEO with employees who make 6 figures. And if this didn't pan out and YouTube didn't work, I would be working a minimum wage job. And I see that from people either from my hometown or who went to the college I went to. And it's just horrifying. If this didn't work out, I would not be in a good place. Tom is terrified that he'll be axed from the company for diversity quota reasons. He wishes he could deal with this better by saving up money, but there's no real money to save. He exists on the knife's edge of survival. He keeps on sucking up to his boss, working longer hours, and saying yes to things he hates, which makes him loathe himself since he can't afford to lose this job. He tells himself that he should be doing fine and beats himself up for not making more money or saving more money, but no matter what he does, the money gets eaten up. Whenever he somehow finds a way to make or save money, some random cost comes up that eats him. He keeps on using credit card debt to make ends meet, something he wish he didn't do, but the bills still need to get paid. He saved up some money during COVID, and as of now, he's running out, and he has no savings at all. He's very scared. Like 2/3 of Americans, Tom lives paycheck to paycheck. He works every month only to barely cover his own costs.
This is crazy. Again, if I was a different person and not me who's conditioned to be who I am, I would certainly leverage all of the extra money I saved up to get some bitches, so to speak. Unfortunately, I can't be someone that I'm not. So I just, I'm sure there's plenty of people in chat, maybe not watching right now, but there's people who watch my videos or the streams who are like, well, if I had no debt and I had the money you make, you know, I would be married and have kids or whatever. Well, listen, I'm a YouTuber exactly because of how fucked up I am. All right, you aren't me and you can't be me. It's unfortunate that, you know, I'm exactly who I am because of how fucked my brain is. You know, like I couldn't be this YouTuber without also being this fucked up. It's just, it's not possible.
Yeah, don't waste your money getting bitches, bro. It ain't worth it. Save your money and buy trading cards instead, bro. They only go up. And that is financial advice, FYI.
Costs just to keep working. He's lost any hope of continuing. Over the last year, his costs have gone.
One of my friends said to me the other day, you used to sacrifice your hopes and dreams in order to have a family and a house. Now you do so for no reason. You're not getting anything. Yeah, well, that's, people are realizing that more and more.
Up. He started smoking weed all the time in order to not go crazy. He does experiments of going to work high in order to see if his boss or coworkers notice. He sometimes acts up, even though he's terrified of losing his job, as a way to feel alive from time to time. He finds that no one cares, no matter how much he changes his behavior.
Yeah, dude, I don't even have to spend money on bitches. They're all knocking on my door trying to see my massive trading card collection. So I have to fend them off and say, no, back, bitch. No one gets to touch my cards but me.
Actually, his coworkers don't care. He might as well not exist. At the same time, his boss constantly asks him to change the work formatting, and if he does something slightly wrong for work,
I'm probably never going to Japan.
And he feels depressed that he as a person does not matter, but he only exists as a cog to exploit. He technically works a 9 to 5, but really leaves work at 7:30. He does this since he's scared of losing
creators' freedom.
His job and wants to impress his boss. The company is low on employees, but doesn't.
Sounds like he's got to watch some Office Space. Though things are a lot worse since Office Space, to be fair. So that's certainly not advice for anyone here. But I that is a good movie if you're stuck in that kind of situation. But yeah, I think we're kind of past the point of like, I'm just not going to go to work. I just don't care. that was, I don't know. It was a good movie, though. Definitely a good movie.
Doesn't have the money to hire anyone new either. This is especially humiliating given he...
I already said this. Sorry, I thought of it again in case you guys weren't here when I saw Office Space like a few weeks ago, you know. And I'm just thinking after I saw the movie, I'm like, if they made this today, he would just be a NEET. Like, he would become a NEET. He wouldn't like get promoted or whatever, though that shit is funny, definitely. But instead, he would stop going to work and just be a NEET and enjoy the NEET life. And that's what Office Space 2 would be, you know. It's...
Maybe people like Griffin and Soythetic Man need to put down the controller and get an ugly girlfriend. I'd rather die alone than have an ugly girlfriend. No, thank you. No fucking thanks.
Then again, you don't have much of a plot. I feel like also if it was made today, it would be less of a comedy and more like a horrific dystopian documentary almost, you know. So it wouldn't work so well.
usually only works 4 hours a day of productive time, and the rest is wasted while he pretends to work in order to not offend his boss or coworkers. He hasn't taken a vacation for his entire adult life, partly since he's scared of losing his job, but he also doesn't have the money to go on a vacation anywhere either. When he started working, he pretended to like his job, but now he can only barely mask his contempt for everyone that works where he does. It feels like nothing he does in his life is real. At work, he's a cog. No one cares about him as an individual ever. He feels like a person.
You wouldn't have a problem with the butter face? I would. Dude, the face is the most important thing for me when it comes to chicks. Like, I don't care if she's flat as a fucking board. If she has a nice face, that's all that matters to me. Like, honestly. Especially if you ever want to have kids, too. Like, you don't want to have ugly kids. So you want to find an attractive woman.
Who doesn't really exist, like a ghost forced to work to survive through a machine for no benefit of his own. He has no one to share all these feelings with. He was suicidal, like half of young men have been, and didn't tell anyone about it. Again, like most young men. He eventually didn't get around to actually doing it. He went through a 1-month period of depression where he tried phoning it in as much as possible across his life, whether through work, family, or friends. No one noticed or cared. He constantly fights low-level depression and anxiety. Whenever he stops and thinks, he's consumed by existential crises, and so he tries to stay active all the time, whether through work, doing various errands, or various forms of hedonism like video games or porn. The price of everything has gone up a ridiculous degree. The price of rent has doubled since that time, killing any dreams Tom has had of being a real homeowner. He splits a $3,500 a month apartment with a roommate. He views his roommate with contempt as a normie who doesn't see how bad things are. They do everything.
Yeah. That's why you can't live in shithole cities. $3,500 a month. Yeah. Yeah,
That's where I live, is in a shithole city.
It's fucked.
Everything they can to barely speak to each other. Tom doesn't sleep many hours a night, since he purposely stays up late to have a few hours alone in the shared living room after his roommate has gone to bed. The rising cost of rent has really killed Tom's finances. Like most Americans, Tom doesn't have $500 that he could blow on an emergency at any given time. He doesn't have any money for hobbies or fun things. He listens to music, smokes weed, watches porn or YouTube, and doesn't even watch.
Well, he has money. He has money that he can spend on fun things. He's blowing it on fucking weed. So nope, your analogy falls apart right there. Weed is not a cheap hobby. That shit's expensive as fuck.
Netflix or the new movies, since he hates their leftist slant. There's no new culture that he genuinely likes or identifies with. Tom is very careful with his.
That's my fucking channel in a nutshell. Let's go back.
No new culture that he genuinely likes or identifies with. Tom is very.
Yeah, that's definitely literally me. I mean, just look at my fucking, it's like, oh my god. The people fighting against me, it's like, I mean, obviously there's plenty of people who agree with me. That's basically exactly what unites all the viewers of this channel, is that, yeah, nothing created is good. Nothing. Because it's not made for us. It's made for an audience that doesn't fucking exist. Being funded by disgusting, satanic, bug fucking piece of shit. The worst ever. Not even really human. Whatever the fuck they are. The most evil people
Yeah, the thing is, bro, $500 is not a lot of money. Like, every working adult should be able to conjure up $500 on a moment's notice. That is not a large amount of cash. Like, you have a serious problem if you don't have $500 of expendable income on a moment's notice. So, you need to do some massive reevaluation of your life, if that is the case.
On the planet are funding things made for no one, and it is funny sometimes to review the disgusting shit they produce, especially since I'm benefiting from it. I'm making money off of their disasters, so that's a personal victory for me. If people wonder why I cover this stuff, well, 1, people like to see it, 2, sometimes it's funny, and 3, fuck these people. At least I'm gonna get something out of this. I will continue to shit on them for the rest of with my internet presence. Many non-U.S. dump on U.S. workplaces, only giving 2 weeks of vacation days compared to 4 weeks minimum elsewhere in the world. Americans accumulating 6-digit college debt. It is bad. I mean, the upside is we have a lot more expendable income than other places in the Western world. But yeah, I mean, you do have to debate in your head, like, what would you rather have? Shit to waste on video games, porn, movies, whatever? Or would you rather have, like, the free healthcare, more vacation time, whatever? I don't know. It's all shit. We're all bad. Who cares about the dick measuring contest of Western countries? You think it's good for anybody? It's not good for anybody right now. Nobody's doing good. We're all doing bad. Different degrees of bad depending on the country, but it's bad for everybody involved because we're all one world government basically in the first world. So yeah, it's bad. Oh, it's bad.
very careful with his food spending, basically only eating carbohydrates, which is what he can afford. He went 2 weeks just eating ramen. He doesn't heat his home anymore, which is generally fine in California's very temperate climate, since he saw a bill one winter from the city of Burbank for a $500 heating fee. That happened to me. He remembers hearing a story of his 19th century immigrant ancestors from Europe being happy that they could eat beef every day in America and realizing he couldn't afford to do that himself. Gen Z has 90% less spending power than the boomers did in their 20s, and this is even more
I mean, this is definitely something that needs to be repeated over and over again, because like there's still fucking retarded boomer-esque people just talking about how it's like, oh, they don't work hard. It's like, why would they work hard? For what? For pennies? Why, fucking, there's no reason to work hard. None.
You gotta work smart, not hard.
Exacerbated in Los Angeles, one of the most expensive places and most unequal places in America.
Take an easy fucking job that gives you a lot of free time that also pays a lot, which is not that hard to find nowadays. And then leverage your free time and the money you make in order to, you know, essentially break the cycle.
America. The biggest issue in Tom's life is his complete alienation. Nothing feels like anything anymore. He might as well not even be alive. He feels completely useless. When people study suicide notes, the top word people use is useless.
Well,
Tom
maybe
feels
he should fucking jump off the balcony of that fucking $3,500 apartment and kill him as fucking self. Yeah, do it, bro.
completely powerless, stuck in the cycle of a brutal era of history. He likes that What If Altist is capable of explaining the issues he faces on a macro geopolitical level, but he doesn't draw much solace from this since he's still stuck here and can't change anything. He periodically goes through self-improvement phases, but doesn't have the energy or will to keep going. Also, it hasn't really given him much benefit either. He knows that even if he doubled his money, it would just go off to paying the debt, so what's even the point? Nothing in his life feels real. It all feels like a dream. The only time he feels even somewhat alive is when he watches porn, takes a puff of weed, or starts an interesting video on YouTube. However, for each of these, they've worn down so much since he does them out of habit daily, and he's lost any positive feeling attached to them. Nothing he does feels real or human. His humanity has been worn down by the machine of modern bureaucratic civilization until only the mask remains. He grows to hate the beast inside of himself since it rebels against the horror of the sheer meaninglessness and ennui of his life. It feels like he's stuck in some hyper-real
And then he goes to Walmart, buys a shotgun, and revisits his middle school.
Purgatory with no way out. Part 4, Lessons. I understand one of the conventions of writing is that a story is supposed to have a point or some kind of positive note. The problem is that's not how reality works. Our lives don't act like that. Sometimes life just sucks and you need to accept it. Sometimes you're just going to suffer and hope that something better comes along later. This is one of those times.
I'm not. Dude, I'm fine. I have no debt. I'm financially, stable. I'm in a pretty good state of mind, I would say, for the most part. I mean, yeah, obviously life could be better, but that's true for everybody, but I don't really feel sad or depressed or lonely or, like a failure or anything like that. So, I don't know. I'm fine. This is not me. This is literally not me, for real, for real.
I'm not going to lie to you. There are no solutions or easy answers. We're in one of those bad periods of history. This is why I say that we're on the verge of a major civil war or revolution. Once you accept all of this, that's the only rational answer to end at. This video is meant to depress you, but it's also meant to provide a degree of self-reflection. I know there are millions of Toms in this world. I know the reason we don't realize that is that we put up this false ideal of what American life is that basically no one reaches. Tom's friends or even his family probably have no idea how hard his life is, and he doesn't tell them since they wouldn't help him since they're struggling themselves. Oftentimes, the greatest wisdom comes from seeing your own life from someone else's perspective. What would you tell Tom, which you couldn't tell yourself? I have been in various elite—
I try. People don't listen. I do try. I have the unique position of being able to tell people like myself what I should have done in some ways. I obviously don't have that many answers, but it's true. I mean, I hate to admit it, but some things that they tell you even when you're depressed are true. Or the only one who can pull you out of that hole is yourself. There's not going to be some girl who drops from the sky and gives you motivation to keep living. So you got to figure out something that you can
this shit ain't an anime.
do. And hopefully it works out.
Anime,
hopefully you
bro.
find something that you can enjoy that is worth your time.
elite circles over my life. And I've lived a bizarre life. It's hard to explain. But there was a point when I was part of a social club for talented young people run by someone who used to be part of Jake Paul's
Yeah, I'm 27.
management. And another time I ran a club for influencers in Los Angeles. And I've been part of various conservative and intellectual associations. And what I found interviewing young, successful people, and these are the people who did the best, like people who are professional athletes, actresses, influencers, successful CEOs in their 20s, is everyone's life is screwed. There's no person who gets the normal life that even a loser like Homer Simpson would be expected to have in the 20th century, where of the most successful people in their 20s, they either have severe depression, lonely, dating issues, most have financial issues. And seeing what the highest achievers struggled with, I realized this is just a rigged game. And the fact that we fight each other without realizing how hard it is just so cruel, because there's no way you're going to win as a Zoomer. I hope that Tom's story has helped spark empathy and compassion, both for ourselves and others. My heart aches.
Hold on, wait. Why the fuck am I being mentioned again? Jesus Christ, dude. Why is my name constantly being brought up in this chat? What was it in response to? Hold on. Now we got to go back. I want to see what it was.
Part of various conservative and intellectual associations. And what I found interviewing young, successful people, and these are the people who did the best, like people who are professional athletes, actresses, influencers, successful CEOs in their 20s, is everyone's life is screwed. There's no person who gets the normal life that even a loser like Homer Simpson would be expected to have in the 20th century, where of the most successful people in their 20s, they either have severe depression, lonely, dating issues, most of financial issues. And seeing what the highest achievers struggled with, I realized this is just a rigged game. And the fact that we fight each other without...
But yeah, that's what I saw. Synth, what about the single mom who your mom tried to set you up, bro?
Realizing how hard it is just so cruel, because there's no way you're going to win as a Zoomer. I hope that Tom's story has helped spark empathy and compassion, both for ourselves and others. My heart aches at the suffering we see today.
All right, so let's see. What's that thing that Griffin says? Financial security, but then he'll say you need fuck you money, which only works if you're new money or born into wealth. So there's no chance? What? Where do you think new money comes from? The fuck? Financial security, but then he'll say you need fuck you money, which only works if you're new money or born into wealth, so there's no chance? Well, the new money is your chance. Why do you think it's called new money? Is because... people make money for the first time in their family's history, really. So new money just means you don't come from like generational wealth. It means you made your fortune yourself. So that is your chance. Everybody has the chance to make money. You have the opportunity to become new money, essentially. And then you can give your kids the situation where they're born into wealth. So
I can see it all the time and everywhere. I can see it in how people walk, how they dress, how they talk, how they stand. It's so obvious. It's why I live outside the city now, because it drives me crazy when I deal with it too much. Everyone is suffering and it's so sad. Although it's important that we all do what we need to, we also need to see reality for what it is. This is an era in which we all fail compared to the Homer Simpson, John Hughes standard.
The problem is people can't accept it, or people would have to take responsibility, especially for the parts where they encourage the suffering. They try and drag other people down. There's many groups of people that exist just to share their suffering with others, you know, especially the most mentally unstable members who are, you know, the smallest percentage of society that continues to get catered to. Easily the most mentally ill, unstable. Suicide attempts are over 50%. But, you know, we should pander to them because, you know, eventually if we give in to all their demands, they'll stop trying to kill themselves. That's the...
Sounds like we should give in to none of their demands then.
That is such insane, like, mega levels of copium that I can't even comprehend it. I don't even know how you could live with such an obvious lie. But I guess if you couldn't live with that lie, you wouldn't live at all, right? Instead of trying to be better, accept that you will always be the thing you were born as. You know, we can't choose our genes. We can't choose our childhood experiences. But those are who we are. You should just accept who you are. Stop pretending to be something you're not. Stop fucking trying to ruin what other people enjoy because it gives you some amount of power. I don't know if it was because you were bullied or because, like, you're just a bad person. But you actively trying to ruin things other people enjoy is just evil. I mean, this... I don't know how you can cope and say it's not evil. It's fucking evil. You're evil. So, you know, it's never a question why I dislike these people. I mean, I'm sure all of you have similar experiences when we're watching this. They won't realize it, though, because if you had self-awareness, you wouldn't try to be a woman. It's just, you wouldn't try to be a woman if you had self-awareness.
Standard that we were told we would reach, but once you realize you're playing an impossible game, either play a different game or break the game. And the way I see these things is if you knew the daily struggles of everyone around you, you would have so much more compassion for them because you would realize how hard it is. When you see...
I don't know about that.
Our age is driving people crazy, and it's always somehow the other side who are the crazies. Funny how that works. We can empathize with where it comes from. Furthermore, do you notice that Tom internalizes the blame for what is society's responsibility unto him?
See, this is always my problem with these videos. It's like you clearly, the essay you wrote, all the evidence points towards certain things in society causing the damage. And then in the conclusion you say, oh, we all have to have empathy for each other. But you literally wrote in your video, you know, this part is women's fault, this part is like the elite's fault, or boomers' fault, or all these things. You cannot just take a completely different direction with your conclusion. I'm not an idiot. I can pay attention to the facts you presented and come to a conclusion. This conclusion does not reflect the content in the video. And this is not the first video I've seen of his that is like this. You cannot again, it reminds me a little bit of Gerbert Johnson. Obviously, what if all his he's much more well spoken and intelligent than Gerbert Johnson, in my opinion. I wouldn't say Gerbert Johnson's an idiot. He's not an idiot, but still, like, I feel like what if all his is obviously like an intellectual type, but him refusing to point fingers at specific issues is exactly why nothing will ever happen. Nothing will ever be solved if you can't even point to what's causing the problems in the first place. Empathy, if anything, sympathy and empathy is exactly how we got in this situation.
I mean, you only need to get a girlfriend, Griffin, and no more nerdy cards or hoarding house. What? Dude, first of all, let's say that, you know, the impossible happens and a woman random spawns in my fucking living room that I actually talk to, and I do get a girlfriend. Why the fuck would I stop buying stuff that I like? If that bitch has a problem with me buying shit, then she can fuck off from whence she came. That's, like, absolutely retarded. So, no, the Pokemon cards stay. They're not going anywhere.
Because, again, I don't want to be racist for no reason, but just using data, minorities have much more in-group preference than white people, right? So that doesn't always necessarily mean racism. It's kind of implied, though, that they're more racist than white people are. But they at least like each other more than they like other races, which would definitely imply racism. But whatever. Anyway, the point is, they are doing great. White people who hate themselves are doing extremely poorly in society. Gee, I wonder if there's a connection between those things. Loving everybody because we're all struggling is unironically a leftist message. I don't know if this guy sees it this way. Again, this is always my problem. Like, what if all his very well read, you know?
Yeah, we live in an uncompassionate world where, you know, people's compassion and goodwill has been weaponized and taken advantage of. So, if anything, you need to have less compassion. Like, that's the cold, hard reality, bro. The more compassion you have, the weaker and more you're going to be taken advantage of. So, that's just the reality. In a high-trust society where everybody's, you know, sharing similar values and goals, and there's a sense of community and common upliftment, you know, all that type of shit, yeah. You know, where we're all singing Kumbaya. But the reality is everybody's trying to stab each other in the fucking back to climb up the pile of corpses. So, yeah, compassion is literally a fucking weakness. Compassion is reserved for people who have already fucking won the game of life. You can be compassionate and caring and kind and all that type of shit once you're done. Once you're fucking cashed out, you got your money, you're successful, you know, you're where you need to be in life, then you can have compassion. But until then, it's a fucking, you know, cutthroat game out here. And you are literally tying weights to your fucking shoes while trying to swim. So, stupid.
It's connected a lot of dots with the problems of society, but his conclusions are still very much like, you need to experience more bad things, get more black pilled. Eventually, you will give the right message. But then again, he might also be banned, because he is a big enough audience that, bare minimum, he'll be shadow banned, but very likely he could be banned if he says the wrong shit. So, maybe on
like
some level.
Odin wanted his jerk-off list?
Like it. You're overthinking this? At least just hire those who are cheaper? No, dude, you can't really believe that. You can't believe that. Do you know what BlackRock do you not watch this channel? BlackRock has lost over $1 trillion, trillion with a T, funding woke video games that don't sell. It's propaganda. It has nothing to do with making a profit. If you think corporations are still doing this to make a profit, you're a lefty. That's what leftists believe, and it's delusional. They have all the money. They print the money. The Federal Reserve and the people who control that, whoever they may be, print the money. The people in control of our government, money is meaningless. Fiat currency means nothing. They have all the money. This is about power. They have all the money in the world. This is not about making a profit. This is about sending a message, right? It's brainwashing. Anyway.
What the fuck? How applicable is any of this video when it talks about money when you're not paying rent with minimal expenses elsewhere and making good money from YouTube? Particularly, bro, this Arku guy is just trying to start shit.
Okay, hold on. I'll watch the last minute and a half of this. I'll read the rest of Super Chats, then I'm ending the stream. Yeah, I went till 4:16. This is the latest stream I've done in a while. I'm probably just heading straight to bed.
in mind, society does have responsibilities to us. That's so heartbreaking, but it's something we all do to differing degrees, including myself. We're all stuck in a horror movie. Not a conventional one, but we're in a dystopia in which an evil, soulless society gradually squeezes the humanity out of people until the only thing left is numb rage. Then it pits them against each other as some kind of sport, watching them gradually go insane from any lack of grounding in anything real.
Bro, it's just like Squid Game! Oh my god!
Teenage.
Well, a sport
That show was so right, dude!
implies that there's no grand purpose. I mean, on some level, it is a sport in the sense that the powers that be are laughing at our misfortune and they don't see us as people, but it's definitely more than sport.
I lived mostly with my father, and he would go on business trips for a long period of time where I would take care of the cats. And one of the interesting things I found is that when I fed the cats late, they'd start fighting each other and blaming each other. And the thing that I found hilarious was it was normally just because I was doing something else and I was feeding them late out of a whim on my part, but they always blamed themselves. And that's something my father would joke about, where when the cats would fight each other, they'd be like, they're blaming globalists or the Jews or the left or the right. And that's what we do. Well, the reality is we are all fighting together against the shared suffering of the world. The thing is that...
And where does the shared suffering of the world come from?
The shared suffering of the world.
Where does the shared suffering of the world come from? Right?
Yeah.
What does it come from? It comes from something.
That's what would happen if people don't realize what's happening.
It comes from Hitler! Oh wait, he's already dead. Fuck, who else can we blame now?
The only way to break out of this and be free is to come to terms with all the pain and suffering, and then making the decision to go
I got it. It comes from Russia, dude.
Against the pattern. Once we take the
Russian misinformation
of blaming ourselves off, we can decide that we still want to live. With that,
dude, it's the Russian bots that are telling you that letting in 50 million illegal immigrants is bad. It's actually wonderful.
No. When we take the weight off ourselves, we direct ourselves toward the enemy, whoever that is. We're not like, oh, now we're all happy. Now that we don't hate ourselves, life is suddenly better. What the fuck is this conclusion? Did the feds get to this guy? I don't know. He's a fucking zoomer. Who knows?
No, he fucking took psychedelic drugs and jerked off with Odin.
Fucking, what a fetty kind of, like, nothing answer, you know? Like, it's fucking stupid. Oh, my God. This has always been my problem with this guy's videos, though. I've listened to, like, 4 or 5 of them at this point, and I feel like, yeah, like, the conclusion is always stupid. It's always fucking stupid. How the fuck? I mean, I know he's like 4 or 5 years younger than me, but I still don't see how how you could possibly think, like, if we all just stopped being depressed, everything would get better. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's I don't get it. It's delusional. He himself is brainwashed. Like, he has the self-awareness to write these huge essays about how we're being conditioned by society to be, you know, useless, basically, fucking useless, and to not breed or whatever. But then, like, when it comes to conclusion, it's just like, what do you want us to do? Okay, you take the blame off yourself, and then nothing changes. That doesn't actually change anything. You have to actually do things. Never mind. This is what I'm saying. Like, a fucking vid summary. Basically, I can change myself, but world's still bad. I know he didn't offer any solutions, and I know he's right that there is no easy answer outside of Fed posting or saying extremely megalomaniacal dictator shit. But which is why I always talk about the simpler shit, because, you know, at the end of the day, I can say it's a joke. It's a joke. Oh, it's definitely a joke. I would never do any bad things. But yeah, I mean, yeah, the video is kind of just useless. I'll be honest. It was a useless video. I'm sure he put a lot of work into it, but ultimately it was useless. Unless it was purposely to demoralize people. I really don't think it did anything. Like, it didn't really do anything. Kind of a shit video. The more I think about it, more I'm like, 90% of that video, pretty damn solid. Last 10%, oh my God, what the fuck are you doing, dude? It's like he wrote like this super depressing blackpilling video, and he's like, oh shit, if you just accept yourself, everything will be good.
GG, Griffin has it in the bag. What do I have in the bag? Hopefully, I don't know. Something when you decide to,
Give me monies!
Neoverse of the 2, I look at the world like we're in the Warhammer lore. Hopefully not, bro. That's a depressing-ass existence. That's a pretty depressing existence. Griffin music reviewer Fantano says wanting an ethno-state is racist. Ask him if he feels the same about Israel.
My God, dude. What are you fucking doing? It's retarded. But normies will eat that up. As long as you say in the end, well, the message was, be yourself. Then normies will be like, yeah, woo, good video.
Wanting to be around your own people is normal. And, you know, people who pretend it's not are fucking retarded. Wanting to be around people that are similar to you is a basic human desire. Virginia is for virgins. Bro. Yo, no it's not. I don't live there. Bruh, that's a wild thumbnail. Alright, let's see. So speed this up.
Let me tell you something, brother.
That's why Griffin never had... I actually had a lot of black friends growing up. If you want to believe it or not, like, in 4th grade when I went to a public school in Georgia, I had a ton of black friends. And then I had a few black friends in high school. So, yeah, no. And in college, too, so... I was an honorary brother back in the day in elementary school, dude. Hell yeah. I literally got invited to the cookout. Not even a meme.
So let's bring in Triple P. Welcome.
Finally, PPP has come to Truthseekers.
Thank you very much.
Tonight. Huge support in chat. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to talk about a dirty, disgusting, filthy, begging, boring, bum
Griffin got black. That's right, dude.
pig. That is dark side, Phil. Now, folks, when it comes to calling cat fat cat, I was under the impression amongst fat people, amongst fellow people of calories, that fat was our word.
Yeah.
I thought I had a right to use that word.
So
and it's
what
not just
even
a right
is this? So it goes on Truthseeker and completely destroys DSP.
I was given by
Okay.
birth. I earned
I
that
didn't read
right
the
to call
title.
people fat every fucking day when I stuff my blowhole with 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, sometimes 7,000 calories, if not more a day. I work at it. I work at maintaining calling people fat, my fat card, okay?
Yeah.
Look, I'm fat. I'm fat, damn it. So I don't really know how, like, a 400-pound fat fuck calling somebody fat can be taken so seriously.
Yeah.
Oh,
That is
oh,
true.
you called somebody fat. How
But
about you
we've
call-
had people in this chat be like, oh, he doesn't have the right to call anybody fat because he's fat. It's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure he's doing it ironically.
me fat back, you pussy bitch.
I know. Why didn't he respond? You know, like.
Well, this is the thing. It gets to a certain point where you just have this pathetic fucking worm, this spineless jellyfish loser fucking.
Pete, we're on YouTube, dude. Watch those F-bombs.
Crawls on his belly like a swine in the dirt and the muck. Lets me kick fucking sand in his face.
All right, I give up. You can curse all you want.
On
We'll
the
lose it.
fucking beach there, bitch. This guy, let me call him a liar, a grifter, a scam artist,
a scumbag,
man,
DSP stopped interacting with PPP because he called his wife fat. Well, dude, she is, so maybe you should have that conversation with her. Like, she's objectively fat. But yeah, PPP calling anybody else fat should not be taken seriously because he is fat. So, yeah, it's a fucking obvious I don't know, dude. DSP is way too sensitive about dumb shit.
a prostitute. Like, you let me go out. Like, it's okay. At what point are you going to start fighting back? At what point are you going to be a man? At what point are we going to have a back and forth that fucking entertains people? You know what I mean?
You know, and he doesn't understand the busting balls. It's like me busting balls. Remember when I was busting balls on Worski? I was saying that his gaming streams were boring. I was just busting his balls. I have genuine affection for Worski. I wasn't being serious. I was busting his balls. Like, he's not a man. He's like a gay man. He doesn't understand men busting balls. You were just busting his balls.
Back and forth, whatever.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I'm just testing him to see where he's at as a man, to see where the resistance is at. Where does it stop? It never stopped. I could have come into his house and fucked his wife. And I could have ate the food from his fucking fridge.
Yeah.
His wife.
DSP would probably be like, better you than me, buddy.
And slap his cat son around.
Yeah.
Fucker, as long as he was getting paid money.
DSP would probably be like, yeah, thanks. You know, I get to sleep on the couch tonight. I can actually spread out a little bit.
He doesn't give a shit about anything other than money and his ego. And the only reason he started getting upset about any of this shit was because he felt like it was giving the detractors a W. This is what it is. It's his like sick fucking mental fixation on the detractors.
Yeah. He didn't care about you. He didn't care about anything you said until the detractors start going after him. Like, why aren't you defending your wife like a man would?
Well,
or a man should?
The thing that comes down to it is it wasn't his instinct to defend his wife. Now, they're saying my mic is really, really low. Is there any way
I can fix it.
Crank it up?
Yeah, I'll crank it up. 1 second.
Okay. Test.
All right, we got it.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Is it good?
It should be. Yeah.
So I'm talking all this fucking shit multiple times on my stream, on his stream, saying all sorts of shit about his wife, about everything, and he never said a fucking thing. Most people's first instinct,
yeah,
you go after your wife, they say, "Fuck you, bitch. Let's fucking square up and fight. Fuck you. You can't say that shit," and they fucking check you.
Yeah, I would.
No,
If you...
He has no instinct whatsoever to defend his wife or care for his wife. The only reason he now suddenly has found this conscience for his wife is because the people that hate him the most told him he should. Not because he actually gives a fuck about his wife. If he actually cared about and honored and cherished his wife, I would have honored his ultimatum. But I know it comes from a place of disingenuous fucking bullshit.
You're right.
I know he doesn't actually care about his wife, because if he did, his wife wouldn't be in the condition she fucking is in. Let's be real. Phil,
kind of wrecked her.
Let's talk about this, right? Because it's kind of distasteful to talk about people's wives, right? Like, it's not really like polite or nice.
I agree.
Yeah. But here's the thing. Dark Side Phil is no fucking babe in the woods. When Dark Side Phil put Cat on stream, this wasn't 2012 Phil, 2013 Phil, 2014, 2015, 2016 Phil. This was like 2023, 2024 Dark Side Phil. He knew what sort of audience he had. He knew right well that when
he was probably hoping the internet would shame his wife into losing. I guarantee, bro, because DSP is manipulative. Like, he is manipulative to a certain degree. Like, he was probably hoping by putting his wife on the internet that the internet calling her fat would make her want to lose weight. I would bet fucking money that that was part of the thought process. I would bet fucking money that Phil was thinking, oh yeah, we'll put her on camera, and then we know the trolls are gonna harass her and shit, and then that'll bully her, and then maybe she'll start losing weight. I guarantee you. Like, Phil is that kind of type. He loves to manipulate to get his desired result. So, how fat has she got? It's a hold on, let's see if I can find the comparison. DSP wife before and after. It's a huge difference. No pun intended. This doesn't really showcase it, but it gives you an idea. Hold on, let's see if I can find a different one. Is this it?
I find, and this is no exaggeration, you know what I mean? Like, you can't have two people streaming at the same time. That's number one. I don't even know the viability of it. Street Fighter 6, I'm sure we'll be talking a lot about.
That's what she looks like now. Yeah. I mean, there's a full body image too, but I don't know where it is. I don't really care that much, but yeah, you get the point. She definitely expanded over the years. But I guarantee you Phil's like the type of dude that was probably thinking at the back of his mind, like, yeah, maybe she'll go on the internet and get bullied, and then she'll lose weight because, you know, she'll feel bad about it. So then I won't have to say anything. Is he here with the 5? Sup, Griffin? What have I missed? Is gaming dead yet? Well, we just watched, what, like a 2-hour fucking Synthetic Man reaction video.
You shut the fuck! Don't you
now
fucking tell me to my face
DSP's
to shut the fuck up.
Former co-host roast him. But yeah, not really too much. But we might have a little bit of gaming white pill going on because Space Marine 3 got announced, so that is good news. And JE5150 with the 10, DSP has this amazing ability to burn every bridge possible. Stuttering Craig Keem with the 50k, PPP with gave DSP a whole new audience. Everyone who has tried to genuinely help him ends up hating him. Yeah, dude, it really is incredible. He's like truly a toxic motherfucker. Like, he asks, why am I toxic? It's just the way you are, Phil.
And the detractors saw his wife, what they would say, how they would mock her, how they would shit on her, how they would cripple her self-esteem and confidence with what they said. And he did it anyway. He exposed his wife to all of that anyway, knowing what would happen. And I think that's a fucking scumbag move, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, and it really seemed like it was like, look, I have a woman. You know, it seemed like he was bragging. Like the only reason he put her there is so he could prove he had a woman.
How he introduced it, it's beyond even that. How he introduced it was to say we have an announcement, and it's not that she's pregnant. Poking fun at his own wife's weight gain, hurting his own own wife's self-esteem and self-respect. Why? So he could more easily control her. So she would be put in her place easier, so that she would have no options. This is a man who orders DoorDash 7 days a week.
It's 7 days a week, really?
Every day.
Honestly, I'm scared of marrying an attractive chick only for her to gain those wife pounds. Well, y'all just need to go to the gym together or do like exercise together and, you know, take the lead on planning meals and all that type. Like, take some responsibility for it, man. You know, set up like a routine where you and her go and work out together every day, or you go for a walk, or you go hiking together on the weekends, or, you know, you go and, you know, meal prep for both of you. Like, you know, take the initiative and, yeah, don't fucking stock the house with, like, fucking ice cream and fucking, I don't know, chips and shit. So, you know, live a healthy, active lifestyle and include her in those things, and the rest will come. And then always compliment, like, oh, wow, you look so good. Like, you know, you look really fit right now, or, you know, your stomach looks a lot small. Like, small compliments like that go a long way to hype up women. So, yeah. It's just most people don't, when they get into a relationship, get fucking lazy. Most people, when they get into a relationship, get lazy because they feel like they don't have to try anymore because they've already locked somebody down.
This motherfucker is door dashing.
Yeah, so that's what.
Oh, see her with the 5. Was it a bad or good take by? I think it was both. Also, has he released his Kingdom Come Deliverance too? No, I don't think so. I haven't seen anything on that yet, so I don't believe so. But the video I was kind of mixed on, to be honest. I was kind of mixed.
His viewers are paying for it, for him to live an extra. What does he think he is? The Kardashians? They order food every day, but like they're millionaires, you know, like they can afford it.
And I'll tell you this, it's not just the DoorDash. I've seen what's in his refrigerator. He has something called the snack pizza.
Snack pizza.
It's an entire fucking frozen pizza that's apparently a snack.
That's a snack.
I'm 400 fucking pounds. I don't even call a pizza a fucking snack, for God's sake.
Oh, God, you're right.
It's fucking ridiculous. What are you talking about, man?
Snack
and now, so this whole thing, right, is about how he has to protect his wife. I have to protect my wife. I have to protect my wife. I have to protect my family. I have to protect my family. Ooh, what's going to happen? People are going to, it's hurting my family. It's hurting their feelings. What does he do today to protect his fat wife from being called fat by a fat man? He decides to reveal her medical info.
Yeah, I was shocked.
Today.
Yeah, I was shocked. Why would you do that?
Is that what's keeping your wife safe? Is that what's keeping your family safe? Or is that what you're doing, using your wife as a human shield, using her as a sympathy shield?
Yeah, get more donors.
Criticism, yes. To get pity donations, to get pity support, to make himself the victim. Oh, woe is Phil. Phil has a hard time. His wife is sick. Well, she's 300 goddamn pounds. Of course she's fucking sick. You think I'm fucking healthy, for fuck's sake? No. We have to live in the fucking real world and be objective about shit. It's not a healthy or mature or adult lifestyle the way that Phil's living or Kat's living or even I'm living, for God's fucking sakes. And I know that because I fucking live that shit because I'm a big fat fuck. It's not easy being a big fat fuck, but I have a right to call her a big fat fuck because I am one. And I know
it's like that word. That's what I thought. It's like that word.
Air travel, 2 seats, PPP, for fuck's sake. It's 2 seats, Kat, also. So to me, it's just a bit fucking rich. And I'll say this. When it came face to face, man to man, this pussy, dickless worm didn't say a motherfucking
Yeah, he
word.
didn't say it to your face. He had a chance last week.
When it came today, I said, come on then, bring me on. He could still bring me on in 48 minutes and have a chat about this. But he's a ballless bitch because he knows he can't stand like a fucking man. He can't have a confrontation. He can't have an argument because he knows he'll get blown out.
Yeah, that's the thing, bro, is I absolutely can't fucking stand the fat people who are in denial. But I will say, some of the funniest motherfuckers on planet Earth are like the self-aware fat guys. Like 9 times out of 10, the self-aware fat dudes are like the funniest fuckers in the room because they don't give a shit, you know? They're not out here in denial like, oh yeah, dude, I'm healthy at any size, blah, 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 or anything. They're like, nah, I'm a fucking fat ass that loves to eat. So, and they don't give a shit, which is fine. But yeah, the fucking victimization, self-loathing fat fuck is like the most miserable, disgusting, sorry excuse for human life that exists.
Like the worthless bitch pussy that he fucking is. And that's just the bottom line, because PPP said so. To quote the smart guys. And it's Hollywood PPP now. Look at this show. It's what? 8 times bigger in terms of viewership than Smart Guys was. You know, donations are
10
flying
times.
in.
Yeah.
You guys are being incredibly generous. Steve doesn't have to get on his knees. Please, guys.
I need grocery money.
Lunch meat sandwiches like a peasant, like a plebeian.
And I'm eating Girl Scout cookies for free. It's not a goal. I'm just eating them. Yeah.
$1,500 to eat fucking Girl Scout cookies?
I'm eating them for free. Yeah.
How about Phil do a reward people would be interested in? And this is part of the problem with Phil, is he's just a boring fucking bum. He's not willing to ever give back to the audience. He takes and takes and takes and takes and takes. It's not just the audience. It's his family. It's his parents that he takes and takes and takes.
Yeah, he took money from them and he promised to get a job.
Wife that he takes and takes and takes from.
He treats her like a maid. He doesn't treat her like a wife. He treats her like a live-in maid.
Just a trophy for him to show off his mature adult lifestyle.
Yo, Pete, you're not married, but like, listen, I'm married. If I ever went on stream and
imagine, bro, like, imagine having a fucking obese wife and be like, yeah, you guys wish you were me, huh? Like, no, I don't. I absolutely don't.
Complained about a meal my wife made. She would murder me. But that's, you know, like he complained that she made meals that were inedible, so he had to order food or something.
He's so comfortable. He's comfortable lying about everything else. He's comfortable about lying about WWE champions and spending tens of thousands of dollars a month while his wife goes without a fucking honeymoon, while his wife goes without a fucking day of vacation, while his wife works part-time at fucking Best Buy, but he talks about how he loves his fucking wife. Give me a fucking break.
You're right.
And you know what? I care more about Phil's life than he fucking does.
You try to help him, yeah.
He doesn't have any passion. He doesn't have any soul in his fucking body. He's a hollowed out husk of a fucking man that let me walk all over him. A 400-pound lesbian fucking tranny looking bum walked all over internet legend Darkside Phil, pissed in his mouth. He swallowed and said, "Thank you, sir. May I have
another?"
May I have another?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. It's a disgrace. He's a fucking joke. Unbelievable.
It is. Let me ask you too, like, what was it like having to work with him? Because I know I heard some stuff like, for those unaware, like everything was a negotiation and an endless, like, you know, if it was me, P, and you said, let's try this on the show, and you were doing a show, I'd say sure, because what you're doing works. Why would you say no to a guy who's successful at content creation and not agree to do things? You're trying to get him to do better. You're trying to help him.
Well, this is the thing. I'm just trying to make a show that's not fucking boring. That's not fucking garbage. Like every fucking show this guy has done or ever has done throughout his entire fucking career, it's been nothing but the lowest effort slog.
Low effort, yeah.
I used to think
the only time Phil's ever funny is when he's racist. That's literally it. The only time DSP is ever actually unironically entertaining is when he's being racist. Otherwise, he's boring as shit.
Oh, there must have been a golden age of Phil.
No, go back. They were all shitty. They're all shitty.
There must have been a time. There must have been
No. When DSP was funny is when he was like telling racist jokes and shit. That was actually genuinely entertaining content. But yeah, everything else he does is boring as shit. I agree.
A time where he really did try, and he had passion, and he was grateful for his support, and he didn't take it for granted. No,
he always sucks. He sucks from the first show. Yeah,
not from the very first show that he did.
Just lucky to be early. He wasn't good. He was early.
That's it. He was early, and he gained a big advantage by being early. And this man has made millions of dollars, and he squandered.
Where does it all go if he's made millions?
Well, we know where it went. It goes to Jim.
You guys, well, I haven't made millions, unfortunately, but just know that my money has been invested well into physical, tangible investment assets.
It goes to DoorDash, goes to WWE Champions, and it goes to shitty red, green, and blue lights in the background. And this is where it's just really pathetic. What I did.
I have good red, green, and blue lights. I'm just saying.
I brought Phil in, and I gave him an audience of thousands.
A huge opportunity.
Thousands of live viewers and tens of thousands of replay viewers. Massive, massive promotional push behind him. I got him an interview with Josh Moon. We did the Review Tech USA stuff. This guy had tens of thousands of dollars flooding in when he was at his lowest financial.
You helped him when he was ready to fucking die.
The estimates are about $40,000 to $50,000.
That's what he made from your relationship. Wow. Yeah, and I was telling my audience, like, I appreciate so much what you and Andy did for me. Like, it's life-changing. When a big show like these guys comes and says, we're going to put you in front of our audience, bring us good stuff, bring us good content, it was life-changing for me. Completely life-changing. He didn't appreciate it. I was getting pissed.
But here's what I want to say. The guy could have got a dishwasher for his wife.
Yeah.
The guy could fix his toilet, which doesn't work. The guy could have fixed his shower.
What's he doing, shit in a bucket or something?
And fucking filthy. Well, one of his toilets is on the fritz. But instead of renovating his home, his largest asset, where he lives, where he sleeps, where he eats, where he shits, where he showers, and where he shaves, this fucking idiot threw all of the money on upgrades to a setup that were completely unnecessary. flashy gimmicks that he didn't fucking need, that didn't lead to any more viewership.
I don't even think he spent that much money. Those lights aren't that expensive, and neither are the cameras he bought.
Oh,
or anything
we
he
know
bought.
it all went to Hogan polls on WWE
Yeah,
Champions.
he wasted it. He wasted the money.
Went to Amazon, knickknacks and doodads and fucking bullshit, instead of going to things that actually could have tangibly improved his life or
And
his
his
wife's
life.
life.
Yeah.
Which is apparently what this is all about. But we know that it's not actually about that. We know what it's really about, which is that last week on Smart Guys,
that was the trigger.
I dared to actually be his friend.
That's what I said. Yeah.
I dared to speak out and actually tell him hard truths that he needed to hear about how he's streaming, how his life is, how it's unsustainable, how he needs to make changes, he needs to do something else. Because what he's doing is not working. He is living at the mercy of 2 or 3 mentally ill, weirdo fucking whales that float his boat, that force him to bend the knee and submit to them. They tell him what to do. He's not the captain of his own fate. He's not the master of his soul.
He acts like he is. Yeah.
He claims that on level 1, he's his own boss and he runs the show, and it's not Keemstar telling him what to do, or it's not PPP telling him what to do, but it's worse. It's worse.
Yep.
It's these weird, nameless fucking psychopaths that dangle his ability to live above his head and force him to beg on his hands and knees like a fucking animal, and he's so fucking run down and ragged and pathetic that he doesn't even realize that the first principle of this stuff is to entertain. He just thinks, oh, well, I'm just going to show up with my fucking tin cup.
Play Ninja Turtles.
I'm going to talk in circles, and the show is going to be a fucking business meeting every fucking show. Every fucking show. It's a business meeting. Guys, I didn't get enough support. We got to hit the targets. The guy sounds like a retail middle manager. He sounds like
a telemarketer or like an infomercial guy. Yeah.
Manager.
Pick up the phone right now.
He sounds like the GameStop regional manager that's upset that you didn't sell enough fucking warranties on pre-owned games.
Operators are standing by.
3 more revenue generating units this week so that we can hit the goal towards Q2. It's like
it's very off-putting what he does.
Like how any other live stream operates on the face of the fucking earth. Normally,
he asks for support once or twice. Yeah,
that's not even
4 or 5 times.
Like support. It's just pathetic because the entire show revolves around the support.
Griffin should stop e-begging.
There's nothing else going on other than enriching him with money. There is no content.
You're right. He has nothing.
The thing is, this is a guy who talks and he has nothing to say. Nothing to say. There's no points that he ever makes where you go, oh, that was a good take. Oh, didn't hear that one before.
Yeah, I never told you. I never told you.
I
never told you, but remember, I came on Kino and I didn't know that you had started a show with him, and then so I started shitting on him, and then you guys did too. But I never told you. But like when I found out that you started a show with him, I was like, God damn, I was like a month late. Like I could have got that opportunity instead of this loser. And I was honestly jealous. I was like, this prick is talentless. Like he doesn't deserve the opportunities that you gave him. And then he squandered all that promotion, tens of thousands of viewers on him. He could have done something great. He wasn't ready to be great. He never will be.
Let me tell you the worst part about working with Phil.
Yeah.
It's not that he's like a total charisma vacuum, boring, terrible on-air personality, because I could carry that bitch. You know, Smart Guys, they looked it up, the stats. I would talk 75% of the show.
Yeah.
He would talk 25% of the show or less.
He was a bad Ed McMahon.
Let me sit here and nod along. I'm going to nod along. And then he would just repeat the exact same take that I would say, or slightly rephrase what I would say, because he sucks and he's talentless. He has no creativity. He has no original opinions of his own. That's bad enough. But the real problem with Phil is the behind the scenes. It's the autistic adherence to the schedule, the most sacred schedule, having to negotiate every single appearance, every single thing, running everything by him. Normally with a streamer like today, you DM me, hey, can you come on? Absolutely.
We didn't game plan.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, dude, Phil thinks that like he's some fucking chief executive or something that needs to have, a schedule. You need to go through all the formal channels. You can't just shoot him a text. He can't do anything on the fly. Like, he won't skip playing a fucking video game for a better opportunity. It's just retarded. This would be like if basically I was streaming, okay? And, like, somebody's like, bro, they're having, like, this huge gaming event. You should live stream it so we can all watch it. I'm like, no, guys. We are playing this random indie game on Xbox Game Pass, and I already said that that's what we're doing tonight. So I'm not going to change the schedule, but I'll try to fit in rewatching it sometime next week. It's like, how fucking stupid would you have to be to do that? You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot if you do that shit. It's just so dumb. It's so fucking dumb. You have to take opportunities when they appear. But Phil will literally just sit there and fucking do this shit that nobody fucking cares about just because it's already scheduled. Like, it's dumb. Yeah, the way he handled Keem made him look like a fucking asshole. 100%.
Like plan anything. We don't need to.
3 or 4 days of schmoozing back and forth in DMs. How is this going to work out? Talking about every single aspect of a live stream. How's it going to play out? But it's beyond even that. Like, that's draining. That's exhausting. You have to treat him like a king.
He's
like
very needy. Yeah.
Prince of Siam.
Super needy.
It's every day. At 4 a.m, this guy gets drunk as fuck on gin.
Oh, wow, really?
I don't know if he's next to his wife in bed while she's sleeping after her hard day of working fucking retail and then cooking for him and cleaning for him and picking up after him. I don't know if he's in bed next to her or where he is, but he's drunk as a fucking skunk off gin, doing WWE champions polls, messaging me all sorts of sad shit about his life, about how this isn't going right, that's not going right, feel bad for me, what can you do for me, me.
He's a taker. He's a taker. Yeah. He doesn't reciprocate.
Can you book these guests for me? Can you do this for me? Can you do that for me? And then when it comes time for him to do his part, when it comes time for me to go, hey man, this is a huge opportunity. How about you do this lie detector test?
Griffin, if Phil paid you, would you smash Cat? I don't think he has enough money. If I'm being honest.
With Steve. It's
I would have done it.
Massive amounts of
money.
money.
Broken the internet with that.
Well, it's a huge spectacle. It's
Well, Griffin, that is easy. No bathroom or food breaks. I mean, the thing is, dude, is I stream longer than DSP actually does. If you subtract DSP's, like, fucking, breaks and, I guess, like, time he's off stream in between streams, like, I actually stream more than him. And I have a full fucking time job at the same time. Like, Phil acts like he has this impossible fucking schedule. And it's like, bro, you literally just have a schedule where you sit in your fucking house and play video games for 5 hours a day. If even that. Like, that is not some soul-crushing, life-altering fucking schedule that literally doesn't allow you to do anything. Like, it's just incredible. I don't know, man.
People wanted to see that. Not everybody wanted to see it, but enough people wanted to see it where it would be compelling and captivating to see. Would Phil pass the lie detector test?
Yeah, he needs a day off from fucking streaming. Oh my god, guys. It's just been so stressful. I need a day off from playing video games. Oh, Lord knows I need it. I've earned this, guys. So you're just going to have to deal with it.
Yeah, by the way, Pete, let me just interrupt you. Pete, when he found out that I had a polygraph, he said, let me arrange this. And P was going to pay for the plane tickets, the hotel, everything, and I agreed. Like I said, I'm down. I'll get there. I don't want to take an 8-hour flight to Washington State, but I'll do it because P asked me to. I said, absolutely. Me and P were completely down with the plan. We were ready to do it. Phil fucked the pooch. He fucked the whole thing up. He fucked the whole thing up. We could have all made some money. It would have been great.
It would have been huge content, and there were a bunch of things that we could have done with Phil versus Steve.
Will you take days off? Not from my job. So, yeah, like, some nights I don't stream, like, if my internet's out, or if I feel, like, really sick and I, like, fall asleep, or whatever. But, yeah, generally speaking, for the past, 5 years, I've been pretty fucking consistent streaming pretty much every single night, so...
crossovers, collaborations. I talked about potentially doing, paranormal investigations with him, UFO type shows, all sorts of things I pitched to this guy. I pitched him debate shows.
He said no to everything, didn't he?
Everything.
Exhausting dealing with this guy.
And it's like, okay, come up with a new idea. Then I come up with a new idea. I pitch it to him. He has objection. I overcome the event. It's another objection. It's always for him a reason to say no. But you know what? I come from sales and I'm persistent as fuck. And most people would give up. And everybody else has given up on Phil and working with Phil. But I'm like, fuck it. I'm soldiering on no matter how draining this is, no matter how exhausting this is. I'm like, you know what? There's something here. And by the way, a lot of it is sunk cost fallacy because I went through a lot of shit with the detractors, and perhaps rightfully so, because propping up this fucking pig was a total fucking mistake. Total waste of resources.
Oh, no.
Total waste of time.
Well, the detractors were right about it then.
But, I had my donators doxxed. I had, my editor, his kids were threatened in DMs.
Jesus Christ.
All sorts of crazy shit that I went through just to have this relationship with Phil. And I just kept giving and giving and giving. Just like the dents that give Phil money. Except it was my time, my creativity, my effort, my charisma, my show ideas. And he just take, and he just take, and he just take. Then when we bring him on my show, he's low energy. He seems like he might be drunk or strung out. He never has anything to say.
Well, remember, he's a former alcoholic.
Former alcoholic that's taking shot after shot after shot after shot.
A former alcoholic that still drinks regularly. That's a fucking... that is a recipe for success, right? That's like saying, yeah, I'm an ex-heroin addict, but, a few times a week I shoot up.
Without feeling it.
On stream, yeah. I saw some of those clips.
It's some nasty fucking shit.
Yeah, and he was just, yeah. And listen, I have my own struggles with alcohol, and I can tell you, having observed him, I think that he did several of those smart shows very hungover. Because he's super low energy, he's got a headache and beat up looking. For all you know, he was drinking until, 8 o'clock in the morning, and then he gets up to do the show with you, and you have to carry him. That's not fair. He talked 10% of the time, 20% of the time. You carried the whole show. And then he cut you out like a snake. He thinks he's going to do fine and keep the money. Keep all the money now.
Listen, this is where I'm at with it. I just want to remind people from the beginning, I didn't come to Phil and ask him to do content with me. Phil came to me and asked me to do content with him. And Phil asked me to do drama content with him about Review Tech USA. And Phil will tell you, I'm not about drama. I'm not about stuff.
Those are his highest viewed streams.
I'm not about feuding with people, this or that. Let me tell you something. When Phil got the casino bump and the casino boost, Darkside Phil tried desperately to do drama. He tried.
He sucks. He can't do it. He can't do it because he sucks.
With Cog, with Ethan Ralph, with like the whole Rogues Gallery review, he tried to battle with the DSP, and he sucked, and he struck out every fucking time. It gained no traction.
He squandered the opportunity you gave him.
It was a total embarrassment. He was a total fucking choke artist. He talks about, I would never do drama because I'm a good and moral person.
Yeah, bullshit. And you know what, Pete, I kind of thought like, and I'll tell you this honestly, when you gave me the opportunity, I had been grinding like in the shadows for 3 or 4 years, and I developed pretty good, persona to do shows. Like I was ready for the opportunity you gave me, but I still worried. I was like, holy shit, this is such a huge opportunity. I can't fuck this up. And so I put my foot on the gas as soon as you gave me the opportunity. And you'll notice, like, I improved my show.
See her with the that fucking sound clip, bro. People are mad at new Lilo and Stitch remake because the older sister isn't played by a pure native Hawaiian. These people are actually racist, and meanwhile calling out race swapping just in general is apparently racist. Yeah, what's ironic is they had no problem with the Little Mermaid being fucking black instead of white, but, if Lilo and Stitch isn't fucking Hawaiian enough, then it's a problem. So it's very interesting how fucking, certain race swapping is A-O-fucking-K, but if you do it in a different direction or you don't make the person dark enough, even if it's not race swapping, then it's a problem. Like, it's incredibly fucking hypocritical. So, par for the course, unfortunately.
Oh, my graphics, the music, like I leveled up everything because you gave me that opportunity and I didn't want to waste it or squander it. He squandered it. He fucked the pooch on the whole thing.
Well, so here's where I'm going with this. Now, again, people are saying that your audio's too high, my audio's too low.
Let me see.
Let's try and fix this before I continue on with this train of thought.
I got you cranked as high as I can get you. You might have to, can you raise your level on your computer? Like go to sound settings and raise it, and I'll lower mine. I'll lower my mic.
Is that any better? Test, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
That's much louder, I think. Yeah.
Is it much louder? Test, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's better. Okay, so this is the point I want to make to people. Every single thing that Darkside Phil, for years, that he had been telling his audience that he wasn't about drama anymore. He wasn't about begging anymore. He was a family man. He wasn't about doing clout. He didn't do
family man. That's still one of my favorite DSP lines. I have a family, and it's like literally a fucking obese wife and a fucking cat. That's like saying I have a family, dude. Oh yeah, I have a dog. Like, me and my family are going for a walk. Oh, you mean you're walking your dog? Like, it'd be so fucking gay. It'd be so fucking gay if I tried to claim, I got a family. No, you don't, bro. You have a spouse. You have a wife. That's it. A cat is not a family. Children is when you have a family. Z here with the 5. Here's some more tariff money from Australia. Well, I don't know do we have tariffs on Australia? I know the UK and European Union just got hit today. But I don't know about Australia. But, even if it's in preparation, I appreciate it. Big ups, bro. Well, you're a single dog. That's right, dude. I'm a dog dad. I'm a dog. I need to go to, singles doggy play dates so I can pick up a weird dog girl like the one in the YouTube shorts.
Politics or any sort of political grift, every single thing that Phil sold himself on. During the course of the Kino Casino arc, he sold his soul to me. He absolutely sold out every single principle that he ever claimed to stand for, starting with drama and then moving into politics. He did the political grift, trying to chase my audience and chase my donors, and he fucking failed. And bit by bit, we took Darkside Phil's soul away to the point where even his precious family, even his wife, cat, even his parents, even his cat weren't off limits for me. I could say whatever the fuck I wanted, and Phil would lay down like a pig in the fucking mud.
Yeah, because he was making money from you. As long as he was making money, he was okay with anything you said.
Only thing he cares about is money, and he gave it all up, and he doesn't have a fucking leg to stand on. Much like how the final boss, The Rock, took John Cena's soul last week.
Yeah, the thing is, bro, is like Phil cares about money, but he's so bad at making it. Like, he's so fucking bad at making money. Like, he refuses to do anything that could possibly make him more money. Because he's so, like, he's obsessed with money, but at the same time, he has this weird, twisted ego that just doesn't allow him to do anything that he doesn't think of himself. It's fucking weird, man. Nah, Griffin, the dog girl would be more interested in Apollo. Well, unfortunately for her, he's neutered, so. Shit.
I took Phil's soul throughout this entire arc, and he's left with nothing. He associated with racism. He shilled for Donald Trump. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
He said deplorable, toxic thing about women, calling Lex a slut,
and
doing by erasure, and he was jealous and bitter of losing his money to her. All of the things he talks about how he's not toxic. He's 100% toxic.
Only positive content.
The thing is, this guy wants to be a bully. This guy wants to be a drama streamer. He wants to be able to deliver the promo like
he wishes he could be the fucking guy who's like, you know, destroying careers like the troll channels destroyed his, but he doesn't have the fucking weight anymore.
God, that's why he looks up to me as a father figure. That's why he looks up to me as an idol.
Well, yeah, you're very talented. You have all the talent he wishes he had.
I'm capable of doing the things that Phil wishes he could do. He looks at me and he goes, oh, there's a guy who can fight my battles for me, and I can hide behind his skirt, and I can do drama with the safety net, and there'll be no consequences. Well, Phil, the consequences are coming now, Phil. The consequences are on their way, Phil. Everything that you've sowed for the last 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, however long it's been, of the casino arc, you are now going to sow. All of the old viewers that you alienated by trying to pander to my audience, which you could never have because you're not talented enough, intelligent enough, charismatic enough to entertain.
How is shilling for Trump? Because DSP is always like, I don't talk about politics. I don't talk about politics. You know, I just want to have this be a chill place for you to hang out and, you know, talk about gaming and, you know, that type of shit. So that was like his whole shtick forever, is like, he's not about drama, he's not about politics, blah, blah, blah. This is a safe and accepting place. You know, he literally was the fence sitter extraordinaire with a slight leftist lean to attract mentally ill, unstable whales to shower him with money. And, you know, PPP got him to basically pick a side for once in his career, so it ruined that facade.
An audience is intelligent enough as the one that I have and Steve has. Phil, our audience is going to leave.
They're all going to leave him.
Have already left.
Banish him, Pete. Banish him from the Kinoverse. Banish him from the Kinoverse.
He banished himself by being a fucking bitch. He banished himself by being unable to play with the big boys. He couldn't play a big boy game. It hurt his fucking feelings to do the things that were necessary to attract attention and entertain people in this sphere. The thing is, Phil takes this stuff way too seriously. Way too seriously. He takes himself way too fucking seriously. He has the thinnest skin of anybody I've ever worked with. He's a total fucking diva. He can't handle being the nail. He wants to be the hammer, but he doesn't have the fucking balls to be either the hammer or the nail.
Or the talent. Yeah, he just doesn't have it.
What's fucked up about Phil is he's just a castrated bitch. Phil is so afraid of being critiqued, of being controversial, of drawing negative attention, that he makes himself a completely neutered, milquetoast, boring.
Aren't all whales Nah, I don't think so, dude. There are people out there who, like, just are mega wealthy and they genuinely enjoy watching people's content and will just give like people like $500 donations multiple times in the stream just because it's nothing to them. So not necessarily. So it just depends. It just depends. Now, the people who watch DSP are most likely mentally ill. Like, how could you actually sit there and listen to that dude be like, oh yeah, guys, I gotta pay my taxes. I totally didn't spend 20 grand on WWE champions this month. Like, that is... There's no fucking sane human being that watches that and goes, yes, you know, this is very compelling content. You know, I'm going to give him $500 because I'm a huge fan. Like, no, there's some fucking mentally ill motherfuckers out there who might have money and they give it to Phil. So, but yeah, there are people out there who have just a shit ton of money that will spend insane amounts just because they like people's content. So those people do exist, but a lot of them are, yes, in a very weird mental place.
Horrible presenter. At least when he was the king of hate and he was saying crass and crude and villainous heel things, at least there was something interesting to that. And I pleaded with him to go to the sort of character that's like that doesn't give a fuck what they have to say, doesn't care what people think of them, because I said to Bill,
you try to help him.
Everybody hates you anyway. Nobody likes you. There's a handful of special needs people.
Morons. Yeah, he's got a few morons.
A lot of them are legitimately on like disability. A lot of them are legitimately in wheelchairs. People who like would be entertained by Blue's Clues or fucking Dora the Explorer. It's the same sort of bland, milquetoast, no edges, sanitized garbage that Phil peddles.
Creators' freedom with the two. Fascism is good. Rampant capitalism is valid. Only if I get to be in charge.
It's just full-on slop. And it's slop that he delivers every single day. There's no effort that goes into
it. I can say it. I'm a content creator. He makes slop. His stuff is so... It's just... You use the term like low...
No, not even bored rich people. So let's look at it this way, okay? Creators' freedom... let's say, makes $50,000 a year. Okay? So he just gave $2. Let's say fucking hedge fund manager number 18 is watching this stream who makes $5 million a year. You know, that would be like the equivalent of him donating $200. So his $200 is comparable to someone else's $2 proportionally in relation to their income. So that's the thing. It's not even that they're bored rich people. It's just that's like literally giving someone $2 based on their overall income. Like if I'm making multiple millions of dollars a year, do you really think I would stress out about dropping $1,000? No. My interest payment for the month is probably higher than that on my checking account. Like I wouldn't even fucking miss the money. Just like if somebody donates $5, like yeah, you're probably not going to miss it. So it's kind of the same, you know, principle as that. It's like, you know, buying a $30,000 car versus buying a $3 million car. The type of person who buys a $3 million car probably doesn't need $3 million. Probably not going to miss it. So there are people who have a lot of money out there and they don't fucking care about spending it.
Energy, low effort. That's what I get when I look at Phil's content. I go, like, he's not even trying to make something good or entertaining. No. And just so you're aware, I sent him an invitation to this show, and then I said, or invite us on Smart Guys or at least PPP. So, you know, he's gonna be a big man and like talk shit, but he doesn't want to confront you to your face like a man. So I'm giving him an opportunity to come right here and you guys can talk it out. I'll try to referee it, or he can bring you to the Smart Guys and say this shit to your face.
We know right well he never will because he's a pussy. He doesn't want confrontation. And this is, so we go back to the interview that you were supposed to do with Phil. If we told Phil that in any way this interview would be hostile or confrontational or aggressive, he would have never agreed to do it because he's a pussy and he's a bitch and he runs from confrontation. He runs from criticism because the lies that he tells are like the lies of a child. Any adult that's worth their salt that has any sort of critical thinking skills knows that he's lying and can effortlessly dismantle his lies in real time. And unless he's just talking to himself, it becomes readily apparent that he's just a fucking clown, that he's just a fucking joke, that the emperor has no fucking clothes. Every single time he exits that hug box that he lives in.
Griffin, what if a Fed donates? Whose money is it? Really yours or the government's? Well, technically it's my tax money.
24/7, 360.
And everybody else's too.
It's the hug box. It's a fantasy land where it's basically like North Korea, where any sort of dissent is banned. And Phil cries about Raw Phil. He cries about the restreamers. He cries about the stream snipers. But Phil, had you not turned your own chat into a North Korea hug box, there would still be 1,000 people there today watching. If you had allowed them to make fun of you in chat, to send in troll super chats that you reacted to, that were milked for reactions instead of shutting everything down like
exactly. Bro, it's like that one retard who comes in here and constantly bitches about Trump. Like, I'm not going to ban him. He keeps giving me money. Like, that would be so fucking stupid. Why would I fucking cut off somebody who's a paying customer? I don't give a shit if they like me or not, or if they talk shit. That's why I don't ban people for talking shit. At the end of the day, you know, that's still somebody who's consuming your content and indirectly your product. And you might convert them to a paying customer someday. So, yeah. Phil doesn't understand how this business works for being a professional content creator for as long as he's been.
Little bitch. You would be doing...
Yeah, exactly, dude. A donation's a donation. I don't give a fuck. Shit. You know, if you're going to talk shit to me, at least do it on a $10 bill. Like, fuck. You know? I have more respect for that, so I'm not going to ban you. But yeah, Phil's way too short-sighted, and his little fragile ego can't handle being made fun of.
Doing far better today. Phil wants to make himself out to be the victim over and over and over again. He cries and he cries. The detractors did this to me. Tevin did this to me.
Yeah.
Duty did this to me. Steve did this to me. But guess what, Phil? Every single thing that you have done that has happened to you has been the consequence of your own actions. Where you are at now is a direct result of what you have done in the past, what you are currently doing, and what you are going to do in the future. You have control over your own behavior, Phil, and you have to accept responsibility and accountability for your own consequences. But what the detractors and what me and you and anybody who's critical of him allow him to do is scapegoat everything to a boogeyman. It's never his fault. It's always somebody else's fault. If it wasn't for the dastardly dirty trolls, he would be a millionaire. He would be so successful.
Well, he made millions. He squandered it living a millionaire's lifestyle, you know, on other people's money. That's the big issue.
Phil needs people like me. You know, he needs people like me that he can point the finger to. and he can say that's the bad guy. He can point at Duty, he can point at Tevin and say that's the bad guy. That's the one responsible for all my problems. Phil, does that make you good? No, Phil. You're just weak.
Yeah,
You're a
he's too
fucking
weak to rise
cockroach.
above.
You're a cockroach that makes
criticism.
yourself into a fucking victim. Instead of being a man and rising up and actually victimizing and winning and bending reality to your will, you choose to lay down in the fetal position and die on an island alone like a little bitch, crying about all of your fucking problems. Well, nobody gives a fuck about your problems. Do you know what a baby does? It fucking cries because it has no other recourse, Phil. It needs somebody to change its diaper for it. But you're a 42-year-old man, and you should have developed better coping skills than fucking crying. But this is a guy who honestly is mentally not well. He is arrested development. I'm not sure he ever advanced past juvenile mindset of like 14, 15 years old.
I was going to say 12.
You know what I mean? Like, he thinks that women's periods are icky. This is supposedly a mature marriage.
Wait. What? Dude, is he gay? Bro, that's like literally some shit a gay guy would say. Like, oh my god, that's so gross. Ew, you bleed from there? That's disgusting. Like, bro, that's literally one of the most gay stereotypes on planet fucking Earth. Holy shit.
Man, that when he sees a tampon ad, he's like, ooh, gross. Strange stuff. Strange stuff from a supposed mature adult man there.
Oh
I mean,
my
it's just
god. Yeah, dude, that's like one of the oldest gay stereotypes ever of like outing a fucking gay dude is like he's disgusted by the idea of a period. It's like, yeah, what the fuck do you think a vagina's for, you fucking retard?
Rise in his mid-30s or late 30s about how his parents didn't buy him a Wolverine toy.
I know.
When he was a boy.
Yeah, how many times have I gotten on stream and bitched that my mommy didn't buy me a GameCube game? Or not even that, a fucking Wolverine action figure, which is even more fucking homo.
Tragic. It's tragic.
It's tragedy. I didn't get the Wolverine
toy that I wanted.
Stupid parents should have bought it for me.
Yeah, just like you should have given me a $100 super chat. Now I can't take my wife to get 3 fucking courses at Olive Garden.
Fucking suck dicks in an Olive Garden bathroom.
He's so entitled. He's so entitled. He thinks that the whole world owes him a living. And what's crazy is, it's the world, the weird Skinner box that he's plugged himself into has validated that worldview. That worldview has never been challenged because people literally do hand him a living on a silver platter.
You're right, but I think that's going to change now. Don't you think that his income is going to take a huge hit from doing this? Because the Keno people are never going to donate to him again.
It is a slow, ever-sinking ship.
That's why 1,000 cuts.
There always seems to come another whale to save Phil, another whale to save Phil.
You better start
he always
tonight.
seems to get bailed out. But you know, Phil, one day, it might be soon, it might be a long ways away, but one day there won't be any more whales because your show will be so boring, so toxic, so lame, hosted by a 50, 60-year-old man pretending to be a pro gamer. No one would care. And the thing that's
fourth place or something once.
Oh my god. The God's honest truth is that Phil needs the detractors. He needs the detractors to stay relevant. He needs the detractors because he needs someone to blame so that he can
that, and he needs someone to feed the algorithm to continue to funnel new people to his content.
Victim so that he can escape accountability for his own actions. And what we saw today was the same thing. Oh, PPP victimized me. PPP did me wrong. Oh, and it's just fucking sad. Phil is a liar. He lies all the time. All the time. And the lies never, ever, ever, ever end. And it just starts to get exhausting. It just starts to get exhausting.
He's very needy. He's just
I mean, periods are gross. It's kind of like shitting or... No, it's not, bro. No. It is not the same thing as shitting or pissing. It's completely different.
So needy. You gotta hold him by his hand and do everything for him. And like, you know, like if you had come to me with an idea for
I would not classify a period as the same thing as shitting or pissing, personally. But, you know, it's a very natural thing.
You know, given your success with everything else you've done, I would have just said, yeah, like, let's try it. Let's do it. Like, the fact that you have to twist his arm to get him to
Griffin is a period. Yeah, it just tastes a little more metallic than normal.
Do anything. And then he said no to every idea or concept that you brought to him. He said no to the lie detector thing that would have been huge.
And the thing is, the guy doesn't stick to anything. He has no perseverance. He expects immediate, instant gratification.
And money.
And money. Well, he expects it to immediately.
I mean, it's gross in the same way. It's normal, but you don't want to see it. I mean, it's just a little blood, bro. It's just blood. Like, I don't... That's not that big a deal. It's like cutting your finger and comparing it to fucking shit. Like, no. I don't think those two things are comparable, personally. Like, is cutting your finger the same thing as taking a shit on someone's chest? Like... No. No, I don't think that's the same thing. But, you know, whatever.
Be a massive financial success and to always be a financial success. But that's not how things work.
No, you got to grind. You got to be willing to grind.
You have to build. You have to go out and find new audiences. You can't just rely on the same 2 or 3 guys forever, but he's trapped because he feels like he has to pander and bow down to those 2 or 3 people, and he can never experiment. He can never do anything new, and he's scared, and he's neurotic, and he's autistic. He's stuck in his schedule. He's stuck in his ways, and there's just no way to free him from it. He's a hermit who lives in his house 24/7, 365.
Yeah, he goes out once a week.
He goes out once a week, and it takes him 4 hours to do the groceries, but he's a totally functional, normal human being. Right.
Yeah, dude, I run to the grocery store for like 10 minutes at a time, all the time. It's not a big deal. Like, DSP acts like it's a whole fucking day's event. It's probably because he has crippling social anxiety and shit now.
Yeah, I don't understand how it takes 4 hours. I shop like a man.
It takes him an hour to do.
I run through that place like a maniac.
I never fucking wrote down a list in life. I don't know where he has to chop the vegetables when he gets home and this and that. But he's a sad hermit because he's scared of confrontation. He would never ever stand up for his wife in public. If somebody slapped his wife's ass at the bar, he would do fucking nothing. He would probably watch as his wife gets fucked in the alleyway by a black troll. Let's be fucking real. This guy, that's why he doesn't go outside.
He's afraid his wife's gonna get banged by a black dude. What?
He got down on his fucking knees at the Street Fighter tournament and begged this guy not to whoop his fucking ass, and tears came from his eyes, and he said he was a fucking alcoholic. And then we wonder why he won't bring me on to confront him tonight. It's because he's scared. It's because he's spineless. It's because he's a cockroach. He's a fucking worm, and he's afraid of anybody that is.
Griffin won't talk to the female cashier. Yeah, dude, I'm even afraid to go through the self-checkout because it has a female voice.
Sort of a man that has any sort of a masculine presence. He doesn't know how to behave in a friend group or a setting because this guy has never had any friends. Let's be real. It was always super awkward when we brought him on with me and Andy because he's never been a part of a male friend group, and he views anybody who is his friend as a means to an end. It's not somebody that he genuinely cares about. To him, people are tools. John Rambo was a tool. Howard was a tool to him.
He used everybody, yeah.
I was a tool to him as well. He didn't genuinely care about me or anything. By the way, this guy, I was so desperate to get him out of the house, you know? And I'll just be open and honest about this, and a lot of people judge me for what I'm about to say. But I offered to pay this guy's flight and his wife's flight to Florida for the Super Bowl so that we could hang out in Florida. We were all going to fly down together. I offered to pay for the pet sitter for his pets. I offered to pay for his wife's ticket, his ticket, give them 2-3 days alone so they could have the honeymoon they never fucking had. He turned it down because he had to take care of his cat.
He couldn't leave the cat with a stranger, Pete. Come on.
It would be a traumatic experience for him. And
I was just putting this out there, just letting you know, my kids are...
Dude, what a fucking bitch. It'd be a traumatic experience for my cat to be with a fucking sitter.
I really want to go to Disneyland, you know, just saying.
Take that fucking cat and put it in a crate at PetSmart, dude.
If we went into the DMs, I have receipts of all of that. I pleaded with him. Every excuse that he ever made, every objection.
Yeah, you just wanted to get him out of the house and do something nice for him as a friend. Like, here, I'll pay for your honeymoon that you never gave your wife.
Because I want him to get out of the house. He has to get out of that house. And it's not like I'm a guy who every day I'm out there touching grass and I'm a pale fat man. But I leave the house a hell of a lot more than he does.
That's pretty sad.
And I have friends, I have family that I'm around, that I interact with.
Yeah, you got to socialize as a human.
He has no family out there. He's stranded on the West Coast. He's told me he has no friends. He's been out there for almost a decade.
Well, no wonder he has no friends. Look what you tried to be a friend to him, and look what he did. Look what he did. He took and took and took. And I get the impression that he was feeling like he didn't want to do another one of those Grill Phil segments like you gave him last week. But that was for those that don't know too. Like that was not P being like nasty. When you're a true friend will tell you things you don't want to hear because you need to hear it. You try to be a true friend to him and help him and say the things that a real friend would say. A real friend will check you when you need to be checked.
This is what it comes down to for Phil, is that I don't think he has received like real criticism from somebody that he actually can respect and trust, because he's like, well, these are detractors, these are trolls. How do I know what criticism is real, what I need to actually improve? I understand that. And so I gave him the advice that I think would actually turn his life around. Go out more with his wife, take more time off from shows. Ultimately, the guy is doing 8 hours of streaming 6 days a week, never goes out with his wife, never does anything fun. He's a total shut-in, total hermit, no friends, and it's just no way to live. And he lives in fear. He lives in fear of the world. And
he's got all those cameras around his house. That's paranoid, delusional. The police called him a 220. Like he's a mental case.
Well, he is a mental case, And now, generally, he's kind of almost a harmless mental case. And this is why it's like I kind of wanted to help the guy because I feel like generally, he's not the most evil, malignant scumbag on earth. At least that first impression.
I don't think DSP is malicious. He's just one of the most retarded motherfuckers on the platform.
Yeah, I know. He can come off as a little bit likable.
Well, I don't know if he's likable or charismatic. I'm saying he's not like a revenge pornographer like Ralph. He's not like a wife beater that we know of. He's not not like a pedophile or a rapist. This is a very low bar I'm setting. And so I don't understand why everybody hates this guy so much. Yes, he begs. Yes, the begging is annoying. It's exhausting. It's ridiculous. But there's a lot of people with goals nowadays. There's a lot of people e-begging. There's no real way to explain why Phil is such a deplorable and detestable person. You must actually experience it firsthand. And I experienced it firsthand. When you watch his show every day and you keep up with the vortex and the people that are in it and the way that he interacts with it, only truly then can you actually know why he's such a deplorable piece of shit that deserves to die. Only then can you really know. Because, like, why do people want this guy to die? I don't get it. Well, in the last couple weeks, it finally really was driven home to me as to why motherfuckers hate this guy. Because he just never, ever, ever will change his ways. He's ungrateful for everything he gets. He's negative. He's pessimistic. He's draining. He's soulless. He doesn't care. All he cares about is getting a paycheck and protecting his fragile, narcissistic ego. And that's it. And he doesn't care about friends. He doesn't care about family. He doesn't care about having ambitions or goals outside of money. And the money that he does have, he doesn't use it to travel the world. He doesn't use it to go to cool things. He doesn't use it to collect, like, cool antiques or, you know, anything.
No, he buys wrestling cards and plays
Yeah, I buy cool antiques at least. So, I collect cool antiques, guys. Vintage, you might even say. Collectibles.
Not even real wrestling cards. And that's when recently he started playing the real wrestling cards. He buys digital JPEGs of sweaty, half-naked
men. That's pretty gay. I think that's pretty gay.
That's what Phil does, and that's what gives him joy in life.
You know, you reminded me of this.
Hollow existence.
You reminded me of this. Speaking of this, this is how he treats his audience sometimes. And I didn't want to play this before because of all the F-bombs in it, but we've already gone way past the F-bomb on YouTube. So
Fuck you, dumb fucking me. Take your meme and shove it up your fucking ass. Factually fucking based. Fucking facts. Daily fucking basis. Shut the fuck up. I'm not taking your shit for who the fuck it is. People in the chat right now. Oh, he's doing a meme. Oh, this is fake. Shut the fuck up and eat it.
You want me to pause it? Yeah.
Well, I mean, is this not toxicity? Like, is this?
No, this is positive content.
This is positive, mature content. Why can't he just be honest? Why can't he just be honest that he's a piece of shit?
Just embrace your shittiness.
That's what I've told him to do. Because obviously he's never going to become a good person or a positive person or a role model or anybody to admire.
Yeah.
But he could be a really annoying, horrible, awful piece of shit that everybody hates. And then when he gets
be the heel. Embrace the heel.
Celebrates. Well, like he told me that he can't become a heel because of his wife's health issues. And, you know, I pleaded with him.
What does that have to do with it?
Because, listen, I'm not going to get into everything with Phil. Phil can decide how far he wants this shit to go. I don't know. Should I just go full bore and just
drop it? Yeah,
and just go in on his wife's fucking medical condition?
Fuck him, Pete. Fuck him right back. Fuck him right back.
Oh, fuck, man.
Yeah,
but, you know, he's concerned that his wife is going to die and she's becoming more religious. And so Phil feels like he needs to be more religious and so he can't be a heel. And I just feel like I feel like that's fucking nonsense because he actually is just an evil, horrible piece of shit all the time anyway. And he's not religious whatsoever. And I just feel like it's a total excuse because he doesn't want to actually have to deal with people dunking on him. And so he hides away from controversy and conflict. And I don't know, man. I just don't have any respect for Phil. I just don't. The only thing that I have any respect for him for is that he does show up 6 days a week, you know, 10 hours a day. Fucking tin cup. Like that's what he does. And I've just been trying to help this motherfucker. You know, he lays these pity parties on me. He lays all of these secrets on me. And then it's like, well, how can you fucking, you know, snake this guy? How can you turn on this guy when he has all of these problems in his life?
He seems very manipulative. Like he's trying to manipulate you into not being real with him.
Yeah, it's full-on manipulation. It's pignosis to try and stop me from bursting his echo chamber and making him confront like the cognitive dissonance in his life. And so it's just a sad coping mechanism where he tells me stuff. I don't know if it's true.
DSP is one of the 300 family. I doubt that, man.
Or if it's not, because he lies so often, even when he swears up and down. And I remember him swearing to me up and down that, what's his name? The Gamebox guy, you know, TJ Gamebox, who does the calculations. No. His calculations are wrong because at my high whale level, they offer me these special deals and these special points. So it's not actually the $1,500 this week he said it was only like $200. And then I go to Gamebox and I say, is this the case? And he explains to me in great detail with receipts, no, he lied. And he swore up and down to me, no one really. I said, really, Phil, you're telling me.
Even spending $200 a week on a children's wrestling game is ridiculous. $200 a week? You know, and I just want to mention,
make sense.
Pete, I want to mention, like, I listened to you about doing the Dark Side Phil interviewing content. We have 2,500 or almost 3,000 live viewers across all the platforms. Almost 3,000 live viewers right now. He's got 114 for his solo Smart Guys. 114 people. So maybe he should have been listening to you. You know, like I listen to you, 3,000 live viewers. He won't listen.
Listen, and I'm not saying I'm some grand guru or something.
You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
Guy, like, I don't know. Like, I just feel like if you put some sort of preparation into the shows that you do, and you do shows when you actually have something to say, when you actually have a take about something or real critiques, then that's a show. But Phil believes a show is eating pizza. Like, it's not really a show.
Guys, if you give me $1,200, I'll order a pizza and eat it in the microphone. What a deal. What great content. Oh my god, this is some meaningful and wholesome fun gaming content, guys. You know, shit. Give me $1,200 and I'll eat fast food. Jesus.
The show is eating Girl Guide cookies or, you know, playing the same Call of Duty or Street Fighter game poorly over and over and over again with barely any commentary other than crying, you know? And I just don't know if that's really content other than for people who don't like him or people who are genuinely disabled and mentally slow.
Yeah, and he's up to 150 live viewers. But he's playing the, you know, he started at 950 playing the 20 minutes of music or whatever. He still hasn't come on screen. But still.
And this is another thing with him is that he doesn't value the audience's time. Darkside Phil will do his tech support and setting up his stream on stream. for hours.
He worked on his camera for a while today because it wasn't working. I can get up and unplug my camera and plug it back in. Wait a minute. Yeah.
It's like you have just no respect for anybody's time, and he has no respect for anybody's boundaries. He's constantly snorting, clearing his throat,
That's why they call him a
coughing,
pig.
belching. But what's funny is when he would come on Kino Casino, he
He
wouldn't
didn't do that.
I got the drip go. 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 I got the drip go.
Shit's sad, bro. You know, Phil had a golden opportunity, and he fucking squandered it. Just truly self-destructive, man. Fuck, dude. DSP's crying watching this. That's right. Dude, it's just really fucking pitiful. But it just shows you cannot help certain types of people. Certain types of people literally are just self-destructive motherfuckers who will self-sabotage at every opportunity. Griffin, it's time for some yoga. Ooh, hot yoga. Don't threaten me with a good time. Just curious if DSP made a rant on this.
Well, let me tell you something.
Oh, what's this? Hour-long meltdown?
Well, let me tell you something, brother.
We're going to speed this up to 2 for Phil.
Today, we have to address drama, all right? And, it sucks. I don't like having to deal with real-life drama like this. I don't. Every once in a while, it's cool to just, kind of strike back at those who mess with you. But in this case, this one is a long time coming. This is something that obviously started way last year.
Dude, DSP could have had $2 to $3 million in the bank. He could have invested that shit at 8%, and he could have lived off of, like, $200K for the rest of his life. Like, just think about that, guys. If you had $2 million... Watch the Mimology version. All right, we can watch that. If you had $2 million in the bank, let's say, and you invested at the average rate of return of 8% on an annual basis, that means you would have $160,000 a year that you could live off of for doing absolutely nothing. And if you worked on top of that, you could have even more fucking money. So let's say Phil's streaming career, went down a little bit and he was making like $7,000 to $8,000 a month. He would be making basically $100,000 a year plus $160,000 in, interest or dividends, whatever you want to call it. So he'd be living off of $250,000 a year. He could have a good ass fucking life with that amount of money. Instead, it all disappeared into the fucking ether with nothing to show for it. It's crazy, man. Absolutely fucking crazy to think about. Let's see. Is this it?
I owed the state over $5,000. I owed my tax attorney over $5,000. All of that money that was...
Let's just see real quick. Savage on PPP, okay.
I owed the state over $5,000. My credit card. Yesterday and how stuff went, okay? So any remaining credit that I had was now. Let's talk about yesterday and how stuff went, okay? So yesterday, no podcast whatsoever, so no real hangout session vibe or anything like that. You may have noticed something different from yesterday. I'm going to address it in a second, but let's see here. Was that not once ever during the course of my entire full streaming day did I ask for a contribution?
It was the one before. So this one.
I owed the state over $5,000. Took my credit cards and completely and utterly maxed out any remaining credit that I had was maxed. Officially as of today, all right, I am going to be doing Smart Guys solo, starting tonight on the late stream. We're going to see how the show goes. As long as the show still gets some attendance and support, I want to continue it through WrestleMania. Then we'll see what we want to do. WrestleMania is only about a month away, so it would be a few more episodes or whatever, and that's it. And then we'll go from there. But I'll just say this up front, because I want to make this clear. Absolutely nothing that I'm about to tell you on this show is private information. So basically, why am I doing Smart Guys solo? PPP, on his show, Kino Casino, has increasingly started up with rhetoric that's pretty toxic, negative, and insulting towards myself and my family.
You're only 582 away from the goal. Some bitch is fat. Jesus.
All right, awesome. Thanks,
Water
Nick.
Weird
All
has gifted a sub. Manchurian candidate for a sub.
Now, there's a difference between myself and my family. I want you to understand that, okay? So, Kino Casino, now...
J5150 with the 5. Back when DSP was making good money from YouTube ads, he squandered it all on figurines, trips, and a BMW that he didn't change the oil on. 0 invested. Yeah. I mean, dude, say what you will about me blowing money on, like, Pokemon cards and shit, but it's like, prime example, I have this card right here in my hand right now. If I had a camera, I'd hold it up. I spent $60 on this card, like, 3 years ago. It is worth $300 today. If Phil would have made a somewhat financially irresponsible decision to throw all of his money in fucking graded Pokemon cards, he would be in a much better position than he's in right now. Like, it's just fucking insane. Like, you don't even have to be smart to make money. You could be a fucking idiot and buy a bunch of, like, childish shit like I have, like the cards and stuff, and you would have a preservation of your wealth at the very least, if not even more money than you spent originally. No, I have two. That's not the Fat Gay Pikachu. I actually got a second Fat Gay Pikachu, which I got from PAX myself. But no, I sold my first Fat Gay Pikachu when it was worth like $800. It's like a $100 card now. But yeah, I have 2 Fat Gay Pikachus that I pulled from PAX. But yeah, it's like, if he would have just spent his money opening fucking like Pokemon card packs instead of playing fucking mobile games, he would be in a much better financial situation, which is what's crazy to think about. Like, DSP truly was just an idiot with his money.
Now, since those guys did so much for me, I let them know, listen, I'm not going to have any bad feelings towards you if you guys use me in your content. If you have whole segments on me, ripping me a new asshole, saying my content sucks, saying I suck, I really don't care. I mean, everyone else does it anyway. You know, I'm okay with you guys. You might as well benefit from it too. Go for it, right? I'm not going to be like, oh, I'm going to be a dick now just because we did some content together. Now you can't make fun of me, okay? I mean, that's the whole premise of their entire show. Definitely the rhetoric has kicked up, and in particular, where I started to get wind that this was happening, and it really was upsetting me, was PPP starts bringing up my wife. Now, for those who don't know, my wife Kat has showed up in my content less than 10 times, and everyone made fun of her. I say everyone, it's the detractors, of course, made fun of her for her looks, and it really got to her. So for many, many years, she never appeared in my content, okay? And then last year, early on, after years of kind of sitting on the sidelines and wanting to be part of the content, but I'm like, man, these fucking idiots are just going to say something, finally was like, you know what? Who cares? Let's just do it anyway. And we were trying to plan like what kind of content she could be in last year. And then after that, I'm going to tell you something that I've kind of alluded to, but haven't really talked much about. Kat started to experience some health problems. And because of that, her health took a turn for the worse. And it wouldn't have made sense for her to start coming on stream with the levels of stress and stuff that she was going through. Okay? So that's why she just disappeared from my content. It wasn't that, oh, there's no content or anything we want to do. In fact, I had bought Beyond Two Souls to actually play with her and do a whole co-op playthrough of. All right? But then because of these circumstances going on, we just said, can't do it. All right? Now, over the course of the year, the good news is stuff got better. All right? It improved. We're in a situation where we're already so stressed out about all kinds of stuff going on. And that is one of the many things going on in my private life right now. It's not everything, to be clear, and I'll talk about that in a second. But it's just one of many things. All right? And, you know, fast forward to this year and today and all this stuff going on. And all of a sudden, you know, after weeks of PPP escalating this rhetoric on his show, this toxic stuff about me, which, again, I don't give a shit. I really don't. I've got thick skin. I don't care what you say about me. Say it. Get your rise. Get people to toss you money for it. I just don't care. I'm not trying to do a victim complex here or anything. I'm not super thin-skinned Phil where I can't take an insult. I don't. But when you start bringing up my family members for literally no reason, besides, oh, maybe this will also get something out of the audience. Maybe this will get a rise out of Phil. Because if you want to know the truth, I think that's what this is all about. I think that PPP wants to get a rise out of me. He wants to have me here freak out and start, you know, going full path number 2, the return of the king of hate, the angry man who just wants to rage against everything and burn everything down around him and hurt everyone around him because all I care about is myself and, you know, go crazy. And I totally feel like that's what it is. Basically, when you start bringing up my wife for absolutely no reason. Again,
he's trying to make you entertaining. What's crazy is that Phil's solution to protecting his wife from a fat man calling her fat is to use her as a human sympathy shield and reveal she has medical issues, as though this will stop trolls from making fun of her instead of giving them more ammo. Just unhinged and sad. Very true.
Again, there's no reason. It's not like Kat is part of my content. She's not, right? She was in like 3-4 streams last year. She stopped being part of the content. She's not affecting anything. So it's that simple, all right? It is. It's just that simple. There's no reason to ever bring her up at all. Now, of course, you guys wouldn't know this, but I've spoken with him about this many times. Okay? Many times. This isn't the first time, second time. And every time I say, this has to stop, he apologizes. He says, I got too worked up. I got into my rhetoric again.
I just want to point out the following. DSP actually didn't give a single fuck about me joking about his wife. He allowed me to do it to his face over and over. He never said a word. Only when detractors made fun of him for it did he care. It's all he cares about. He will say, I'm the bad guy and the villain in this, and he's just an innocent little victim who didn't do anything, but as I said, he's no victim. He didn't want to hear me tell him the truth anymore. I was too real last week, and this ultimatum was his way out. Save his ego. Finally, this isn't about his wife, it's about respect. Phil showed zero respect for me or Andy or Steve or anyone else who tried to help him yesterday. He threw it all in my face with his third path lazy bullshit and refusal to ever try or put in effort. It's a waste of resources. Nigga. All right. Yep. I agree with that. It is a lost cause. Z-Herb with the 10. I was watching some AC Unity gameplay. That game was beautiful and still unmatched. I wish Assassin's Creed would try a city map again. Same here. I miss the dense crowds and more interiors. It feels more next-gen than PS5 games. Yeah, I don't like the empty open expanses. Like, that was one of my favorite things about Assassin's Creed Brotherhood and, Assassin's Creed 2 in particular was getting to explore the cities. Like, it was just really fucking cool. So, all the other Assassin's Creeds do not capture that well at all.
I'm sorry. Okay, fine. And then some time will pass, and then he does it again. It's like, wait, what are you doing? We had the conversation already. You understood it was wrong. You apologized for it. So if you did that, why are you doing it again? Okay? So this week, it's this simple. He won't stop. He's been doing it nonstop, like 2 shows in a row, and he basically feels like he just has free reign to say or do whatever he wants because, I guess free speech or whatever it is. I really don't give a shit.
Well, why don't you say it to his face on the fucking show?
I'm not going to let a man just publicly bring my family into his content because he feels like whatever, whether it's he thinks it's funny, he thinks it's free speech, he thinks this will get a rise out of me, So here's the thing. I can't stop him. I can't stop him from making that level of content. But what I can do is refuse to make content with him because I'm not going to stand for that kind of behavior. All right? If he was married and he had a wife, regardless of how she looked, how she acted, whatever, I would not insult his wife. Even if I have a million problems with him, I wouldn't insult his wife. Over on the DSP Reacts channel and on my Kick channel, I will be solo streaming Smart Guys covering SmackDown and Raw from this week.
Of our country's design bureau.
What I'd like to do, because not only there's a million questions here about all of this. All right, there is. Let's just briefly talk about what's happened and the change in attitude towards me and all of that since August of last year. Because all I can really do is speculate, but at the same time, I do want to clarify a whole lot of stuff to everyone. First of all, right now, PPP is sitting on his Twitter very hurriedly and scaredly tweeting. I don't know why. It's like the guy's terrified about what I'm going to say or something. I don't know. I don't get it. Hurriedly tweeting. I don't know.
If I'm scared, Phil, bring me on tonight and let's talk it out. You fucking bitch.
Why? It's like the guy's terrified about what I'm going to say or something. I don't know. I don't get it. It's like he still doesn't get it of who I am today versus who I used to be. I don't know. But he's just going crazy on there, saying a million things. Oh, this and that about all toxic stuff. I don't care. And we definitely tossed around a lot of different ideas. Okay, we did. But most of them, sadly, have to do with pure drama. And if you were on the show yesterday or you watched my podcast yesterday, I told you that I feel there's 3 routes I can take. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. PPP absolutely thinks the best course of action is the drama route. No shit. Why wouldn't he? What's his whole show about? Right? Drama. His entire...
Yeah, then why did you want to do a show with him? Why were you so desperate to be like his butt buddy and, leech off of his audience if that's what he's known for? You wanted a piece of that pie.
Show the entirety of it. It's just covering people in a dramatic way. And I get it. And I have no issue with that. Now, listen, I don't have to agree with that content. And I don't have to like that content, but I certainly can respect that hustle.
I'll give Review Tech USA a little credit. At least he was honest enough to admit that he was going down the fucking drama shit heap. He was going into the cesspool that is small YouTuber drama. And willingly so. Like, DSP was trying to do that shit. But, is too much of a bitch to actually dive in head first.
So, I certainly can respect that life. Okay, but it doesn't mean...
He's like that kid that's like afraid to jump off the diving board and is constantly pacing back and forth, and everybody's just shouting at him, like, either get off the fucking board or jump, hurry up, like, and he's just like super indecisive. Z here with the 2, thank you for the whale, man, and not the type that DSP is married to.
mean I have to live it. And basically PPP this year wanted to get me heavily involved in all kinds of drama and stuff. But that's as far as I'm going to say. I'm not going to tell you anything because that's private shit. I kind of turned it down, left, right, up, down, in every direction. Not to say that I wasn't willing to play ball or try stuff, but I was convinced. I keep turning this camera on and off.
He specifically says he brings up my family to make it seem really bad and gain more sympathy. He's good at being a victim. If Phil does his typical victim rhetoric today and tries to play innocent moral authority man when he's a selfish, spiteful, greedy douchebag who takes and takes and never gives anything back ever, I will come down so hard on Phil he will know what it is to be a victim. Oh, God.
It's annoying me. I was convinced that, sadly, if I did go as far and do these things that these guys, or I say these guys, it was basically just, PPP, the stuff that they had these plans for, I was going to have to throw away 17 years of work that I had, put into the blood, the sweat, the tears that I had put into my work to get where I am today. Because as I said yesterday,
Where did you get today? A fucking bankrupt? A guy who can't even have a fucking credit card? A mobile game? Like, what do you have to show for this, Phil? There's nothing. Literally nothing. You're holding on to a dream of a career that's long fucking past. And the moment you have an opportunity to pivot and do something new that's actually going to make you money, where you don't have to beg like a bitch, you're like, oh, no, actually, I don't want to do that.
Go all the way into the drama. 100%, okay? I can't go back. Wait. Oh, one final thing. For 10 years of you fucking with me and making my life miserable for your personal gain, I'm taking your final chip as the king's tax, you motherfucker.
Yeah!
You're fucking felted, bitch. Felted. You're done. And so I think what's happened is over the last several months, since basically none of the ideas that PPP came up with I would really roll with, all right, he soured against me. His opinion towards me has definitely soured, and he's very frustrated. He's upset. And now he feels really the only way to move forward is to try to do something drastic. Because if you notice, the rhetoric against me picked up big. All of a sudden, he's still bringing up my wife every stream. It's like, why would he do that all of a sudden out of nowhere? Because he feels like he's going to force the hand. He's going to push he's going to push that envelope. He's going to make Phil play his hand of cards. He wanted me to come out today and just explode, but I'm not doing that. I'm just very calmly and matter-of-factly explaining to you what's happened, okay? Now, it sucks because here's the thing. I feel like we work together well, and I feel like Smart Guys is a great show. I do. But at one point, you've got to put your foot down, and you've got to have some kind of self-respect. And I'm not going to allow the guy to just say and do whatever he wants and think that he has free reign to disrespect my family just because I want to have him as part of Smart Guys. So that's why I made the decision, all right? And it's that simple. Doesn't matter what he says or does. It really doesn't. It doesn't matter how he kinds to cope, because that's what he's doing. He's coping all over Twitter today, posting up 1 million cope tweets. I don't care, all right? I really don't. It's sad because I really...
let's see. DSP would gain at least a little bit of RESPECT on his name if he went back to pre-adpocalypse asshole who just said and did what he wanted, not caring about what people say or do, completely stopped the I've changed, I'm not that type of person anymore, like side scroll. Yeah, I agree. That's what Phil should have done. This too is a major part of the problem. Phil is a fake ass bitch who is scared of controversy or any sort of confrontation, that he neuters himself into the most boring bum, capable only of slop with no passion or soul, just the laziest cash grabs with no ambition. Soulless.
I really feel like he's a guy who can be really fun to work with, and he's funny as well, and he brings that hype, and he brings that energy. He's the ultimate pitch guy. He's the Paul Heyman of drama content on the internet, right? That's how I feel. But at what expense? Because I'm not going to become full-time Kino Casino, full-time drama. I'm just not going to do that. I don't want to. People say, he wants to come on Smart Guys tonight to hash it out. No, we're not going to do that. That's what he wants. He wants to create drama content.
We're not going to do that. I'm just going to sit here and fucking talk shit about him constantly while he can't come on and talk shit back. Like, you see, this is what Phil's doing. It's like, he wouldn't actually confront him at the moment it happened. And he won't fucking talk about it after the fact in person. He's like sitting here bitching and fucking talking shit behind, his private fucking stream, essentially. He doesn't want a confrontation at all because it's not going to end well. There's no defense.
And he felt like this was his way to force the hand. You don't get it. And this is what no one gets. So that's what's going on. And listen, I'll end it with this because now I have a lot of shout outs to do. I have to sit here, I have to shout out things for the rest of the show, essentially. Okay? But my final take on it is this. I understand that many of you probably came over here to watch me because of Kino Casino, and I appreciate that. I would hope that over the last, 6 to 8 months, you've seen enough of me to now know who I am, what I'm about, the kind of content that I make. And if you enjoy that content, welcome, stick around, let's have fun together. But if you were solely here because you felt like you were doing a favor to Kino Casino, right? And this was just, oh, well, they like him or they're giving him the rub, they're glazing him, so now I got to glaze him. They even say this like, oh, let's get our pay pigs to go over there and throw him some money. To call your viewers pay pigs?
Pay pigs? Pay pigs and pay pigs.
I don't know, man. I don't think of it that way. I never have. Some people do, but I don't think of you guys like that. But I do appreciate those of you who gave me a chance. I've said this since day one, that if I got snaked, that I basically would kind of be like, fuck it. It's not worth it. I probably won't bother with it ever again, right? But now what's happened is I've done so little work with them that now snaking me is probably entertaining to the audience because I haven't been in their content positively, right? So it kind of makes sense to do it now. I don't think that that's going to be a big deal anymore, right? So if any of you were here on behalf of Kino Casino, you're still welcome, but I'm not going to obviously be upset or not understanding if you leave.
What did I ever do? What did I ever do to anyone?
So the entire time I was doing that podcast, PPP was not only tweeting, but he also was sending me threatening messages on Twitter. Great, right? Just nice guy.
Threatening messages.
It is what it is. Like I said, I have nothing else to say about it. He's going to now endlessly go at it, I'm sure, 100%. I don't care. I don't care what he says. I'm just done with it. There's no point in continuing because that's what people want. They want more drama. I'm not going to give it to them. They can do whatever they want, all right? Make the content they want, I owed the state over $5,000.
Should we watch the other one?
I owed the state over $5,000. I owed my tax attorney over Let's talk about yesterday and how stuff went, okay? So yesterday, no podcast whatsoever, so no real hangout session vibe or anything like that. You may have noticed something different from yesterday. I'm going to address it in a second, but let's see here. Was that not once ever during the course of my entire full streaming day did I ask for a contribution?
Yes, probably.
Not once. I shouted out contributions. I updated the leaderboard. I mentioned if we were like halfway to the goal, but I absolutely not once did I ask for any.
I mentioned if we were hey guys, we're halfway to the tips goal. Hint, hint. I'm not asking for donations. I'm just reminding you that we're only halfway to the goal. Yeah, that's called asking for donations, Phil. You may not have directly said, hey guys, could you give me a super chat, please? That's like literally asking for a goal.
Anything. That was a distinct difference. And I think people noticed. Some people didn't, actually. Some people didn't at all. But then some people noticed and started talking about it and stuff like that. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about the two distinct differences, all right? And let's talk about directly what the result was. There's two things, all right, going on here at the same time. And basically, they both really got to me. And that's why yesterday's content was different. One thing is very personal, something that has happened this week that has hit myself and my family really hard. And basically, yesterday was a horrible day, all right? So that being said, I didn't even want to do a podcast. I just wasn't in the mood. Like, I felt like I needed to come to the stream and distract myself as much as I possibly could with gameplay so that I could keep my mind off of stuff. Okay, so the moment I came on the stream, I just said hello, and then we went right into Call of Duty, and I'm gonna be honest, it worked. Like, it actually legitimately worked. Now, there's another part to this as well. The other factor involved in all of this, all right, is very simple, okay? I wanted to do a test to see what would happen if I had an entire day where I did not ask for contributions, where I did not mention goals and hype them up, where instead I just let the gameplay content speak.
Wait, you didn't mention goals? You just specifically stated that you mentioned when you were halfway to a goal, so mission failed, right?
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
You can't mention a goal and then say you went an entire day without mentioning a goal.
Speak for itself. Now, it's a little difficult to judge because perhaps if I had done the podcast, it would have been different. Maybe there would have been people who showed up to the podcast and supported it. I don't know. This is all hypothetical. You never know, right? But the results are the results. I didn't mention contributions. I didn't ask for contributions. All I did was shout them out as they came in, mentioned where we were with our running tally, okay? And all day long, I did not hit a goal. In fact, I only got about halfway to my goals on both streams. It was nothing. Literally nothing. Okay, so I'm just going to make it known for those out there that say, hey, Phil, if you just sat around and played games and made it all about the games and that was your focus, you would have been fine. The problem is that you don't just focus on the games. Well, I'm just going to be honest with all of you. No, that doesn't work. There's tons of people out there like that. That's not me. I'm a gamer. I'm here to play games and chill with you guys with games and have fun with games. That's my primary focus. That's what I want to do as a content creator. So,
I don't ever mention goals, and we do all right. We do all right on this stream. It's just, dude, he's so unnatural. You don't want to donate to him. He's like, all right, guys, well, you need to hit the tips goal. He doesn't interact with the chat at all. Unless it comes in the form of a donation, he doesn't have a conversation. He doesn't want to change the topic of what they're talking. Like, it's just, it's pitiful. How much you got this stream? Here you go. You can just look. There you go. So, yeah, it's just, I don't know. I feel like the tips goal thing is just retarded. Like, if you're doing, like, a very specific thing, Like, if you have, like, a tip skull up, it's like, okay, I'll go buy, like, this fucking crazy shit or something. Like, okay, fine. But, like, why do you need a tip skull every time you stream? If you're entertaining, you should have faith in the fact that you're going to get donations every time you come live. Like, you go live, because people are naturally going to want to support you. So, you know? If you have an entertaining stream, people will naturally donate to you. You don't have to have a fucking running total fucking ticker at the bottom the entire stream.
Sin did a $10 super chat and says, being honest, when you begin your stream answering detractors and drama and engaging with negativity, I hate it and leave. I was hoping you woke up. Sorry, this is my last dono, King. We didn't do that today. I have not addressed a single detractor at all. We're not addressing drama. We're talking about what happened, why my content was different yesterday. So if it's your last dono, I can't stop you. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. I think you need to cool the hell down, cool your jet somewhere else, because obviously you don't know what you're talking about on my stream. I, Darkside Phil, have 3 ways that I can continue. And I think all 3 ways I can be successful, okay? I feel like if I don't take one of these 3 paths, I see 3 roads before me. One goes left, one goes right, and one goes right up the middle. And I see all 3 roads. I don't know what the right course of action is. And to be quite frank with you, I don't actually believe there is a right choice. But allow me to present to you the 3 paths based on my observations recently, okay? Path number 1 would be a path that many content creators changed to, course corrected to, over the years. Course number 1 is a simple course, but it's a course that would mean a lot of changes for me. Just give up on the fact that I've been this stubborn asshole for the last 10, 15 years of my life and career and say, I give up on trying to be different. I give up on trying to do things in a different way. I should just do what's best for myself and my family and say, fuck all this. Stop standing on my own laurels, my own values, my own loyalty, my honesty. What does it all really mean anyway?
My honesty. That's actually kind of funny.
Oh, Phil's a scammer and Phil took the money that he said was for taxes and he did it to pay for a wedding. Right? At the end of the day, does any of it actually matter? Or does what matters is that I have the ability to provide for my family? So when I say this, what do I mean? I mean, immediately I start reaching out to every major company that makes games, all those PR managers in between, indie game companies, game peripheral companies, every single fucking company. And I say, hey, let's make a deal. Send me your game. Send me your product. Send me this. And I will shill it, right? I will shill everything possible. I'll use your referral code. I will play your game early and I will not break the street date. And I won't say a negative word about your game. I'll kiss its butt. I'll do exclusive stream previews for my audience so they'll see games ahead of time. And I'll get everything early. And I'll do advanced reviews and sneak peeks. And you can fly me out to events where you can schmooze me in person and fluff me up so that I can get hype for your game and say your game is the best game ever. Everyone should be excited for it. Everyone should buy it. And you in turn will give me money or you will give me exclusive access to that so that then I will benefit from it. And then it'll be the you pat me on the back, I pat you on the back, unspoken rule that we will keep this in the loop and we'll all just keep helping each other in a circle. And that's how we all make bank and that's how we all get by. So to find out that you might get harassed by trolls for like a week after I promote your product, even if you sell some, but then your social media gets destroyed and harassed for an extended period of time, that's not a risk benefit assessment they want to make. You see what I mean? So as soon as any company hears, oh man, I might get harassed on social media if I promote my product, they say forget it. So it sucks. I can't get the same opportunities as everybody else because of the trolls. Ladies and gentlemen, any content creator that you see that is a gamer or influencer who abides by everything that I just mentioned has sold out. They don't make content because they're passionate about it. They don't make content because they care about what they're putting out. They make content because they want to make money, to make a living, to support their family, to make bank, to get rich, and to essentially take the bag. That's it. Now, is there anything wrong with that? That's up to you to decide, all right? That's path number 1. That's the path going to the left, I feel, okay? Now, there's another path going to the right. And that path, ladies and gentlemen, is the path of drama, the path of hate, the return of the old school classic, no holds barred, no punches pulled, say whatever the fuck I want, do whatever the fuck I want, because I'm the big dog in the yard and no one's gonna fuck with me. The return of the king of hate, Darkside Phil.
That makes me cringe. Ugh.
I shit on everything, I make fun of everything, I razz everything, and I cause drama. I talk shit, and everyone hates me, and I hate them back. So I'm constantly arguing with people. We've got arguments, we've got fights, I'm going on podcasts, and I'm fucking tearing people a new asshole, but then they're tearing me a new asshole. And we got people at each other.
Yeah, I mean, that would actually be interesting.
Throats, and I'm appearing on Wild Cow Live and Kino Casino, and I'm screaming at the host, and they're screaming back at me, and we're going crazy. And there's just drama left, right, up, and down. Darkside Phil, always causing problems for everyone. He just won't keep his fucking mouth shut because he bothers everyone and he talks shit about everyone. Why can't he just shut the fuck up? But it's very entertaining when he opens his mouth, and you always want to hear the next thing he's going to say because you don't know how crazy it's going to be, and you don't know who he's not afraid to piss off next. I'm ignoring, I also play video games, sure, but this would be leaning completely and utterly into the drama. Internet blood sport. I'm coming at all these motherfuckers who come after me for the last 10 to 15 years. I'm going to destroy every single fucking one of them. And then when I'm done with them, because it won't take long to go through these fucking schlubs who shat on me for so long. When I'm done with every one of those fucking losers and there's just a pile of broken fucking bodies at my feet, then I'm going after everyone else. No one is fucking safe from the king. I have been incredibly resistant, and I keep telling you guys I don't want to go down that vortex. I think that it would be destructive. To be quite frank, I think that would result in some of the most interesting, most entertaining content the internet has ever seen, and also it would destroy people's fucking lives. Okay? I'm just being honest. I think it would be incredibly entertaining and incredibly toxic and destructive at the same time. I see people losing their jobs. I see people losing their livelihoods. I see people getting completely destroyed. Really, that's that direction. If I do that, that's the end of me seriously covering games. Every once in a while, maybe I'll pull a game out and play, but it's going to be drama all day, every day, drama, drama, drama. And by the way, I fully believe, truly believe.
Why can't you play games and talk about drama at the same time? Like, does he know of my existence?
Griffin Gaming just did a super chat, said, gaming.
Hopefully that clears it. I don't know if he does outside of that. My video thumbnails have been featured in his, like, YouTube's recommended videos when he's done reaction content before, so maybe. I don't know.
that either of those paths, which are the easy paths, would make me more popular, more financially successful, and secure a future for my family. I firmly and utterly believe that. And the third road is the hardest. And the third road is the most challenging and the toughest. All right? Because the third road is the road that no one travels. It's the road that don't sell out, but don't become a drama queen, person here. But the third road is the road where listen directly to my viewers, and I do my best to take constructive criticism and change for the better in the future, but I be my own person. I don't become the shill sellout. I don't become the drama queen, king of hate, but instead, I'm just me. I sit here every day and I hang out with you and we have honest, fun conversations about gaming, about news, about other stuff. I do branch out from time to time and do different kinds of content, but it's not always my major focus. If new hot games come out, we can go back and enjoy them. If a chill indie game's out, we can hang out and like it, but we can also adjust and pivot on the fly. I'm not going to be the king of hate or the king of anything. I'm not going to be the shill king where I make a ton of money, but I'm still going to be, and I won't lose myself, and I won't have to change and take the easy way out like everyone else has. All right? But there's a caveat to all of it. All right? And here's the caveat. Here's the kicker. Here's the catch. Here's the trick. Here's the thing that so many people seem to have issue with when I take that third road. All right? The road far less traveled. I have to do things differently. And because I'm doing it differently and I don't have sponsor money, I don't have drama money, I have to ask my viewers for money. Beg for money. Because I'm asking you daily if you like the third road, the road that's the hardest out of all of them, where I'm not going to get big corporations backing me and a bunch of people who like internet blood sports throwing their money at me. I'm going to need those who want that different kind of content to actually come and support it. And I'm going to be asking you every day. And I'm going to be asking you, Jasper.
Fourth path, get a job.
Because this is the road less traveled, because this is the one that no one does, right? Everyone makes bank one way or the other. And everyone wants me to go one way or the other. I keep getting told, go this way or go that way. Go this way or go that way. But what about my way? And what's wrong with my way? All right, honestly, what's wrong with my way? The major complaint, everyone says, you just ask too much. Well, when I ask, I receive. When I say, let's get hyped for an event, let's get hyped for this and that, people actually support it because they like it. If they didn't like it, why would they support it? When people say things like, oh, your reward is you're going to eat fast food, how is that a reward? Well, why don't you ask the people who supported to get it? Because obviously they saw it as such. Did they not? Did we not just do an entire day?
Dude, how is me eating fast food not a reward? Like, dude, these are not questions that fucking grown men should have to ask themselves. Holy fuck, man. JE5150 with the 10. Appreciate it, man. It's funny when DSP gets into drama, then it gets put in his place. The next day, he looks depressed and says, I'm done with the drama. I just want to play games and shit. Yeah, exactly. He just wants to make positive content. Positive, meaningful content, not drama bullshit.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
He's constantly jumping on drama any opportunity he gets where he thinks he can score an easy W.
Of me playing a series of games that I never would have played on my own, but because you guys asked for it, I did, and now we've got an awesome outcome where now I might actually play these games in the future and check them out because I understand them better. So how is that not a good outcome from me asking for contributions to get there? We've got actual creators on the internet making documentaries about me saying, I'm the greediest creator? Are you fucking kidding me? Have you ever watched anyone else, you pathetic fucking schlub? You are so lame because you take the low-hanging fruit, the easy target that everyone's already targeted, to make a worthless fucking video that rehashes the same shit and just ignores the fact that there are people 47 times worse than me who actively hurt people on a fucking daily basis to get ahead. But somehow I'm the greediest person on the internet. Get fucked, you disingenuous fucking loser who has no idea how to actually make a documentary. In addition to my normal income, I need to raise about another roughly $16,000 between now and April.
This plays into why Bale is labeled as an e-beggar, a person that petitions, yells, or even demands donations from the audience.
What a fucking loser schlub to pull my name out of the hat and say, I'm the greedy guy. You're nuts. It's different. The third path means I need your support every day. And it means that every day I'm going to ask for it. And it means every day I'm going to hopefully get it. And I will be disappointed if I don't.
Huh?
Okay? It's going to be tough. It's not going to be easy because it's not get paid to kiss butt and get paid to basically hurt people. Instead, it's get paid to be me and ask for the payment because it's willing. Because I'm giving you the content for free. And then hopefully you guys will help to keep it coming by supporting me moving forward. It's different. It's definitely a different model. And these people, oh, you're an e-beggar. Listen, you tell me, what's the better path? The sellout, the bully, or the person who says, let's get positive and please send me some support so we can do some fun stuff together? What's worse? Nothing's perfect. I'll be honest. I don't think any three of those choices is perfect. I don't. And to also be honest with all of you, okay, I don't think that it's my right to sit here and say that any of those paths are absolutely incorrect. I may morally disagree with some of those paths, all right? I might, but that doesn't mean that they're wrong. That doesn't mean that they're right. It just means that they're different, okay? I think too many people on this planet think that the world is black and white. So either that was the right path or it was the wrong path. That's not true. Everyone can live to coexist and do their own thing and not have to fuck with others and not have to destroy the things of others. You know what I'm saying? Because if you don't make your original content, you just suck on everyone else. You're a fucking parasite. I don't need anyone else to exist. I exist in the center of this weird universe, and this parasite vortex exists.
You do need other people to exist because without other people's games to play, you're nothing.
Surround me. If I turn off my camera and never broadcast again, 1,000 people have nothing to do tomorrow. He's the guy who just doesn't get reality. You're a bunch of fucking loser lowlifes, and you don't mean anything to me. What does mean something to me are the people who are here day in, day out, hanging out with me on stream, supporting me in moral ways and financial ways to allow me to do what I love. Those are the people who are going to support me. They're the reason I'm still here. After 17 years and so many other people who become irrelevant, or they quit and they ran away and tapped out, I'm still fucking here. There's a reason.
Yeah, DSP needs the detractors because it's the only way new people get funneled to his channel. Without them, nobody's discovering him organically.
For that. And yes, it's...
Griffin, you should eat some Taco Bell after a successful stream. Nah, I haven't had fast food in forever, man. I'm good.
It's a lot of my determination, but at the same time, it's a lot of you and your determination, and you're putting up with the bullshit and sticking with it and supporting me through the people with all these times with everything. It's amazing. All right, it is. So thank you for that. But this is the path that I have. To sell out, the drama king of hate return, or my path, which I've been doing, but understanding that we're just not going to put up with this bullshit from these fucking losers anymore. I'm not trying to do a victim complex here or anything. I'm not super thin-skinned Phil where I can't take an insult. You will tip me $40 right now if I properly address Ashton berating my wife again. All right, you ready? Ashton is fucked up for ever bringing up my wife. He should never have her name in his mouth. And I've spoken with him about it. And if he continues to bring her up in his content, whether it's his show or mine, Smart Guys, I will no longer work with him. We've had it out. I talked to him about it. It's fucked up that he would ever bring her up. It's one thing if he brings me up and he wants to razz on me because he's helped me out tremendously. All right? My wife has nothing to do with him or his content. And I swear to God, if he fucking brings her up again in a negative way in his content, I will cut ties with that man.
Oh shit, what the fuck?
Yeah, but you won't say anything to his face.
What the holy shit was that? What the fuck, dude? What? I was not expecting that whatsoever, dude.
Yeah, I can go to Burger King and get a crown. Oh shit, it's already... Damn. Alright, well, it's already past 7, guys. Shit. I gotta hop off. Damn. Time flies when you're watching Phil, I guess. But yeah, I gotta hop off for today. So, hope y'all have a great Friday. Great start to your weekends. And I guess I'll talk to everybody later tonight. So, have a good one, guys.